so much to be for at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching and rewatching the same VOD, you are gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
If I remember correctly, it's Skies who was telling to Jack to run out because he was playing in the second floor of the big tower. He was just baiting them for Jack to run out, and he could get both of them, but he got only one.
And actually now they're like they lost a breacher. They have to rotate, so now we have like the advantage. We still have the top and stuff, so like we knew that they had like lost one breacher, and we knew that like they can't open anything. Just like they opened the main at the beginning with the ace, so we knew that they had or like to come on the top or to come like dining. So like that's why we were waiting them. They just pushed with the Osa. The Osa was like kind of like against us since we can't really kill the guy. And I think I just choked the 1v2. I just picked and I should not have picked.
We choked the map. It's okay. There is like three maps remaining, so let's just focus on the next map, and we will talk about it after the match.
Like we knew that like every time on attack they were like baiting outside with like Brava and stuff like Twitch and stuff like this, so we knew that we just had to wait them, and like we know that we are better in gunfight, so we just wait them and play together like in cross and stuff like this.
Yeah, we wanted to make them waste their time. We knew that they love to take CC control when they push on border, so I was just there wasting time, and then we fall back when we get a kill or 1 minute and stuff.
Like if we see like 1 minute, I just drop from T1 like just to waste time. I got killed like the wrong timing. So now they have top, but like we still have C4s, and they have only like 50 sec, but it's kind of like free for us.
Yeah, we just gave them space.
I think we had the Valky cam like on the we had the Valky cam I think on like office. That's why like we asked him to flank, and that's where like we win the run.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we are leaving top floor is that I can flank with Oryx on the hatches, so it's okay if we let them have top floor control.
Yeah, that was part of the like plan at the beginning.
We just sounds like we know how they play, we know what to do. Just do our basic stuff and we will win.
Segadoras. Gladius es quien termina consiguiendo el doblete. Ahora son 3, son 4 con la de Indras y solamente va a quedar del otro lado Baxi. Consigue el doble, consigue el triple. Cuidado con Baxi.
No te creo.
Jugada del sueño.
Angle is humanly possible. Citizen looked like he was in trouble. Kino dies to Dream, mowed down, but there's Spoit breaching in, taking no prisoners.
Not again.
How does he get it done? What does Spoit have to do to find all these openings? Goodness gracious.
And it's a team effort as well. Down to just Enhaikel. It's 1-2 to go in this retake situation. Taha off of the defuse, once again on it, but now dead. Z'd up for the Nitrosol. He's going for the counter defuse instead. Could have tried to throw that out. And Hykel should spot him. Double tap headshot on the second.
Smoke and fire and brimstone and everything else you could possibly throw at him, but he's still in one piece. Just got to be careful about this long angle though, going back towards the full, has always looked away. Will round through, finds Shaiko, finds the second as well, always just going absolutely nuclear!
Vai vir o drop agora, olha a bala, consegue deitar, Loira na marcação, tem jogador dando cover, Loira chega, triple kill dele, Hornetão no plant, Stake vai marcando, a bala do Loira pega, é 3v1 agora, recarregando, Stamp é o último jogador vivo, ele tenta buscar e cai! Ace do Loira pra ganhar o jogo!
Here comes the retake from the side of EXO. Now Skies, he's able to win out one engagement. They get the back end of Rykos as well, but Deadshot, oh, he doesn't make the connection. Skies going for the rebite. They're all lined up, and Alice is piece away from him. Looking for the feet, going for the single player. Waits, lets the time tick. Bibu's playing this expertly. The second feeds themselves in. The Hasham piece, fire the floor, there's 3. Bibu, he's got to the pistol and the ace! Are you kidding me?
Cameraman be the hero now. He'll need to be. G with the line of sight and with a glance on the board. To push them to not.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back. It's Blast R6 EU League, and we bring you our first day of playoffs. Yesterday was a banger in many ways. We got to decide our 6 teams, but the fight starts right here, right now, for Manchester. Hello, welcome. I'm Milos, your host. With me are Freshbian, there's Fresh and Fabian, who have merged into one.
We're nice and close now.
Thank you very much for that. But that image will haunt me for the rest of my days. But we got a lot to talk about today, which is why we've gone a bit earlier than usual on purpose, because there's a lot to unpack with the 4 teams who are playing today. So let's start it off with our schedule. It's actually quite simple. 2 best of 3 matches that we have in store for you. And we've ditched the best of ones, right? We'll leave those in the past today. And from now on until I guess stage 2 at this point, it's ITB versus G2, Fnatic versus Wolves. Simple as you win this game, you make it 1 step forward to play against either BDS or Secret, then 1 more win and you're in for the major in Manchester. But from here, I'd like to talk about the bracket and actually show it for everybody so that we can really discuss the teams that got it here in Fresh. Yesterday, we broke down what each position kind of does. Can you refresh everybody on it?
Yeah, obviously. So all of the teams that we'll see today are in the quarterfinals. They're fighting for a shot to be in the semi-finals. If you then win a semi-final, you will be in the final, or one of the top 2 teams, which means you will get a spot at Manchester as the first or the second seed. If you lose a semi-final, you will then play ultimately a 3rd place match, which is basically just a direct playoff for the Manchester Major as the 3rd seed from EU.
So 3 teams can make it out of this bracket. You have a lot of lives here. If you're coming in, you don't have to go through open qualifiers, and even if you lose all of it, you still get one final shot in last chance qualifiers, Fabian.
Yeah, you get one last chance in the what's called last chance qualifiers. That makes sense, right? It's not the place you want to go, though, because it's just you are fighting so many teams, and you're fighting these lower tier teams as well. That's going to be very hard to study and prepare against because you have no idea what they are going to pull out against you.
Well, there's a lot of surprises, and we've seen how much energy has gone up from kind of the tier 2 and even lower scene in Europe. And now they've pretty much taken over the top here in EU League. And we're going to talk about those players and more. We start off with our teams. We're going to break things down because in case you have missed this stage, don't you worry about it. We have all that info for you. First of all, G2 and what they have to offer for us here. They've made it, but only just, Fabian.
Yeah, I mean, they are lucky that they are here. They have had a terrible stage from the standards that we put on G2 and anything that the fans put on them as well. They've looked very disjointed from each other. Communication seems to have been off. Individual performances has been in the bottom of what we've probably ever seen from this team. Just nothing has been good for them.
And yet they're still here.
Somehow, yeah.
By the grace of goodness out of ITB's heart. Yeah, I think G2, the big storyline for G2 is ultimately what's carried them through in the games that they did when they won 4 of their games.
Yeah.
What carried them through? Individual performances. Not the same individual, because every individual on G2, I don't think any of them are going to hold their hands up and say, we had a great stage, or I individually had a great stage. It was different individuals at different points in time that got them the win. But like I say, by the grace of God, by the grace of ITB yesterday winning, they are in the playoffs. And for me, this is when they come alive.
And yet, despite that, and actually to hammer that point home, is that both of you have said if G2 made it to the playoffs somehow, they're pretty much guaranteed to make it to Manchester. Why is that?
It's just the power that they have as a team, right? They are a best of 3 team. It's something that activates within their head. I mean, I had that experience working with them. When we go to an event or when we go to any sort of like, now it actually matters, that's when they care. It's a bit of a bad way to do things because you need to care from the beginning, so you never have to be in this spot at all. But now they're here. They have to just take it for what it is and just reactivate.
We say it so often. G2's limitation is themselves.
Oh, every day.
It's never their opponent. If G2 are losing the match, it's because G2 have lost the match rather than their opponent has won it. Now they get to best of 3s. Now they get to the serious end of the stage. This is where we expect them to significantly ramp up.
Of course, G2 are a fan favorite around the world. We've seen their performance over the years, and we've seen them also at Invitational through the stage. You know, it's shaky. We talked about it, but we wanted to hear it from the players themselves. And Fabian actually has taken the step forward and asked each one of our 4 teams why, I guess, everybody around the world should kind of care about their run and why they should root for them through our playoffs. And here's what Doki from G2 had to say.
So we've made playoffs. G2 Rainbow Six has made playoffs. Wasn't the way we wanted to get here. We know that we are playing really bad, like really, really bad. We know that. It was a completely disgraceful online stage or group stage, whatever you want to call it. Like, we're aware. And we thank you, ITB, for beating NC yesterday to bring us here. However, today's a new day. We have been practicing all week, nonetheless, to prepare for this. So don't think that making playoffs has caught us by surprise. It hasn't. So we're ready. We probably knew that we were going to face ITB. So we have a few tricks up our sleeve for them. And yeah, I just want to say to the fans, we know you've let you down, but we're going to do our best here, come together and try and make the major, because we know we're more than capable of, and we have a path in front of us to do so. So come support us today against ITB. I know there'll be haters there as well, so come bring your hate, whatever you want to do. Just as long as you're saying something for G2, good or bad, I don't care. But yeah, thanks. See you soon.
That was it from Doki. As always, humble, but you know, you need to recognize the issues that you've had. But there's a reason why G2 are kind of the team that everybody talks about fresh.
Yeah, I think so. I think they know the status of the players. They know themselves. And Doki's the first person to admit they've had a bad stage, but they know that they're in playoffs and this is where they come alive.
I mean, knowing that you're there and acknowledging that things aren't going your way, that's the first step, right? You need to know what's going wrong. They seem to have it on the wrap. I mean, we said it. They're going to qualify. That's just the team that they are. Mentally, today is when they check in for the season.
We'll see it'll be activated because G2 are playing against our next team in the runner into the breach. We talked about ITB as the team that facilitated G2's run and kind of made it happen here into the playoffs, but Fresh, can they move any further than the quarterfinals?
I think, of course, they can. I think this team is a team that's on a great trajectory. And, you know, if you're looking for not even an underdog story, you're looking for an up-and-comer story, and you want to support that story, ITB is absolutely the same for you. I think stats-wise, the underlying stats-wise, they sit as a very middle-of-the-table team, but they picked up 5 victories. It's crucial, 7-5 victories, like 3 times they got one against G2 as well. And that's what, you know, is differentiated them. That's what ultimately put them in the 3rd place from being a middle-of-the-pack team is, sure, some of the games haven't gone right. Some of the rounds in games haven't gone right, but they managed to find a way to win regardless of that. I think that shows great maturity for a team.
It shows great maturity. And how have they gotten those stats? Well, it's because great recruitment, great coaching. And as you said, Jack, if there's a team, if you're a fan that haven't really decided on a team to follow yet, and you kind of don't connect with the ovals because you haven't been around for long enough, Into the Breach is probably the team for you to go and follow. Yeah. Because they're exciting, they have players with great personalities, and they're playing very good Siege.
And they have a coach in the background in Kendrew Kenny who does a lot of work, and you guys have interviewed him many, many times here on EUL, and we've had chats online also with him. Someone with a lot of depth and knowledge, and the scouting for the players themselves was excellent, as we see from the result of the squad. Though, much like we did with Doki, Fabian also asked our next attendee, Kendrew, what he thinks about ITB and why you should support their squad. Let's see what he had to say.
I think the stage has gone decent for us, to be honest. I mean, the main takeaway for me from this stage is that each individual result we was taking something from and improving on it for the next. We had our struggles at the beginning with just confidence in calling, confidence in making plays, and confidence in just being assertive with what we wanted to do, and we was kind of trying to avoid the problem a little bit. But we worked on that, we fixed it. And for us, it was less about actually getting the results, it was more about just showing the performance. And this group of players that I'm with is very good at taking in information, very good at learning from their mistakes and being self-critical. And I think we did a good job of basically just focusing on the performance, focusing on, for next time, what can we do better, rather than, okay, this time we lost, this time we've got to win. Like, rather than just focusing on the points, focusing on the standings, whatever, focusing on just our performance. So, like, that's the thing I've been impressed with the most about us, to be honest, is just, like, focusing on the performances. Obviously, we do need to take a step up going into playoffs, because that's where it's important, you know? Like, the regular season is important, but nowhere in comparison to playoffs. So, yeah, I think the stage overall went pretty decent, but yeah, like I said, we got to level up going into playoffs. And you should support us, because G2 have already won. They've won multiple times. We're a relatively new team in the grand scheme of things in comparison to other teams, not as established. And yeah, it'd be boring if they just won again, you know? Like, getting in playoffs off the back of us and then they beat us, it'd be kind of boring, you know? And then obviously the major is in Manchester, and we're a 5 out of 6 majority British, so it kind of just makes sense, you know.
And there it is, the underdog story for Into the Breach. And Kendrew has been around for a long time, Fresh, and this is just kind of a refresher in his long career.
Yeah, he has been around forever. You know, a lot of people seem to forget that he's a Pro League champion as well. Obviously won it with Na'Vi. You know, performance-wise, he was on some of the lower-level teams, but he's now on an up-and-coming team, and I think, you know, he genuinely believes in that team.
I mean, he's been keeping in it for a long time, right? It's when you said he went down, yeah, but you say he's going up now. That's true, but why is he going up? It's just that he's been able to shape this team around him, because he is the leadership figure in that team. So there's something he's doing right, and he's kept in it and kept his head at the level where he needs to be. And it's just impressive to see that sort of dedication to long-term project and allowing yourself to be surrounded by less experienced players to build for the future.
And one, I guess, the next team on our talking list is Fnatic. It was a team that has had ups and downs in many ways. Many will remember them as Koi and then Rogue even prior to that. But can they capture that lightning in the bottle in Berlin once more, Fresh?
I think they do want to stray away from that identity sometimes, but yeah, we can't stray away from it. The core of this team is a major winning core and have had, what, a horrible, to be honest, 18 months.
Yeah.
Since that major win, you know, in Berlin, was it 18 months? We're getting on for 2 years now.
2022.
Being honest, yeah, it's August 2022. So they're reinvented is the word that I would use with this Fnatic brand, with this Fnatic roster. They're feeling very comfortable in that organization, and I know that they want to repay the faith that organization has showed in them. Have they repaid it? Well, they didn't make playoffs at all in 2023, so already they've taken a step up, and I think, Fabian, there's so much more they can show us.
I think that we've only scratched the surface on them, because we've seen a yo-yo team that's performed really good some games and then really poor some games, and now they've started to find this form where everything starts to connect well for them, and it's what we need to see them keeping on developing, right? Because they have the individual gun skill in this team, they have the leadership with the all-time core, as you said, Jack, that have won tournaments. The question is, can they come back to that? I don't know just yet. I'm still a bit of a doubter. I mean, you love that team, you always have. I want to see more still, and today is one of those days where I think that, to me, that can prove themselves to you, the crowd at home, but also to themselves and all the competitors around them that, hey, we're actually that team that you should look out for. And Fnatic, as you said, Jack, the calm in that organization and the home that they found, it does so much for them.
And of course, Fnatic, you know, they've been known for all this time. They have Leon on the squad that everybody loves very much. Not just a cat dad, but recently an actual human being dad on the other side of it. Let's see what Leon had to say about why you should support Fnatic.
Hi guys, it's Leon Gids here, team captain from the Fnatic team, and I'm just here to give you some words of inspiration of why you should support us as a team and where we're going and how we're getting there. So obviously, if we want to talk about first, last year was a complete blow in the hole for us, blow in the water, whatever you want to call it. It was awful, and we're looking to come back from that and show that we're just a new team and we're something completely different from what that was before. And yeah, going into that, you know, we've picked up some new players, as you may know. We're working really hard to make sure we're fixing our mistakes. We're being really good, and we're getting a lot of support on that from the org and you guys as well. Fnatic has been great. We've really enjoyed being here, and we want to keep doing good things for them and making events. Yeah, I think you should support us because we're a UK team. There's a UK org, and we're going to a UK major as well. So, you know, if all these three things line up and we get there, then there's no reason to not support us, really. I think as a team, we're one of the most creative, fun, and very family-like orientated team. Like, everyone's really good friends. We try to have a good laugh and show our best on stream and on camera as well. And if that's something you enjoy, make sure you stick around, watch the games, and support us as well in the stream. Thank you.
And that's Leon, of course, major champion Berlin in August 2022. Recent actual father, which is great. That's the family vibe that it all contributes to. But Leon has played since forever. For those who don't remember the olden days, we're talking 2018, so that's a long time ago. But from Fnatic, we moved to other, I guess, old gunners in many ways, at least an old core in Wolves with Bibu at the helm.
Yeah, I mean, Bibu has been around pretty much, actually, it's been around longer than I have,
absolutely,
which is not many people can say that they have. And he's kept playing all those years. I've been retired. It's just that they have a core around him, and like the way that they approach things, they really buy into the family feeling as well, just like Fnatic does. They have to surround themselves with good personalities around them, and things have looked rocky in this beginning of this stage. But somehow, with some big individual plays on top of that, and then we started working on the team play towards the end stage of this season, everything is looking good for them.
I think we maybe hold these guys to such a high standard.
We do.
Almost a G2 standard, because I was just looking at the results there. 5 wins, 3 losses. 2 of those losses, 5-7 losses. The only loss where they were in a game where they didn't win it or go 12 rounds was the BDS game. Everyone's losing to BDS. Like, that's the pedestal we hold these guys on. They're capable of going deep at majors and international events. We've seen that. And yeah, it was a bit rocky, but they've got themselves to playoffs, and they will be more than happy with that.
The only reason we have these expectations is that they have defied them time and time again over many years. They set themselves for this one. And Bibu also wants to tell you why you should be supporting Wolves in the playoffs.
We are Wolves, and we are in playoff against Fnatic tonight. We started on the group stage with defeats. Not how we wanted to start, but I think we came back on the VP match, our second match, that we really started our group stage. And after, I think we showed good games, and we made it on the last play there to secure our top 2, but we failed against Secret. Don't think they were that good, that much better than us. I think we made too much mistake. But it is what it is. We will play just more match, and it's not a big deal for us. We are playing Fnatic. I think we have good game plan. We are ready to play them, and yeah, we are on the road for our major, the Manchester major. We made it to every major since 2 years now, every SI too. Like, so it will not be a big deal. It's just like one more game, and I mean, we are one of the most consistent team in Europe since 2 years, so it will not be an issue for us to play and go to the major. So watch out, stay tuned, come watch us and support us tonight. We have incredible individualities and a good team. Just come watch Mugli just one tap and kill everyone on the first line with dead shots, supporting him really well in these domains. And even if it's not working for us at the beginning, we still have our amazing IGL who make genius call mid-game and end games to close the rounds. And even that is not enough. We still have our clutch master Shinka will just make us clutch every round and like clutch the team. So make sure to be there, support us. We are Wolves, we are one pack, and we are one of the best team in Europe now.
There it is. That is Bibu from Wolves telling you why you should be supporting the squad that has gone from underdog to pretty much expected to be at every event. So it tells you competition is stiff here in Europe. And let's move on to our first game then. Into the Breach goes on against G2 Esports. And we're going to talk about these two teams in detail, but specifically about performance. Now we kind of set up the whole story for each one of the teams, but G2 is up on the chopping block first. We talked about the possibilities, but can they show up on game day, Fabian?
Well, yes and no, because historically they can definitely show up on game day. However, this stage so far, one or two guys have showed up every game. The rest have kind of been asleep in the chair and not looked at all like a team. They've just played heavily individual-based Rainbow Six Siege that just has been purely on the back of players. There's been very little team play, very little coordination, and most rounds it looks like they're barely talking to each other because it's just no teamwork.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things, you know, look at the EPS scores there. Expected player score is 100.
Yeah.
4 players of G2 are 100 or less. Now, that's expected across worldwide. That's not what G2 want.
No.
G2 have 5 players that are supposed to be best in class. So that shows their underperformance. But like I said, they are still in the playoffs. We know G2 are their own limitations, and that is the one thing that once they get past that, they will be unleashed again.
I mean, they built that team around having the 5 best players in the league, right? That's what they've built it on.
Yeah.
But right now, they don't look like that, and the communication that they need to build that team even better just doesn't exist.
What if we zoom in an extra level on the microscope here and go down to the individual player level?
Yeah, so I've got a graphic for you, and it's going to look a little bit confusing at first, but it is a line chart of individual performance. So screenshot it, pause it, do whatever you need to do to really dissect this
one.
But look at every single line for the players. They are color-coded. Sorry if you are a little bit colorblind. I've just realized there's green and red in there. However, individuals, no individual has kept a consistent basis above 100 EPS throughout the stage. Literally every single player has fallen up and down and up and down. I've not put the numbers on there because it's not relevant. What's relevant is seeing the storylines of the chart, and you can see even inside of some games, some players are doing really poorly, but some other individuals are doing really well, and it's game to game specific. And that's basically the story of G2 is when they've won, it hasn't necessarily been a collective. No. It's been one individual popping the hell off.
But you said, Fabian, that they have something more to care for today, right?
They do. This is the time where their communication activates. This is the time where Alamo, for example, really starts to shine when there comes some pressure. As long as it's not against Brazilians, that is. Yeah. Because when he comes into these games, it's like something clicks for him in his head. I don't know how it works, but he just goes on.
Now, if we talk about G2's opponents, Into the Breach facilitated G2's coming into the playoffs bracket, and they are here to prove themselves. It's a long-term project with the squad. Can they do it today?
Of course they can do it. I think, as Kendrew said in his interview, they are an up-and-coming team. They actually are, not that established team at this level. I think actually, when G2 won their 6th Invitational, I think there was only Kendrew who had even played Tier 1 at that point. That just shows where these players are at. It was long overdue for Oscar, but relatively, in the scheme of this esport, this is a team full of rookies, but they're heading in the right direction. And I love their coach, Kendrew Kenny. He establishes so much individual performance out of his players. He makes a player go from good to make a player great. I mean, look at the turnaround of Noah, for example.
Yeah, Noah has had a massive turnaround. Like, I mean, I criticized him so much and said that he's playing for his career a year ago. That wasn't good at all. And then we're looking at Oscar. He was complaining on Twitter about him having a rough time when they played G2 last. That guy worked at Asta, a supermarket, when G2 were winning 6 Invitational. You can't really complain when you're now going up as a higher seed than them and you're actually playing much better as a team. They should just be happy with everything they've got. But anything from now on is a bonus, but they will just keep developing.
Yeah, when we say underdogs, this is exactly what ITB are. But when it comes to a new team, there's always the question of, well, how deep is your map pool?
Yeah. So we've got a graphic for this, and I just want to go through it very quickly, because ITB have been showing us basically 3 sections of their map pool. 3 favorite maps in Consulate, Bank, and Nighthaven. 3 liked maps in Chalet, Clubhouse, and Border. But 3 maps that they have perma-banned pretty much the whole stage: Cafe, Skyscraper, or Oregon. As much as we like this team, we do just have to highlight that this is a potential issue inside of a best of 3 because they can only ban 2 of them. So they've got exposure on those back 3 maps should G2 pick into it.
And that's how G2 function as a team as well. I know that from both being a player and staff at that team, we pick whatever the opponents leave open in a best of 3 that is their permaban. No matter what map it is, we pick it.
Picked it.
Well, pick it, whatever. We took that map because we knew that no matter how they felt on it, like, yeah, they may have some comfortability on it, they're never going to be as comfortable as they are on all of the other maps that are open.
So let's see if we'll have any surprises in the map ban, which is our next piece here. It's a best of 3, of course, which means our map ban system is different. There's 4 bans first in a best, what was it? Is a 9 map pool. So 4 bans, 1 pick, and then we move on with the rest. Fresh, please guide us through it.
So the bans already are interesting because G2 and ITB, they've banned away their first permaban in Cafe and Border, but then they've floated low preference maps. For G2, they've left Nighthaven open. For ITB, they've left Cafe and Skyscraper open, the 2 maps we just identified. So that is a little bit interesting to see. What's not necessarily that interesting, I say interesting, is ITB picking into Bank. For me, it was Bank on Nighthaven.
Yeah.
Bank is ITB's #1 map. Kendrew's been known to be one of the best Bank players forever. However, he will go through and they will pick into Bank. They could have gone to Nighthaven for me, so it's kind of a coin toss, but G2 also like Bank.
Yeah, G2 really, really likes Bank. One of the maps that we always left open when I was there. So it's something new that is fallen down this far in the preference for G2. But it's the thing with that team is that they have a 9-map map pool. Even if it looks like Bank is low preference, they are definitely one of those teams that can still pull something new off, because there wouldn't be any surprising whatsoever. The map is a bit stale, maybe. That probably is the reason G2 don't like it, because you can't be so innovative. And G2 likes to be innovative.
Then is it a surprise that we get this sort of ban phase and specifically onto Bank because of that preference?
No.
Has ITB let things slip?
I mean, they are the ones who picked it, right? So they need to be happy with it. And as Jack said, highest preference for them. It looks like it's low preference for G2, but I don't know if that's just a fake thing or if it's G2 having lost a map in their map pool. It could be anything.
You said they're saving strats. I mean, they haven't really played it in forever, Fresh.
ITB have basically, never played it. It's been a long time since they've played it. For G2, they played it at the start of the stage. Played Fnatic. And I think this might be why they picked into it, actually, is because that Fnatic game that G2 picked into it, because I said ITB had the choice realistically of Nighthaven or Bank. They've gone for Bank, but when G2 played Fnatic, very first play day, G2 didn't really control the game at all. That game was determined on Fnatic, and I think if ITB think that that's coming again, they'll believe that they can be better than Fnatic was.
If Fnatic had just played it out as a normal game, they would have won that.
All right, let's bring up our casters. We'll say hello to our crew for today's 2 best of 3s. It's XR Troika and Demo again. Lads, how are we doing today? It's a big day here in playoffs.
Yeah, doing good, Milosh. Full of energy and ready to get stuck in. I've been sat admiring you all on the pre-show there, doing a fantastic job. So always a pleasure to watch. But yeah, can't wait to get stuck into it. Into the Breach versus G2 coming right up. And I mean, you guys have set it up there beautifully. We've got G2 on one side, experienced team, and then of course we've got the rookies on the other side of things.
Demo, are you torn? Are you like Natalia and Bruglia today, where you're torn in between the 2 roles? G2 fan, you got on the other side with ITB. How you feeling?
Yeah, I think I'm torn. I like both teams, like players, of course, on both sides. The thing is, for me, obviously with G2, it's been a poor season, but this is where the team will probably just switch on and they'll play like the way we know that they can play. This is the issue with this G2 team, is that they'll try when they want to. It's just they don't always want to try. That's the issue with them.
All right, well, we'll leave you to the matchup then. Game number 1 commences our first best of 3 of the playoffs. XR Turka Demo, take it away.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. I was feeling a little bit low there on that shot. I'm not sure if my chair's a bit lower than usual, but you're certainly a bit taller than me here tonight, Demo. We are going to be getting stuck into the first day of playoffs here. Fresh off the back, don't forget, of the play day that we saw yesterday, which of course rounded out stage 1 and got us all ready and waiting for these playoffs. Now, I don't know about you, Demo, but I thought that Into the Breach played fantastic Siege yesterday, and of course the team that we didn't see play yesterday is going to be G2.
Yeah, that's the team that had, you know, the bye in the very last week. That was G2, and it's quite funny that we're having ITB up against G2, considering it's ITB who allowed G2 to get to the stage in the first place. So it is obviously fun to see. But ITB yesterday, I think they'll take a lot of confidence, but momentum certainly for that side going into today. And the thing about ITB is, we've seen them get absolutely demolished. Probably the biggest beating that we've seen was BDS versus ITB. I think everyone will agree with that. That was the most one-sided game we've had all season. And to see that team bounce back and just kick on their season in such style from where they were, it's a testament to how good this side actually has been. To come back from that beating and then go on, I think it was 3 games in a row. They won before losing the Secret. Again, a close loss at that. So yeah, I've been very impressed with ITB.
I think it goes to show, and it's something that Kenny was saying during the little clips that they had playing in the pre-show there, that the important thing for them was that they were taking something out of every single play day. And whether that was a win or whether it was a loss, we saw them come back and fix problems, figure things out. And you can see the progression of this team from start through to finish so far in the stage. I mean, obviously the stage is over, but the playoffs have just begun, and we're getting ready to send it on into Bank right now. Of course, we've mentioned already that it is a map that we haven't seen Into the Breach play so far this stage, but it is a map that we have seen G2 play. G2, of course, you cast your minds back to the 18th of March, right at the start of our stage. They played Bank against Fnatic, and it was not a it was not a one-sided affair at all. It was a very, very close game, and 8-7 really coming down to the wire there.
It's the thing is with I think whenever you go against Fnatic have probably had like some of the closest games that we've seen throughout this stage. So I think it's given that Fnatic are going to take it down to the wire. A lot of overtimes as well for Fnatic. Surprising thing about ITB is not a single overtime this stage. It's either a clean win or a clean loss. That's how ITB have set themselves up. And now you're into your best of 3s, and this is where you'd expect to see the overtimes, because you expect these are going to be the very close games where teams are just going to leave everything in there. I kind of said, remember Milosh asked about G2, look, this team, they turn it on when they want to. That is it. They choose to play well. And you would expect, push comes to shove, whenever they're in the best of 3, which is where they are so dominant, that they'll turn it on today.
Quite possibly. There is always the worry that when you go to turn it on, there's nothing left, and you can't turn it on anymore. You've lost the switch, the key's stuck in the ignition, whatever it is, because it's all well and good relying on that ability to turn it on, but what happens the one day when you can't? And that's something that maybe I would liken a team like NIP to, a team that we've got a lot of experience with casting over in LATAM Demo back in the day. They were a team that would turn it on when they had to. They would limp through the stage and then play well in the Copa de Elite.
Yeah.
Copa Elite 6. There it is. It was in there somewhere.
You were talking about an armadillo there for a minute. That sounds like you're going down the Dillo route.
But they would play well in the Copa Elite 6 and then qualify for majors that way. So a very similar sort of circumstance, and you get the same sort of vibe with this G2 side. You just hope for them that they've got a level, they've got an extra gear to throw it in. But as you can see now, we are well and truly underway inside of round 1. We've got a Twitch Valkyrie ban from G2 and a Deimos Cade ban from ITB. Starting out on the attack, ITB. Their first attacking objective is going to be downstairs.
Here we go. G2 on the defense. Bank at the moment, very 50-50 in terms of attack and defender side. So it should just favor both sides going into it. We'll see who can play the better siege. Again, if attackers know what they're doing, they will have a very easy way of attacking this basement. But if the defenders are sneaky and they can play around the time management, Ollie, we see yesterday in our Bank game between VP and Wild just how devastating, things like echo cameras and Goyos can be, of course.
Creed's just going to be, pushing down those main stairs, but immediately into Benja's waiting arms. Not always you see the mirror roaming aggressively here on this map. You've got that C4, you're expected to sit and deny the plant, but with the help of a deployable shield, you can play quite nicely here inside of elevators, pick himself up an opener, and waste a ton of time.
Again, G2 with that roam game still here at the moment. They have gave up their open area control just because the hatches and verticals were being opened above, but Benja still has this safety shield that he can play inside of elevator. A tricky position, of course, for attackers to clear out if they don't have the correct utility, and there really isn't much. Probably a Candela could do the job for them if they want to get Kenny sent over there, but you would expect to try and keep the Candelas for that execute in sight. With the lack of nades, of course, coming into really the meta with the nade changes. You know, shields at the moment are very strong and can be very potent because attackers just don't have the utility as what they used to. Look at this from Benja, though. Actually slips his way upstairs. Is the generator hatch open to him? That's the question, because that could be a good position for him to station himself up and see if he can kill the players who could be on that main hatch. And yes, he is in a prime position now to cover that hatch, and he can feed this information, so his side, his defense, can just play as though no one's on the hatch. And speaking of the hatch, he gets his kill. Noah goes down. This is going to be a big hit to the ITB attack.
Oscar not reacting to that either, still playing upstairs. We've got Kenny, he's threatening on the breach, but the Toxic Babe canisters are choking out the round. And look at Benja, he's gone unchecked all round. He's picked up 3 kills and not received a single shot back, making a 4. Uno, he collects the last. He spent the majority of the round in the Yokai camera, so did a good job there of finding that final kill, because I tell you, there weren't very many to go around with Benja on the roam.
Oh, Benja boy. Look, I'll be the first one to hold my hand up and say Benja has not played himself, you know, this stage.
Lowest rated player in G2 so far this stage?
He's not played well. And look, if you've got someone like Benj who's just not getting the kills, and you know, on G2 you need to win, you have that level of pressure, and if you don't get the kills, you're not doing your job to what, you know, I think the public expect of you, what your team expect of you, you're going to come under fire. And that has honestly what's happened to Benj. You know, I've seen a lot of people think that Benj is just done, you know, he's out of it. And for Benji coming into this series here, this is where he can turn it around and change it. And look, like I said, if G2 want to come in here today and win it, they will. And already they've got off to a good start. And having Benja lead the charge already, yeah, it's what they needed. They needed this good start. They needed to get Benja on the board.
I think Benja needed it.
You know, I wouldn't say Benja go and get 4 kills was the plan, but boy, you'll take it at the moment because there's confidence now. It should just lift off from here.
I think Benji needed it as well, to be honest. You know, he's had really tough games so far this stage. We saw one of Fresh's graphics at the start in the pre-show, and it was showing the rise and fall of various G2 players, and Benja was one of the players that didn't have very many rises. He's had a couple of good games, but for the most part, he's been quite quiet. So good to see him off to a good start. G2 now can start to work through this defensive rotation. Be in that open area.
Reloading.
Interesting that Creed is sticking with this IQ pick on the side of Into the Breach. They're really conscious of those electronics, and there's quite a few kicking around. Obviously, you've got the Fenrir Fnats. That's going to be something you need to keep a good eye on as to where they are. Of course, you can peek out onto the Solace as well with that gadget. Creed's going to come to blows here. He's just going to get a great backstab onto Benja. Benja really unaware about that. I think the audio from the ram above doing no favors. Doki immediately there with the trade, though.
Azur, how do you miss that? Should have been another free kill for ITB, but it's actually ended up with them in the man position. They've lost Azur, they've lost Oscar. Ying off the board as well, a big operator that you would like to have for that execute. And this has been a blistering pace round here for ITB. They've seen that G2 like to roam in towards that Tellers and Archives, but they're usually quite solo whenever they do. And if you can get in there quick and win your engagements, there will be little chance of a refrag coming in from G2. Still, they sit with that man advantage, and there is still a player all the way on the top floor. It's going to be Virtue up there on the Fenrir.
Attackers have recovered.
Actually going to be a friend with him as well. 2 players upstairs. Everyone else, though, from G2 happy enough just to sit in the site, but you're surprised that Kenny's not dead here. He's getting pressured from all these different angles. A risky play to try and do that vertical action, as there is still roamers upstairs for G2, like we mentioned. And Noah by himself gets a nice kill there onto Uno. Will push in deep. It's going to be Fenrir, though. Can't see what's happening in the site for him. And oh, he sees that man drop down. But is he aware of that player swinging from copy? No, he ain't. And Doki takes it. ITB, they've tried a quick pace, you know, I would say space taking, but it just hasn't worked because their players just haven't hit their shots.
Yeah, a little bit of a good entry from Creed's getting himself into archives there. He did a great job of taking that space very quickly. But then you look at where he is, and it wasn't sustainable to stay there for too long. Azza tried to come to his aid, but he gets shut down by Doki. There wasn't enough pressure coming in from elsewhere. I think maybe Creed's needed a friend there in that situation. You can see he picks up the opening here. The floor's getting ripped open above him. Everything was looking quite good, but a lot coming down to single gunfights there, especially when you get the opening pick and you're still left in a 1 versus 3 at the end. That just tells you that you weren't able to trade out the majority of those kills. And as such, G2 can continue here. They are giving quite a lot for Into the Breach to solve right now. Think about Bank and the type of map that it is. It can be a fantastic map for roamers, players that like to play a little bit looser. And of course, with the current operators available to the defenders, there's real no better loose players than things like a Fenrir. A couple of Fnats down, you can create yourself a nice little pocket of safety. A couple of Keeper barricades down, again, you've got a nice pocket of safety. You can create these areas in the map that become safe. And you can play in those for a good portion of the round. So that's really what ITB need to try and work on here, is how do they clear out these sort of looser roamers from the side of G2.
I mean, maybe their answer is going to be with that Monty, of course. Great operator. Mentioned before how good he is just with the change that has happened to him, where he can go aggressive, have that shield up, punch a few people in the way there as well. Be very good at rooting out roamers and setting up those crossfires for your side. And also helps with the plant as well. You know, Monty's good just for getting the shield on your back and trying to plant in a bit of an open position. It can work out quite well. But Azur, straight up in towards Spiral. Very strong position for Monty to play, but he's going to be pestered, though, by those echo cameras. And I don't think he cares, though. He's going to keep moving, though, as ITB again are just going to try and hit the site oh so quick, but they've lost, again, 2 players right off the get-go. Ying is still alive. Kenny has the Gadellas in his hands. Oh, he just seen a glimpse of Alamau, but didn't pull the trigger. Oscar is taken in towards main stairs, and Doki went for a swing onto the Ying, but that hasn't worked. And Azur close to where you can go aggressive and just take down that Echo oh so easily. The power of the Monty.
Stay behind me. Real good space taking there from Azur. He's really giving G2 something to think about here. Benja going to be next in the firing line. Alamo is going to be there to assist him, but Azur, he's not stopped yet. Able to take Benja down. 2 versus 2 now. Alamau, not got a lot of health to speak of. The Monty is going to be able to human drone through and gather that information, but with the Solace below, Alamau can feed this info back over to Uno. The only thing he has to be cautious of is not getting too split up from his teammate here, because, of course, you don't want to lose out that advantage. Shotgun shots from below, keeping the Monty moving, keeping the Monty guessing. Kenny trying for something a bit more explosive. The Candela goes in. He can tuck himself in behind the desk, but he knows he can't get the plant down because of that Solace below with the shotgun. Uno recognizing that, tries to rotate, but eventually gives himself up. You've got to hop up onto the table now and try and get that plant down. Still got 30 seconds left to do it. And Alamau, he's just going to be left trying to shoot through that floor. As they're trying to get a plant off here, his shield should do a lot of the hard work in covering him. And this is a great spot here from ITB. They found the plant spot, they've got the Monty, and now they're in a post.
Yeah, great decision making. Going for the concrete plant means the Solace can't do nothing below. And now Azur, he can just sit here and give out that information. There's no way that Kenny dies before being traded off by Azur. Alamau, if he does try and push in towards the elevator, but he doesn't even know where Kenny is. Kendrew just gonna wait his time. Azur on shield back again, just toying with Alamau. I'm surprised that Kenny hasn't went for it, but they're just gonna play it as safe as they can. Get their first round on the board. Azur, what? Gives himself up, but it doesn't matter as he's out of time. Alamau had no idea the last player was inside the elevator. A little bit touch and go there for Azur, but still ITB get it over the line.
Good adaptation there from ITB. I like the use of the Monty. It allowed them to play quite aggressively, and Az did a great job on it as well. You mentioned there, Demo, that Monty he's evolved. He's gone past just being the human drone to now being a human drone that is somewhat lethal. An ability to charge, and of course you can still use the pistol and shoot your shot from behind that shield. You do expose your head, but in a pinch, it isn't a bad alternative. G2 didn't really have an answer for it there inside of round number 3. I don't think they'll be too concerned though. There are certainly ways and means of dealing with a Monty, and once we get back into the game, we'll be able to see if G2 are choosing to bring those means. Nice little slam charge down there onto Virtue. Venger as well, just getting pressured down the stairs and eventually finished off. I think the railings and all the angles working quite well into the Breach's favor there too.
Yeah, that's where Monty is so good for that top floor. Whenever you think about Spiral, you're never going to get shot from behind. That's always the issue with Monty, is if, you know, he's great if you're just pushing one direction. Whenever you're not the boy band, of course, just One Direction. Obviously, whenever you look at Monty, the biggest issue, if you walk into a big room with a lot of crossfire, you get shot from the side, shot from behind, whatever it is. That Spiral, you're just pushing that one way. You're not gonna have to worry about getting a flank, and you can just focus on looking at elevator and looking towards the front desk. That's all you need to worry about. So he's so strong in that scenario, and you really need to bring more. I think if you know you're up against the Monty, you might need to bring in, you know, Legion, for example. Echo was nice, of course, but you're Echo stunning him, but no one is there to assist you while you're stunning. You know, it should be Echo stun, Monty unshield it, kill. That should be the process, but they've stunned, and no one from G2 is there to take advantage of it.
What is this then? We've got a heck of a Kiba barrier set up inside a site. We've also got some Vulcan canisters that are going to do a great deal to slow down the approach here when we do get toward the site. Into the breach, not taking any chances this time though.
Attackers have
Going for a
located a
full
bomb.
map clear. They're not want to get caught out by Benja hiding away in an elevator again, so they won't be falling for that one twice. I mean, there's no one really in position to do that at the moment. G2 have opted for much more of a turtle here, and they're actually going to use the two-brow to delay these hatches from getting opened as well.
Yeah, look at the main hatch site. They've put the Aruni gate on the hatch, and the idea is you can try and disable it if you want to. But whenever the freeze comes off, you should be able to choose a burn free, and I think they have done that. I think they were able to get a Thermite charge off it, and they've had to use their banner pellets now, so good work there just to remove at least one exothermic from them. Hatch still, of course, gets open, but little by little it wastes them. Some utility slows them down just a little bit. Doki will try and cover up the angles as best as he can, but look at G2, the Wally. They still have that blue stairs control. That smoke is going to be a bit of a pest for ITB to get through, of course, and looking at their utility, they don't really have a lot to contest against that player in blue. But who knows, maybe they might just trying to avoid the players towards server, towards blue, and could maybe try and pinch in towards the back hatches, use the elevator, for example.
Well, they need to come up with something because they're running out of time. 40 seconds and into the breach. They have hatches open, but as we can see, there's still a lot of problems to solve. Two toxic babe canisters in the hands of Virtue, a C4 as well. A hatch drop here is surely only ever going to end one way, as G2 are really stuck into these positions. I think Doki's even on the flank at the moment as well. Creed, he's pushed himself down main. He's able to take out Benja. A hatch drop in from Azza. He has the diffuser, but he is alone. Virtue, he's going to be able to shut Creed's down. And another kill coming in from Alamau. Azza, he's the man to watch right now. He does have the kit, but in a 2 versus 3, it isn't going to be easy here. Has to come off the plant. No option but to stick with the timer hitting 0. G2 happy enough to swing and collect. Alamau there picking up that final kill.
Yeah, ITB forced their way down the back. They looked at the setup that G2 had. They're like, we don't really have the correct operators to really be pushing towards blue. You know, I think G2 did a great job at just delaying some of the util, using the canisters just to freeze off the hatches, buy them a bit of time, use their Aruni gates, I think, in a good fashion as well. So yeah, you can't really complain the way that G2 set up the site, and it just forces ITB into the lesser, the lesser choice of how you like to attack basement is going for the elevator hatch, going for the vault hatch. It's just dropping those hatches. You're dropping in, especially the vault. It's a big open room. You can get shot from 2 different angles, 2 ways to look, and then trying to get into that bomb site can be quite tricky. Battling players, you could be inside of gold. Garage could also be an issue. There's just a lot more that you have to work for if you want to try and make those back takes, a success. But, it just wasn't for them. Creeves was trying to push down the main stairs, but it was the guy in Garage. I'm really surprised that they didn't have an ITV player rotate and start pushing ramp.
10 seconds left. It would have been nice to have a bit of Garage presence there. The thing is, you look at that defense and you see what G2 were able to do. ITV didn't have the tools from the get-go to really deal with that. We talked earlier about dealing with keeper barriers, nades, gone sixes. These aren't things that everybody has. These are things that you've got to really choose and have a specific need and purpose to bring. DMRs are also fantastic at dealing with those keeper barricades, and Flores drones as well can be used. But it wasn't something that ITB really had to start to try and break open blue and really start to displace Doki. So when it came down to it, it was a bit more of a desperate attempt and a push. Still, they've been good for a round so far. It wasn't, however, on this side. Back down to open we go. Going to be bringing the Doki this time to try and get a handle on a little bit of that roam game as well.
Yeah, the call. Gonna work out for ITB, see if they can pick up this roamer, and they do. However, they lose Noah in the midst of that, not having a good game here today. Noah 1-5 is how it stands, and obviously a big high pressure game. It's where you need to have your fraggers step up, and certainly Noah would fit into that category. I mean, really, like we mentioned it before, didn't we, yesterday, all about ITB? It's, there's a big drop-off between, the top players in the team and the bottom players. I would say I think the stats have changed because all of them played well yesterday. But that's the ITB we need to see here today to stand a chance against G2. G2 at the moment, they look very comfortable, Ollie. I think the way that they're roaming, they have a lot of confidence going into that. Doki, yes, he's died, but he still got his kill.
Yeah, Noah and Oscar being 1-9 between them is not really where you want to be at round number 5, and it's certainly contributing here. Whilst G2's strategy has been fantastic, they are also winning nearly every gunfight that they come into, and in Alamar's case, he's won all of them. 6-0 at the moment. Oscar going to try and open something up here, sends the bees down. Of course, losing Noah early, it means you've lost your book, so you're going to struggle to get a lot of this floor open. Yeah, you can place breaching charges, but it's not a surefire way of ripping that floor, and Benja is going to add on to the pain here. Oscar goes for a drop, immediately taken out by Benja. Kenny from above is going to find himself long, but he's going to drop into the Viper's nest. And Virtue, along with many other G2 players, rains bullets down onto him there. G2 successful again here on the defense.
Wow. I mean, what do you say? Just... They've really tried to use the Doki to gain that early map control, but it just... Look, Doki being able to pick up Noah straight away as he was phone called, that shouldn't be happening. And then they've used a second phone call to try and get Azur kind of in towards Teller and Archive side of things, but then he's tried to walk in, he gets shut down as well. So, yeah, like you mentioned, it's the gunfights for me. G2 look head and shoulders above ITB right now in that department, and there's no matter how good you are strategically, Ollie, you can have the best brains in the game. Look at Fresh and Fabian. But can they hit a barn door? No.
Well, you said it, not me. I've played many an hour of Siege with both of those people, and they usually do all right, but maybe that's just more of a comment on my abilities. As much as we love to complicate Siege and to strategize it and think of all these incredible gadget interactions that we have and map interactions that we have with this game, it can come down to being a bit of a shooter. Primarily, one of the things that every operator has in common is they've got a gun and they've got bullets.
Yeah, Dez loves to make that point. He always says it doesn't matter. This game is still an FPS. It's still the shooter. That's the aspect that you need to get down first.
And yes, you can lean on strategy, absolutely. And you can use strategy to make gunfighters easier. You can do a lot of those things, but If you're going to go for head-to-head gunfights, you're going to be dropping hatches, you're going to be playing in those sort of ways, you've got to be winning those fights. And that isn't something that we're seeing at the moment on the side of ITB.
I think the thing is that you can teach people to understand the game of Siege, but you can't. No, but you can't teach people to aim better. It's either you have it, you don't. So that's just it.
Oh, hello. Doki.
I mean, look, I'm not a big fan of the old CEO jump out one-for-one trade. I'm just, you know, especially whenever he's in the Warden. And to be, he's quite lucky that ITB haven't brought the Ying, but it's something that ITB have shown a lot is bringing in that Ying. That's a risky thing for Doki, just toss himself away as Warden. Obviously, he won't know that there's no Ying in the board, but I still think it's a very bold play to go for it.
Guys won. Hitting us with a no-no in the chat. What's he seeing?
What's happened? Yes, we hate to see you jump out. What's your point?
Oscar? Just trying to find the angle there. I mean, the advantage here is you can watch the cameras. And there are going to be a couple of yokais knocking around that he's able to get on. Virtue doing his best to keep himself safe in this position, but the player out on Repel, it is going to be difficult for him. That's going to be a bye-bye nade. You don't often see players dying to nades anymore. Of course, we have lost the ability to cook frag grenades, so they just go off on a standard fuse timer. Good work here from Into the Breach, though. This is much better. They're picking these kills off. They're identifying players, getting them into vulnerable positions, and they're able to pick them off. Double CEO jump out, though. And Alamar actually might make it back alive. The problem is, Uno's now going to be on his own, and Into the Breach needs to capitalize on this.
Oh, well, they have. But they got Alamar before he was able to flee down the rat tunnel into the sewers, back into his home. ITB, yeah, it's a good round to get back. You know, you can see that the nade kill, obviously, Ollie, they're still potent if you can get them in that small area, and certainly Elevator is one of them. There is the old time where we would actually see, you know, Doc has been featured for those kind of holds where, you know, of a team, they always try and come in from, you know, the spiral stairs. You can nade them out, you can fire them out, the Doc can just stem right through it. So that's just one minor adaptation, but it didn't look as though they could really fit in the Doc into their lineup. I think they were more scared, I think, of the Monty coming in again. That's probably why they bring in the Echo.
And the information as well. Bank's a very big map, and a lot of the defaults are very easily dealt with, so once you lose that, you can lose a good portion of your information. I'm not even sure there was anything that Virtue could have done there. If he'd have ran out, he'd have got shot. If he'd have stayed, he'd have died. It was a real tough spot for him to find himself in. But good drone work on the back of Into the Breach to identify that, get on the rappel, and not let him cross, not let him get out, get him held down in that elevator. Side switch now. Into the Breach, good for 2 rounds on the attack. Now they switch over onto the defense.
Bomb located by attackers.
Now we have to see how G2 choose to approach this. Same tools available for Into the Breach. They can burn out the clock as much as they like here on these basement rounds. The very same that G2 did. There's an interesting mirror window placed down in blue there. I'm not sure if it was just the camera perspective, but it looked like it was placed looking into sight as opposed to from inside looking out into blue. We'll kind of better look at that later, but yeah, we can... That's nicely set up, already pre-opened there for that impact trick to come out.
C4 trick more so actually, because they don't have any impacts. It's going to be kills or nothing.
Well, they've got plenty of C4s to go at, so we can let them off with that one. They've got 3 to be throwing out there.
It's quite similar to what teams used to do. You don't remember, like, teams would not reinforce that wall. They would just pump it full of shotgun holes and just leave it soft.
I used to do that.
It's something very similar to that, isn't it? It's just a different iteration on it. Where it still gives you the same thing, it just means that Thermite can't place his Thermite charge there. Oh, that's literally all it does. But right now for G2, it's going to be going for the motions, of course. No bloodshed so far as ITB. They're all in the site. Probably bar Oscar, who is that trusted smoke holding in towards the blue. And if you look at the, the lineup differences, G2's lineup's a lot more better at dealing with a player on blue stairs. You've got the Grim, you've got the Ying in there, so you can easily deal with that player towards blue. It's just a question of will they go for it, or will they also be looking similar to what ITB had done previously, and that's maybe look for a backdrop and hatches open way that they're kind of, I would say, mustering up towards that main stairs. You would maybe expect that, but then again, look at Uno. He has a diffuser in hand that might tell you otherwise.
Always keep a good eye on the diffuser. Uno going to start to try and get some of these walls open. We heard that mirror window getting popped out as well there, but Alamau going to be the first to see success from the hatch. Able to take Oscar down. You don't want to be losing your smoke in that final minute, because this is when things are going to start getting pretty heavy inside of the site. The B is going to cut anyone off from being able to throw a C4 without being exposed. This mirror window is still causing some problems. Uno, he's only got 2 X-Kairos pellets left here, so he's going to need to try and shoot his way through that door. Kenny just going to freeze off those stairs. That's going to give Doki a bit of a hard time making his way down there. Full white flash for Alamal. That's not really what you want to be seeing. Kenny, I think he got caught on the camera there. Creeds is able to take Virtue down as Uno's still trying to fight his way in through the site, but his team are doing a lot of the heavy lifting around him. Noah, he can now turn his attention toward these main stairs as the plant starts to go down. There is a C4 available from Creeds, but can he get in position to throw it? No, Alamal's holding close. 3 on the round for him, and Ben just to finish things off.
Wow, great attack there from G2. Almost phantom pressure with the, the back catches being opened. It probably kind of threw ITB off a little bit. ITB, it didn't look as though they were worried about somebody coming in towards blue whatsoever. Nobody was interested in the players walking in through that site door and trying to get the plant down. They were all worried that it was going to be a kind of hatch drop execute, but yeah, it just never happened for G2. I thought a lot of them were actually quite passive there. It looked to be me. I think Virtue and Alamau were really the only 2 who actually kind of dropped into, the firefight. I think Alamau dropped in through the main hatch and then Virtue in through the red hatch. So yeah, they take their trades. Alamau just, all he had to do was stay alive. Stay alive, give that, that safety cover. Over towards Uno. We can try and stick that diffuser down, but yeah, they put ITV in a really difficult place, just with all of the utility going in, the Grims, the Yings. Nobody from ITB could really move in that scenario. They had to play very static positions, and if you're playing static against G2, they will take the places that you're not in. If they don't see you in red, they'll take red. If they don't see that you're holding onto main stairs, they'll take main stairs.
Watching G2 attack when they're in that mode and they bring those sort of tools, it's a joy to watch. I love how Grim has transitioned from almost felt like a meme operator when they first came out. I'll be honest, it was like, this guy can throw bees. Like, what? Like, are you for real? It just didn't seem like something that the attackers needed at that time. But with other balancing changes and things coming through, now you see Grim as like a must pick. It's such a useful operator to have, because you get that pinpoint information, and if you don't get the information, well, you get information either way, because if you know where they are, you know where they aren't. So it's the age old. If someone's there on the scanner, great, someone's there. If no one's there, well, guess what? No one's there. So you can make assumptions based off the back of that as well. We're going to see a site switch come here from ITB. They do need to find some success here on the defense. Losing downstairs in the basement isn't the end of the world. They've taken us upstairs to see if they can try and snatch a round up here before G2 get themselves onto a map point.
It's quite surprising they've went upstairs, considering that this is the bomb site that G2 had no success on whatsoever. They defended it twice and they lost it twice. It's only 2 rounds ITB have won, have been on these attacks, and to see ITB now go upstairs, it's a bit of a head scratcher. I would have thought that maybe they'd have another go at the basement and just go a little bit more aggressive in the roam game, perhaps. And look at this from G2, just windows all day of the week, using the Grim, like you mentioned, can just cover off all these different angles. But ITB, though, they fought back. They've got kills back in their favor. And it's G2 who are thinking, what just happened? However, Alamau, in the heart of the bomb site, will find Oscar. It's going to be a 2v2, but Azar, he's going to be the key man to watch. He's on the Solus. He can deny from below if he chooses. Kenny in towards square. A great swing over towards Alamau. My word. Wasn't expecting that from Kenny. Lightning fast in the reaction time there. We talk about him being a veteran. He didn't show it there, did he? Didn't show his age.
Attackers recovered the defuse.
Well, they had to shut Alamau down at some point. Alamau 12-2 right now. We're in round 8, and that's only the second time he has perished. Virtue trying to bait out the utility from below here. Azza is going to be able to give pinpoint calls as to where this plant is going down, open up the floor, and give Virtue a bit of a headache. The power of the Solace really being shown here. Going to hop onto the desk and see if he can find an alternate angle, but still takes a boatload of damage. Virtue going to have to try the concrete plant. The plant ITB got off against you only a couple of rounds ago. Azza going to get the info here, going to go for the shots through the wall, but they won't be successful. Virtue, low HP, the same as Kendrew. Got to be cautious here, can't even afford to step in one goo mine. He's got no lion scans left, but he does have 3 flashes. We need to see Kenny wait now for Azza to make his way up these square stairs. They can team up and deal with this problem together. They need to pinch Virtue here and get this as a direct trade. Virtue, is he going to be given the first opportunity? Yes, he is. He picks Kenny off. We spoke on how Kenny was oh so low, and Kenny's jumped the gun a little bit there. Virtue, he gets some good damage in onto Azza, but eventually will fall. Time enough remains to disable that diffuser. Azza pulling it out of the bag.
Oh, the bottle test. They've passed it so far. Ollie, ITB, you know, 1v2 that you'd expect they'll just win quite comfortably. The HP on Virtue, not favorable to him. But like you said, they've jumped the gun. They didn't go together in that circumstance. But Azza held his cool.
Especially when Virtue's got the DMR.
I mean, it rips through you, and especially, you know, Kenny, one shot and Kenny's dead.
One shot for Kenny and you're dead, and then it doesn't take much. You know what? 3 shots onto Azza would have been the finishing blow there. I think he maybe landed 2. So fine margins for sure there, but good to see Into the Breach finding some success on these defenses and breaking that top floor curse that the defense has had so far in this bank.
Whew. 5-3. G2 still in the lead, and well, that is the first top floor that we've seen actually be defended, Ollie. ITV making me eat their words. And they think that the top floor is good, and it's worked for them. So ITV, again, still not opting to go for the basement. Said open area will be their choice. I would like to see ITV get out there and play a little more aggressive, get out in the room. You know, I think the confidence is certainly showing for both sides. G2, very confident. ITV, not so much. I think that was always going to be the worry about ITB. You know, this young side. This has to be the biggest game of some of these players' lives, you know, up to this point in their career. It has to be probably bar Kenny. I would say for the other 4, it probably is the biggest.
Creeds was just waiting there at the bottom of garage. Still chance for him here. Virtue is going to be out there on the rappel, and Creeds is going to see that. He's just making doubly sure that no one's out there. He's tempted for a long sprint out. He's going to get detected way before he's able to get a shot over onto Virtue, and with the pace that we know G2 capable of moving at, he doesn't want to really leave himself that far away because he could very easily be cut off. But still doing a good job of this information gathering as Virtue starts to open up some of those longer angles. We do have G2 bringing a Monty this time as well. Looking to bully that roam game. Creeds is going to go for it. Is he going to get the chance? Yes, he is. Patience pays. Waits for Virtue to hop on into the drone and able to pick himself up a bit of a freebie there. If he makes his way back to a relevant position in the map as well, it'll be even more successful.
And that's what I want to see from ITV. That's the confidence that we need them to have if they want to take down G2 here today. They need to believe themselves that they can go toe-to-toe with this side, and that's a good start. So it leaves G2 in quite an awkward position, losing out that Habana, who is hopefully going to be holding down that big long elevator corridor from the windows. So he's been taken out now, and that's up to G2 to get the hatches open and see what they can do. But oh, what an impact trick from Noah. It takes down 2 Selmas. It's not all doom and gloom though for G2. They still have the hard breach gadgets on Alamau. There is still a few more impacts, you know, 5 of them here, there, and everywhere for ITB that they can use. Noah, is he going to be ready for this one? Nope, it's going to let this one slide. So the hatch is going to be opened. It gives Alamau his way into the bomb site, which that's what it feels like. It looks like it's just going to be a drop from G2, and hope they can stick the plant.
Well, Alamau's gone for the drop. Benj has accompanied him, but he's going to fall straight away. Alamau able to trade it back, but caught inside of the Fnat right now. Doki, he's going to fall and able to revive. Kenny, next on the list there. Alamau, he might be in the site, you might have the kit, but your teammates aren't winning the gunfights. It's going to be a pretty rough time. You see those impacts raining through onto him right now as he takes a boatload of damage, left on about 30 HP or so. Uno, nowhere really to be seen. Eventually hits the hatch drop, but Noah has already removed Alamau from the equation. The diffuser cold and Uno's location known. Into the breach can play this one fairly passively. Noah, he's going to get taken out there. He's gathered a bit of info for his team, and You better hope that Kenny and Oscar aren't in a peaking mood either. They know they've got the diffuser down and they're not going to give Uno an inch.
Yeah, good solid defense there from ITB, and I wouldn't necessarily say that the ITB players, you know, were the real stars. I would say it's the trap utility were the real stars. You know, the goo mines, the Fenrir gadgets. That was what done G2 over. You know, that Fenrir trap as they dropped down the hatch was crucial. You know, it blocked off Alamau's vision, and obviously as the monk, you want to be able to call out the positions for your side where the defenders are. And then you've seen at the end, you know, Virtue dropped down and he gets Fenrir'd immediately as he hits the floor. He even tried to jump in through the window, gets Gooman, gets Fenrir'd again. Yeah, the trap placement there from ITB was crucial in that scenario for them. So yeah, I mean, all ITB need to do is sit back and let their gadgets do the work for them.
They're starting to find a little bit of a groove here. They're starting to find a bit of a rhythm. I was worrying a couple of rounds ago after we saw G2 successful attack in the basement. I was thinking, goodness, I don't want to see this map 1 be a 7-2, a 7-3, but into the breach, they've found a little bit of mojo. They've picked up a couple of rounds on the defense. Confidence is going to start to swell now with that as well. And now they take us back downstairs. This was a site that they struggled to hold on to last time.
Attackers must locate and defuse the
Let's see what the approach is now. They do have a bit of investment upstairs. We've got Kenny on the Oryx as well. Oryx, fantastic for roaming. You can, of course, hop up through hatches. Very similar, by the way, to you can in the quick play modes. I only realized that the other day, Demo. I was in a quick play and I saw someone hop up a hatch and it wasn't an Oryx. And I was like, hang on a minute. But, yeah. Creeds, is he going to find? Oh, it's a freebie. It's a freebie for Creeds. Look at him go. Please shoot. Don't play with your food. There we go. Virtue. That's the second round in a row that Creeds has done you dirty like that. He didn't even need to be on the Solace there, to be honest with you, to get that job done.
Honestly, G2, it's sloppy. You know, very, very sloppy just to allow Creeds to run around and do what he's doing. But I mean, this is a point that I believe Jack made, is that Creeds will sit there and look for individuals and will look for these player routes and take advantage of, you know, somebody just not being aware that Creeds knows your every step and he's going to be one step ahead of you in that sequence. Good kill, though, there for Doki to square back into the 4v4, but Creeds is still on the loose. Is he going to get another one? Yes, he will. Benja falls again. Sloppy drone work from G2. Very poor indeed, and they're really letting themselves down. Noah, where's he came from? Finds Uno before being traded off by Alamau and Doki alike. And now we're into 2v3. Half the round gone, and G2 have lost over half their manpower.
Doki's been doing laps at this point, just desperately trying to trade off teammates that have fallen. He's not done a terrible job so far, but Creed still on the loose. Look at him go. Shuts him down. 3 on the round. Alamau left scratching his head here in the 1 versus 3. Will he fall to Creed's as well here? He's done a fantastic job on this basement defense, don't forget. You said, Demo, that you wanted to see into the breach roam. You said you wanted a little bit more confidence from him. That's exactly what we've seen. Alamau going to go for a drop, wondering if the rest of the defenders are going to be elsewhere, searching for shadows, and he finds a great shot there onto Azza. This is a difficult retake now. It's almost as if the tables have turned. Into the breach needs to be really cautious not to let him get the plant down here. He's going to send a couple of bees out there just for a bit of an early warning system and potentially start a plant. Creeds can obviously see this on the scanner. He's going to be able to call it out to Oscar as well. Hits the drop, pre-fires. It's going to be Oscar to pick up that final kill. A cracking round from Into the Breach.
I mean, cracking round from Creeds, but it is down to G2's own incompetence. Just not droning, no reaction whatsoever, just this player running around the map. It just shouldn't be happening for G2. And G2 are crumbling before our very eyes. The timeout, yep, I was expecting that to come in, because they are starting to lose their way big time. If they're having issue with roamers, there are operators there to help you. You have your Dokis, you have your Lions, you have your Jackals if you want to. There is options here for G2. You know, and the thing is as well about Creeds is that he's very by himself. You know, he's in positions where his team can't really help him out with in the refrag, so it should be a free kill. I mean, you look at it, even the way I would say that ITB are roaming, I would say they should probably be a little bit more compact and together there for refrags. You know, Noah inside of open area. Nobody was there to get the refrag. I believe was it Kendrew upstairs? Or was it Az or one of the two? I think it was Kendrew, was it?
I think it could have been
Whoever
Kenny.
the Oryx was, yeah. Again,
Yeah, it
up
was
in the
Kenny.
elevator by himself, no refrags. That's what I'm talking about with this side. You know, ITB themselves are playing very reckless, and that should be abused from a team like G2. Hopefully the coaching staff can see that and should be pointing out and saying, guys, they're playing so by themselves. Take a partner with you, double up, get an information operator in there. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, you've won the round.
All leveled up at 5 rounds apiece now then. A tactical timeout. Is that going to be enough for G2? They did a great job in round 7 attacking down in the basement, but since then it has dropped off a cliff. Suffering that opening death a couple of rounds in a row really hasn't helped Matters either, Demo. We think, you know, it's been Creeds versus Virtue, really. I mean, it's almost unfair to call it a versus because Virtue's not had a single chance at getting the kill back. But those opening picks have definitely favored into the breach, at least in the final 2 rounds. Alamau going to be opting for the Amaru this time. We're going to see a little bit more speed and aggression coming out here now. Obviously, bring the Amaru to utilize that Gara hook and place yourself into positions very quickly. Miss drone? Oh, please no. We've just questioned the drone and we've just said that we need to be finding out where these players are. And Uno is giving the game away. It's Creeds again in the hot seat.
Oh,
it's a serious miss drone. Oh, maybe not. Hello? There he is.
How did he know?
Maybe he's a knower.
How has he known?
He must have heard him. I'm not sure if Creed's flicked into his gadget potentially. Maybe to see if he could see Uno's position, see if he could get something out of there. But I'm glad that that didn't go the way that it looked like it was going to go. Because if that had been a miss drone, that would have really started to get in the heads, I think, of these G2 players.
Big time. And like you mentioned, we just went on a massive tangent about it as well. And then just to see them ignore it in the timeout, then you just would have thought, what was the point? You know, what was the point of the timeout? Keep in mind, ITB are dealing with your archives and tellers, the site that we don't see really. You know, out of the 4, this is probably the least played. And I think the big issue with that is just the vertical pressure that you can apply from above just makes it so difficult for the defense to actually stay in the bomb site. There's really no safe positions that you can be in to keep yourself alive in sight. So a lot of teams then will have to take up the mantle of holding in towards open area and see if you can go for, I would say, retake strategies, trying to go in through the beepers, use bottom main stairs and just deny those plants going down. But it's just so difficult. This bomb site just really restricts your movement as a defender. And, you know, right here, look, Kenny, where can he sit that's safe? Nowhere. And this is where G2 can set up the crossfires and just pick them off one by one.
Brilliant bit of drone bait in there from G2. Not sure who was manning the drone, but just leading Kenny into the crossfire, following the breadcrumb trail. Virtue going to be inside a main lobby as the wall starts to get opened up now. Another lion scan just to continue that pressure coming in. Benja, he's below, ready, looking for a catch, but it's Doki who's on the triple. Noah trying to hold it down here at the top of beepers. 2 players are going to be allowed to cross, and Alamau can start to look to get that plant down. 50% down right now and almost certainly going to be secured. Noah with the rotation will find one onto Benja, but he's going to be known and immediately taken out and dealt with. Oscar, try as you might. You're not going to get through G2 in the post there, not in that position.
I have to question the site choice. I have to. From ITB, it's just not a good site. You know, it's been displayed beautifully there by G2, just why it has its flaws, where if you just do your basics, you know, are able to open up above, get the drone work in, there's just nowhere safe that the ITB can sit in sight. There's nowhere safe that you can fall back into. If you set up the crossfire as well, you know, just G2 can pick you apart as what they've shown. So yeah, ITB have to question that choice, and G2 now they sit on match point. But where will ITB choose to go? That is the million-dollar question. It will be back towards the open area. This was a bomb site that they want, just down to good gadget placement. And for G2, just a lack of again, that confidence of being able to go in and spot out where these annoying gadgets may be and taking them out.
This is where Go on, sorry.
I was going to say, it's very strange that if G2 had the idea, okay, we're going to send the Monty down the open area hatch and just plant underneath the hatch, why would you not check for anything that could stop you from doing that?
especially when impact EMPs were a thing. I think Uno was the last player to drop, and he had an impact EMP, and he sent it out there, but it didn't catch the Fenrir gadget. But if they'd have known about that and communicated it, it wouldn't have been too much of a problem. Obviously, he's in a 1 versus 3 or something at that point, so it's almost too late. This is really where we saw the start of the poor information gathering for G2. It's been better in previous rounds, and we'll see how it fares right now. Alamar was on the Amaru again for a while, but what a shot from Creeps there! He absolutely bins him!
Oh dear, oh dear. Poor little Uno, and he was going to be pretty vital as well. Using that buck to open up some of the flooring in towards open area would have been key to have. And of course, the hard breach gadgets is going to be a crucial thing that they're going to be without. Does that mean they can't get the hatches open? Benj has already used all of his Selma charges, so they might have an issue just with the hatches now at this stage. But however, look where Benj is. He's got his way in towards Archive as the ace, and now he's in a position where he can maybe try and walk in sight, and this could be a quick one from G2 here.
Alamar's going to find one, make it 2. He's had a lights out game so far, and he's showing no signs of slowing down. Noah levels it out to a 3 versus 3, but look at Benja's positioning at the moment. The big problem for G2 is they don't have the case. I imagine the case was in the hands of Uno and potentially could be on the ground. Alamar's going to have to dip out and recover it. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away, but the defender's now trying to attack into the site, and we all know that that is a very difficult place to be. Azza, you've got an opportunity now to try and flank and play spoil, but you've got to team up with Noah to do it. Alamar going to start to get that diffuser down. Noah, he can choose to move through, but the beepers are going to give the game away for him here. Azza, too, needs to try and make his way into this site as they have roamed too far and flown too close to the sun. Doki and Alamar to pick up the final couple of kills there. G2 are going to win map 1 of Bank here tonight.
Yeah, that's that Brazilian flair that we like to say G2 have, as that European side where they can see a gap and they take the gap so quickly. And the gap there for G2 was ITB were just roaming upstairs. There was very little pressure in the actual bomb site. And then it was obviously, I think Alamar must have seen it. He called it. Benja followed him in towards Tellers. They opened up, you know, the soft wall that they found. Alamar in gets the kills. Benja follows. Doki follows. And that's where G2 can be so dominant and so scary, is whenever they're switched on and you have Carl calling the way he can. That's why G2 can be one of the best teams.
And playing the way that he can as well. He had a great performance here on Bank. Don't forget, this is a best of 3 and there are more maps yet to come. We're going to send this one over to the desk. They're going to break down map 1 and set us up beautifully for map number 2.
Thank you very much, gents. And yes, we got an exciting bank between G2 and ITB. G2 have carried it over, but it looked daunting there. ITB certainly put up a fight for the map that they picked. Hello, welcome back again to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milosh. With me are Fresh and Fabian, who freshmen are currently on a break. I'd just like to highlight that.
We are.
A victory for G2, Fabian. It seems like the prediction of once they're in playoffs, it's another team is coming true.
It's both that, but also the map in itself, like the map pick in itself. I don't think it made much sense looking at how Into the Breach played it. The first 2 rounds already is when I lost all the confidence in Into the Breach winning that game. First round, you guys have a guy in first floor elevator that is Benya that you never clear, you never make sure that he drops down into the basement. All you need to do after that situation is put the drone to see the main stairs flank, or even have a player holding it if you want to hold it actively. But they let the guy take top floor, and then he gets a quad kill at the end of that round by simple mistakes. And in the second round, you attack open area, and you don't even try to clear top floor. You just go straight in first. How will you execute? From where will you execute? Top floor is the key to that. When you see strategic blunders like that, immediately in the first 2 rounds, that to me screams that maybe you should have practiced this map more, or you probably should have picked Nighthaven.
You can't make mistakes like that against G2 because we know it, no matter how difficult of a stage they have, Fresh, they're always ready to bounce back if you make mistakes.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we said we thought they would come alive. I think I'm just going to add on to that map ban point as well, is Nighthaven and Bank were available. So the number 1 and 2 map preferences for Into the Breach, when you do the map preferences for G2, Bank is low short, but you've seen them on it forever, whereas they're on a really bad run of form on Nighthaven. So I was absolutely shocked to see ITV go to Bank. And I think, you know, they took a bit of a gamble and their hand got bitten away because, you know, G2 put in a great Bank there. We were looking for a bit more of a complete team performance from G2. Don't necessarily think we necessarily saw it. There was big performances, but I think the one thing that they didn't, like, the G2 haven't had the whole stage has been Doki being great on the entry, which he was today.
Yeah, and on top of it, of course, you saw it on the actual scoreboard. Alamau all on top. He's our highlighted player for their first map. And, you know, up and down for the entire squad, but Alamau putting in numbers when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, this is when it actually matters, and Carl putting up these numbers is just incredible. I mean, 19-4, it's numbers that are very, very hard to reach. But it's not only that, because of being the in-game leader, having these stats in combination with the in-game leading is very hard to find, and it's something that G2 have had as a strength pretty much ever since they got him into the roster. So he needs to keep this up, because what we've seen from him sometimes is it looks like he doesn't care enough. Today he definitely cares.
Well, the one thing that we hear consistently about Carl and Alamau is that when he
it's the
has...
same person, not Carl and Alamau. It's
Sorry, yeah. One thing we hear consistently about Alamau is that when he has a good game individually as well, it can significantly affect how well he can call as an IGL. So if you're a G2 fan, yes, you might have scraped through your opponent's map pick, but your Supreme, you know, IGL having a great game bodes well for the future maps as well.
And this is why Alamau struggles against Brazilian teams on LAN, because they get into his head easier than anybody else, and that's when things start to fall. But hey, that basically, if you had the graph, maybe we should do it one day. Alamau playing well, how often does G2 win? That's probably two things that correlate more often than you think. But that was map number 1. If you're an ITB fan, it is not done just yet. There's still one more map, potentially, if G2 can pull it across the line. But we'll talk about that and more right after this break.
Always eager for new experiences, she enrolled in the Bold Eagle program at 17, where she excelled in basic military training, while benefiting from the guidance of community elders and indigenous instructors.
I'm gonna say Hibana.
Had it not been for Sky's medical training, Nomad may have not survived the incident in the north.
Everyone knows that Doki and Nomad is really good friends, so it's Doki.
Incorrect. Yeah, is it Thunderbird? Oh yeah.
Following Operation Catalyst, he was handpicked to join the Special Air Service Regiment SAS so long as he passed selection.
I was gonna say mute because it might be like a thing about him being quiet, but I think I'm gonna say Sledge.
Grew up as the middle sibling in his family, and I do believe he had to put extra effort to be heard or noticed, which explains the showman side of his personality.
Has to be mute then.
Oh, so now I have a chance to steal, right?
What?
Okay, it's Jaeger. It's Jaeger, it just has to be Jaeger. No!
What?
Wait, but...
No! I forgot you can be in the SAS if you're Australian. Encouraged to reach the stars from an early age, she studied aerospace engineering with a view toward becoming a fighter pilot.
I don't even... I know it's not Ella, but I can't, and it's not Hibana. Who else is a woman in the game?
Her face lights up when she tells the story of watching the landing on Titan with her mum, or of her precious few days on the International Space Station. Can I steal? Yeah, I hope I'm not wrong here. Is it Ayana? Ding dong!
Early participation in sponsored computer programming competition lead to her joining the army. Cadets at 16.
I'm gonna have a little think here. Could be Doki. Could be Twitch. I'm gonna say Doki. No. Okay.
I think I might know who it is, I'm just saying. It's endemic of the perfection her family instilled in their children. Her father told her to strive to be incredible every day, and that it will be resonated out into the universe.
Oh god, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna say Twitch. It's Twitch? Oh, boom. Did you know that, Benja?
Yeah.
Consistently the best at whatever he sets his mind to. He easily imagined himself as an admired pediatric surgeon and enrolled in medical school.
Doc.
Come on, Mystery. His persona drives him to congenial and to excel in working closely with his peers, at least until the time comes to give a post-mission interview.
Rook.
Okay, is it 0? Because it said like get to give a post-mission interview. Oh.
Nah, that's an obvious one.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast R6 EU League. Our playoffs continue with game number 1, Into the Breach versus G2 Esports. Now, G2 were able to lock things in on map number 1, Bank, and we were kind of confused why this was the choice of ITB. It was close at the end of the day, but still not enough G2 winning off of their experience. But before we get directly into our second map, let's bring it up and show you what it is once more. Chalet, that was picked by G2, and they start off on the attack. Fresh, can you please walk us through the rest?
Yeah, because obviously we did a lot speaking about Bank. We'll talk about G2's map pick and then just quickly go on to Oregon as well, just in case you missed it in the pre-game. Chalet, G2, we would have expected actually that they picked a Skyscraper or an Oregon. As we said, ITB have been banning these maps the whole stage. And you said it, Fabian, if this was your G2 back in the day, you would have picked the carrot that was dangling out in front that ITB left. G2, I think, have picked a map that, they are feeling comfortable on recently. But what that does mean is actually the decider is Oregon, which G2 love and ITB have been perm banning.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the carrot is there. Either it is there for a reason that they're trying to hide something on against you. But the thing is, if they haven't played it in an official for a very long time, you won't be scared going up against them on the map because they don't have the competitive experience in it for a very long time.
Yep.
So yeah, it made no sense from me for G2's sake, but it is what it is.
Well, let's dive headfirst into our second map, into Chalet Snowpiercer. So this is something Fabian is definitely familiar with, although
Love it.
Chalet is, of course, in the Swiss, well, for the French Alps. But here's details on the numbers. Fresh, please walk us through it.
Yeah, so here's a map graphic for Chalet for both of these teams. Now, it's a middle preference map for both teams. This is why it's a little bit of a surprise that G2 have picked it. In fact, inside of EU League, this is the stats for SI and EU League combined, which is why G2 look to have played it 5 times. But just inside of EU League, both teams have lost it. So it's a map that I wouldn't have expected, and to be honest, we didn't expect inside of the map veto, but if I think back a bit longer term, G2 loved this map for a long time.
They do. And why is one of the reasons for it is simply that they have the gun skill and they used to have the coordination to make this map really work. I don't know if they have that right now. Gun skill, yeah, sure, Alemão showed up. But do the rest of the player have it? Because in this map, you spread out all 5 guys.
Yep.
And you push from different places.
Yep.
Everybody needs to be shooting back and needs to be working fine. If they don't, it's going to be tough.
I was just about to say that beloved phrase.
I know. I legitimately had it like, oh, should I say it? Should I say it?
And the reason is, and this is why G2 was so good at it, it's why a lot of European and Brazilian teams are so good at the map, because essentially, Chalet, when you look at Chalet as a top-down view, is 2 squares that are joined by a very small pathway that as an attacker, you can cut that rotate back off.
Yeah.
So you can isolate defenders, surround them, and that's what you want in with Split Fury, and that's why it's so good for G2.
So who takes it? Just give me a score. 2-0 G2, yes, no?
7-0 G2.
All right.
I think G2 will take it, not 7-0.
All right, fair enough. Then both of our analysts think that this will go to G2 2-0 in our best of 3. What do you think? Make sure you let us know in the chat. And it's time for us to bring up our casters and get ready for it. Xstar, Troika, and Demo, take it away on Chalet.
Thank you very much, Milosh, Fresh, and Fabian. I'm not sure about a 7-0, Fabian. I'm kind of gutted we didn't get the whole 3 box, so I was going to poke a little bit of fun at you. Maybe later on in the show we'll get around to that. But a very favourable map, it would seem, for G2 here as we move on to Chalet as the second map in this series, Demo.
Yeah, it's a map that, like Fabian said, it does come down to gunfights a lot of the time, but the coordination and I think the opportunity spotting needs to be key here for both sides today. If you look at example, I would say Fnatic versus BDS yesterday on Chalet. I thought Fnatic were very clinical with their opportunity spotting, and it meant that they could get a lot of attacks over such a strong side of BDS, where, you know, their fragging power is second to none right now in the league. So I think if G2 can have that opportunity spotting, which already I think Alemão's shown that. Look at that last round of Bank. Yeah, I think G2 could be in very good standing going into Chalet.
Something that we do have to bear in mind is that we haven't seen anyone on the side of G2 have a consistently good performance across the stage. Now, obviously, that's a little bit different inside of a best of 3 because you're going to be playing back-to-back games. But are G2 going to be able to find that consistency? Is Alemão going to be able to find that consistency? You got 19 kills in the previous map. That's a lot by any standard. Certainly a heck of a lot to live up to here. As we get into it, we will see how it all unfolds. And Ash Grimban coming in for the attackers there. Not all the time that you see those 2 removed. Mirror and Fenrir to follow as our defender bands. I think for as much as G2 play the Grim, it's probably not a bad idea to get rid of it.
Yeah, it just depends what you feel at the moment. You know, do you want to go up against, of course, that Grim, a very potent operator? You know, Grim and Ying are very similar, where both, you know, you expect every team will be able to have, you know, a Ying and a Grim player because they're just that strong, and you need to have that in your kit, of course. So, you know, I think looking at G2, they still have the Ying at their disposal, so I don't think it's too much of a worry. You know, you still have some form of power operator that you can execute onto.
10 seconds.
Sorry, barricaded.
ITB, they'll be the ones on the attack, not G2. They have to wait 6 rounds until they have that luxury. But, you know, for G2, going straight away into their defense. We're looking at our top 4 hold, of course, and usually the bomb site that most teams will go to first. And here you have G2 opening up all of Library, looking to play those long angles. I'm surprised they don't have a deployable shield involved with this strategy. It's something that W7M, they were, you know, a big team to really start doing this kind of format where you play these long angles, you have the shields, you deny all access to Library. But G2 going to try and do it without the shield, just a little bit more pressure there that they can apply just with the quick gunfire that they have. You know, we've talked before about on Bank how G2 just look more confident going into those gunfights.
Especially with the ACOGs available on the defenders now, you see a lot more Castle played, and part of the reason behind that is that Castle, with the UMP, received an ACOG. A couple of other receivers of ACOGs as well, but no more in the lineup here, but it does give you that ability to play some slightly longer angles on the defense. Alemão kicks things off with a kill over onto Noah. A softly approach that we see into the breach going for. You know, we've got Crouch walking upstairs. We've got you know, players just trying to make something happen. Hasn't worked out so far. Virtue gonna get stunned out there and picked up by Creeds. A brilliant pinch and push there from both ITV, well, from both Creeds, sorry, and the player on those library stairs. But as soon as it was good, it was bad again, Demo.
Yeah, Alamau continues on with that form that he was on Bank. Yes, the thing about Alamau, he is big game player. He is. He has that big game player energy. Unless you're against Brazilians, where it's completely different. But if you're not against Brazilians in a big game, there's no one you'd rather have than Alamau. You know, that's just facts. Benja ripped out the castle, gets the freebie on to Oscar. And even drops all the way down as well. Was thinking that maybe someone would swing him from the window. And Dixie, I mean, I say safer route. It certainly is a safer route, but it's the route that works for him there. Now he can rotate back up to the site. So good play there from Reloading Benja. And that just makes it so more difficult for ITB.
You really wonder what the plan was at this stage in the game, because we've just seen Into the Breach players going one by one. Alamau eventually losing engagement there. He's taken down. Azza going to try and stun out, but he knows he got to be careful in and around that bathroom window. Oh, just the tip of the ponytail, but still gets binned, Kenny! Oh, you're going to be kicking yourself for that one. He knows that the hitbox isn't going to be in that ponytail, so he knows he can't shoot it, but Benja just pops up Jack-in-a-Box style.
Oh, that is... Here's the thing, I don't know if that helped Benja, and it made it worse for Kenny. I honestly don't know. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Don't see that all too often. Beat by the ponytail. It's like, remember Maestro's backpack back in the day?
Yeah.
Just a clip through the garage rafters on Clubhouse.
I think, did we not have, was it Jaeger or Bandit sort of headgear as well?
I mean, Blitz's headgear used to be pretty...
The headgear is
pretty
just huge.
Give and take as well.
Yeah.
Blitz's head used to be like massive. Used to be like a bobblehead. Blitz.
Can we not bring that back?
No.
Just nerf Blitz a little bit.
No. They'll stop you there.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Can we stop this agenda of trying to touch my boy? Just leave him be. He's completely fine.
Claim Blitz, have you?
I mean, that's just me. That's my whole persona.
5 seconds left.
Well, no Blitz in the lineup here, but a full 5-man 6-pick coming out.
Attackers are moving to defuse a
Maybe
bomb.
anticipating going into bar and games, but instead attacking downstairs into Snow Garage and Wine. So, into the breach. Where's the team play? Not a lot of ability to get traded in that previous round. We saw a very one-by-one approach. There was a good bit of team play over on those library stairs with a nice little pushing Virtue into a crossfire, but that's standard stuff here on Chalet. We say there's so much outside to in potential. You're expected to get away with some of that, and well, it's sloppy indeed, isn't it, Demo?
Just shouldn't be happening. Honestly, I think there's a bit of buzz about the the APAC region having a few issues with getting breaches open in some of the games today, but EU, hold your beers, as they're making it look bad as well. However, ITB, though, they might not have gotten the breach, but they've got 2 kills for their troubles. Down goes Doki, down goes Uno. And still 2 minutes left. It's not bad pacing as well from ITB to get 2 kills inside the first minute. And they still do have, a good amount of hard breach still to try and get some of those long angles open, unless Alamau could challenge on to the ace, but thinks against it. But they need to prioritize getting that main breach open and also getting that long angle open from Noah on the ace.
Oscar going to be successful this time in getting that main wall open, as no exothermics left, so can just commit himself elsewhere. You still have all Selmas for Noah. But if you look at how G2 are playing this, we've still got Benja upstairs playing confidently. He's got the back hatch to drop if he needs to. Alamau could look to try and get rid of that. No. Claim or Benja, surely you could have been able to see that. 3 kills for Noah before he's shut down by Virtue. Hold a minute. He's able to take down Oscar as well. Virtue allowed to reposition now. Still a minute left on the clock, so an eternity. And with the diffuser in Kenny's hand, it's going to be very difficult. Goes for the peak for the info, but Creeds is there watching inside of Elbow.
Yeah, good work there from Noah to open up the long angle. The Claymore saved the day for his flank as well. Gets that big kill in the middle of the bomb site also. Certainly Noah putting in a good shift. So what you needed to see, whenever he didn't play too well on the bank, Ollie, we know that. You need to show up in the other maps you have available to try and keep your team in this series. Again, G2 already taking the first map in bank. So if they take Charlie, that's it. Game, set, and a match. 2-0 G2. They move on to face Secret. ITB, of course, they still have Chalet, and if they win this, then it will be Oregon as our decider. No, ITB, it was a pretty run-of-the-mill attack, wasn't it? It was just get the breaches open. I would say G2 definitely thrown themselves at their opponents. And ITB just won their gunfights, which is something that we couldn't really say on bank. So certainly better from ITB.
Yeah, gunfights, as we mentioned on bank, a big part of it. And G2 played very loose there as well. They looked quite confident. You think about Benja's position there upstairs at the bottom of Solar, and you just think, does he really need to be there? He could have maybe got his way back to the side, but on the face of it, there's still a long time in the round left, and you don't really want to give away all that ground for free. So sometimes you've just got to chance your arm. You've just got to play a little bit risky. And in that instance, it didn't work out very well for him. Still, with a significant roam on the go here. Defending Bar and Games. Got Uno upstairs inside of Solar. Azza just putting a bit of pressure down. A few random frost mats being placed by Alamau as well. There's no such thing as a poorly placed frost mat. There's something to remember. Doki is going to kick things off. Takes Azza out. I think that might have been inside a mud. Azza had opened up the wall into, the window, sorry, into sight. But he's just got himself into harm's way quite quickly.
Yeah, I think it was in towards mud. G2 trying to apply that pressure early on, but Creeds, again, this guy, honestly, he has been the most exciting player to watch for ITV.
What is Alamau doing?
The confidence he has. What on earth is that from Alamau? I had no idea. The player's just sitting there rattling through the Azami barrier, and Alamau allowed him to do it. He did get the kill before being traded back. What a mess.
Creed's just walking in Terminator style. Like, when you saw him turn left toward the library stair, and you think, hang on a minute, Alamau was literally inside of Ivy Double like seconds ago.
He's got the shield this time as well.
Yeah,
you know, it's
stabilized from G2 at least, but still risky stuff there. Doki next in the firing line. Kenny, he's going to be on library double, looking to make that hop in. There is information available here for Into the Breach, and they do still have Doki, although they don't have any calls on it, so they're going to be relying mainly on that DMR, but full util in the Capitao. You'd think they could try and get something going here. We'll be able to open up library hatch, as though that is going to get blown, but Oscar with the jump in at the same time. Brilliant time in there. Doki is going to get himself involved, though. Picks one and two. Look at him go. Back-to-back headshots there. Flicky, snappy stuff from Doki.
Great work by the Flying Scotsman. Clean 2 kills there at the end. Benji also jumped in there with a final kill off the round. Just ITB, I think it was that. Look, Creed sees the opportunity and he's went, but he just didn't tell his team. He just didn't tell his team to go with him for that pick. That's all it comes down to. You know, I think for a young guy where he does have that confidence, he's shown he has the gun skill to, you know, be at the top. But just little things like that, he needs to wait for his team to be ready and be in position.
We're going to get a replay on that. Maybe not with Lion DMR either. Maybe a different, more optimal weapon there for that exchange, but unfortunate. However, G2 move on now. Back upstairs we go. This was the real 1-by-1 round. We had Benji ripping down castle barricades, jumping out of bathroom. No control able to be found inside a library, as you mentioned, due to these long angles being opened. Maybe a slightly different approach here for ITB. Maybe something that's a little bit more solar, big window, something along those lines, because they know that it's going to be difficult to take control of library, and if they are going to do it, then they've got to all commit to it.
ITB, see if they can respond with a round win and keep that round count as close as what they can. Back and forth so far as we do hit into round number 4 now. ITB in the lineup that they've chosen, Ollie, again, very universal. You've got the 2 big operators there, Lion and Doki, for that universal information that you can gain against your opponents. And certainly whenever ITB have struggled just trying to get into the map, it's not a bad idea to get some of these operators. Oh, almost for Benja, a nice idea, but how on earth was Oscar? Yeah, that's a no one right there. How did he know that Benja was going to do that?
I mean, Benja played the same position last time, waiting for exactly the same thing to happen. Oscar there with that game sense and that teamwork. Doki looking tempted for a bit of a jump out there. He needs to try and make something happen here. 5 versus 3. Maybe better to get himself back down to the site. Doki does need to be cautious here. He doesn't know that the player has jumped up onto the balcony. Glass is activated for Alamau as he's finding himself in the thick of it. We can hear Doki calls ringing through, just running into the mute jammer to turn that phone off. Doki has made his way back upstairs, isn't paying any mind to that lion scan though. Oscar is going to continue. Azza doubling down. Doki now all alone. Barely made it out of double there on Mez as the plant starts to go down. This is going to be incredibly difficult. Sends it outside. He's known. It would have been fancy at that point, but a flawless, first flawless of the night going to into the breach.
Yeah, ITB, I mean, look, this is the difference between them on Chalet and them on Bank. On Bank, G2 were just having their way with them. They were winning their engagements. They were just running around, winning all their gunfights. G2 are trying that same thing, where they're trying to go just headbutt them, more or less. Just trying to run in there, smack them with a head, get their kills. ITB now are putting up a fight. They're winning these engagements against G2. That playstyle now for G2 ain't working. They're going to need to change something. They're going to need to play more passive. You just can't just keep running at a brick wall because you're going to lose that way. They need to find a new way. They need to find a way out of this. They're calling the timeout. They're going to try and salvage these next 2 rounds and try and get that 4-2 split. But they need to do something different because the playstyle ain't working no more.
Solemn faces on the side of G2 as they listen to the timeout and the information that is being relayed. As you mentioned, they've been playing very loose. They've been... It's almost looked like 5 solo players at times for G2. Think back to some of the rounds that they've won, and it's been sort of little pop-off moments here and there. Into the breach, slowly finding their footing, attacking tonight. And their attacks have been much better here on Chalet. They're going to be going downstairs now to kitchen dining. Similar lineup being brought out by G2 here. Lineup almost not really being the big problem. It's getting a handle and almost tempering that aggression a little bit as well. Think back to Benja in the previous round demo. Benja saw success jumping out of bathroom in round number 1, but round number 3 into the breach did learn from that. It's happened once. It's not going to, you know, we're not going to let it happen again.
So what is the G2 approach after that timeout? What will they do differently? I mean, setting up with that extension over towards library. Going to be playing from that double door on piano again. I mean, this position Alamau has picked up, I think, all of his kills from, if I'm not mistaken, in this game. So he'll be there again. For ICB, it's how good is their opportunity spotting? You know, with G2 doing a very hefty roam upstairs, we seen yesterday Fnatic, you know, seen a similar thing from BDS, and they just hit the bomb site. You know, they rushed it quick, they got in through West Main, and they were able to take control of the bomb site by completely ignoring the players above.
There is always the chance to slip in. You know, he's going to be on that top floor with the shotgun. There's a lot of secondary shotguns available here as well, so you do have to be cautious of that vert, but it looks like Into the Breach is setting up for something here. Azza just about to get himself up onto the rappel. He's ready and waiting. The information being fed through from Kendrew there as to Alamau's location. The Lion scan coming in as well, trying to assist that. Barricades open. Great shot from Noah. Absolutely bins Doki, but immediately traded out there by Virtue. Oscar trying to join in now. There's so much pressure and focus on this Alamau player inside of Master. Pre-fire shots go out. C4 dodged quite nicely, but not the second. Uno is going to be there to take down the big window player, and without that, you lose a lot of that pushing power.
You can expect the first one, but no one expects the second. And G2 will get the C4 kill on the board, and it does put them at Good standing now. And this is what we wanted to see from G2. More passive from them. You know, they are in the driver's seat with the defense. The utility that you have, you don't need to play as aggressive of what they have been. They can sit back and let the utility do the work. And ITB now are in a tricky position, especially whenever they don't have any hard breach in their lineup. You know, how can they open up that main breach in towards dining? Kenny has slipped his way into Trophy. Is Benja aware? No, he's not. And this is what I was talking about from ITB. There might be an option for them just to walk in to the site and completely ignore the players above. How much vertical presence, though, does G2 have? Have they got their angles opened? I mean, Uno has the shock, and he can just open them up as freely as he wants, but the information needs to be key, and just don't let this diffuser go down. I say that, though. Creeds has got it down. G2, they've let it slip. They've dropped the ball.
A little bit sloppy there from G2, really. Maybe they stayed upstairs a little bit too long. As soon as the focus had shifted there, we needed to rotate a little bit sooner. No Lion Scan, no Doki call. Not really too much utility for this. We've got a flash in the hands of Oscar, but Time's just going to do a lot of the work for Into the Breach here. We've still got Alamau upstairs on the hatch. Uno is trying to shoot his way down, but he's going to get into a real tricky engagement right here as Kenny, he's watching those solar stairs. Final kill picked up as well. Into the Breach. We asked for opportunity spotting demo, and they've delivered.
Oh, they certainly have. And that was always the fear that you have with going so heavy upstairs, is if you lose that player in sight, it puts you in such a difficult position just if you don't have the information, and G2 didn't have that. I think it's fine playing loose, you know, in your sight, leave one guy there, yeah, sure, and then play everyone else upstairs if you have to. But you need to have operators like a Maestro, for example, on the board. You need the information to go for the retake, because there always is that risk. You have to have that fail-safe. Oh, if they just hit sight, some genius in the practice session say, oh, we'll just play a retake then. But you need to have information for the retake. That's what they missed out there. You bring a Maestro into that lineup, you'll probably have a better chance.
That felt personal. Some genius will say, just play the retake. Not personal toward me, but just personal in general. Like someone has told you, oh, we'll just play retake, and it hasn't worked.
Yeah.
It's true, though. You can play retake, but you've got to have a plan for it. It's not just something you can make up on the fly. There has to be, you know, almost a very specific set of circumstances that you put in place at the start of the round to enable you to retake that site and to play those retakes. So obviously wasn't there previously for G2 in round number 5. We go down to the basement though to finish things off here. Back where we started. Doki, he's not slowed down at all here. Another opening pick for him. His opening picks were commented on by the desk on Bank, and they were fantastic. It's going to be his third opening pick of Chalet so far. No tomfoolery on the wall this time for Oscar as he gets it open nice and early.
Yeah, much better pacing from ITB. G2 not opting to go for, you know, any kind of band or Cade that you could bring in to just slow down those breachers. And the issue, I think, with not bringing in your bandit and your Cade is the time management from ITB is going to be so much quicker. They can burn for your util a lot quicker, and more than likely, you know, IT probably have a couple of opportunities now to get a plant down. You know, they can kind of bait C4s out, bait smokes out in good fashion. So that's the only issue with not kind of having that first wave of defense where you have to go through that mini game of get the wall open.
Oscar going to pick up a kill through that very breach as well onto Benja. The glasses. Not going to be too much of a loss here. We're only dealing with stun grenades, but still handy to have in a pinch, and more importantly, a C4 to throw. Now looking toward that lowly C4 in Uno's back pocket, along with Alamau's smoke to try and burn out some of this clock. 1 minute 15 left, so a good portion of the round available. Kenny going to try and make his way through here, just enabling that long angle to get opened up now as Noah has already pre-placed the Selma on there. And now start to try and work into the site and cut that wine cellar in half.
Keeper barriers though are going to be a slight issue for ITB. And look at this from Kenny. He had the diffuser towards Trench, but clearly they've seen something we haven't, and they can just stroll in through the site. Oscar with a triple. Uno, oh, be careful. The Claymores that had got Benja previously aren't going to catch Uno out this time, but Kenny's getting the plant down. It's complete bait from ITB. G2 are thinking all the pressure is going to be coming in from Trench, but that's not going to be the case. ITB have just walked in through that main breach, have got the diffuser down, and Alamau, with pretty much all the smokes in his pockets as well. He's been bamboozled. Has to go for the retake. A difficult one at that. Gets shot from behind. Moves in towards connector. Smoke gets tossed out in towards blue, but there's a player close right beside him. Just playing for his kills now, because there ain't no way he's getting this round one for G2. And Noah with a pistol. Wow, brilliantly done by ITB. But Oscar, a triple kill for him, just opened up the site. Must have told Kenny, hey, we could probably walk in here.
Good call in there. Must have been. Must have been a good calling indeed. Great opportunity spot again. I mean, a lot of these good attacks from ITB have come off the back of circumstances in the game that have opened up for them, and they've gone, hey, look, we've got a space here. We need to try and fill it. And if it's a little bit light inside of Garage, then get yourself in there, and that's what Oscar did. Kenny hitting a lightning fast rotation as well. I did think it was a bit strange when he left Noah all alone inside a big Garage. But Noah had his own part to play. He was in a one-on-one duel with Uno while the plant was going down there. I'm not entirely sure what Alamar was doing at that point, but I mean, what is there that he can do? He did have a couple of smokes. He maybe was able to get one of those out there, but realistically, he's 1 versus 2 as the plant's going down, and then 1 versus 3 immediately after. This was the walk-in that we saw. See Alamar still alive at this point, but just pinned down, not able to do too much at all. Into the breach, a successful attack here over on Chalet. A 4-2 split. Is that going to be good enough to take us on to Oregon?
You hope so. We want to see it go the full distance, and I'd love to see how ITB do with Oregon, because it's something that they've obviously not played yet at this stage. So it would be nice to see what their Oregon is cooking, and I always enjoy seeing a G2 in Oregon. Always enjoy watching that. It's a map which I felt, you know, they were always very comfortable on, and until, of course, we seen them play Wolves, and wasn't pretty. Wasn't pretty against Wolves, G2. But it's G2's turn to go on the attack. A very different approach, just based on, you know, operator choices. We're seeing an Ossa be brought in by G2. An operator which is great at obviously getting plants down, if that's the way you want to play. But usually for Chalet, we don't see too many plants go down really, Ollie, compared to, you know, other maps. You know, we've talked before, you know, the correlation between Chalet and Border, where they're both very kill-heavy maps. It's very rare you'd get those diffusers down. But on the odd chance that you can, bringing the Ossa does set yourself up nicely for a very strong, you know, post-plant as well. So there is options for them. Good start, though, for G2, as Noah, he's been down in towards that fireplace. Bunch of utility being tossed in to remove the reinforced walls, remove the keeper barriers. They've droned him out now and have confirmed that he is going to be dead. And look at this from ITB. Playing very heavy up top, but what do they have in case they do lose sight? A Maestro.
Yeah, we saw a quick flick of both of those Maestro cameras played in on the site. Noah can flick those cams and occupy that for the meantime, and then call out at the right moment for Azza to jump on and get any zapping work that might need to be done. G2 though, great opening. Didn't really cost them anything at all. A couple of Flores drones to remove a deployable shield, get one of the walls open that was already soft and as well, and just extend that rotation. Now let's try and work these walls open. That's not going to work, unfortunately. Kenny just placed a little bit low, and the impact a touch high. Site wall open. This round has disappeared, though. There's only 45 seconds left on the clock. Still, lots of potential here for G2 to get this plant down, and even more so now as Benja shuts Azza. That's those Maestro Evil Eye cameras locked off. No C4s available and no smokes. It's going to be a tough old 30 seconds.
Oh, Kenny, an impact is able to take down that diffuser. Alamau cannot get the plant down, but everyone else, though, from G2 are piling on the kills. There goes Creed's up above, and the remaining 2 players are going to be in the mid-floor. Upstairs, presence has been forfeited, and Benja takes full advantage of that. They drop into the hatch, and down goes the final player. Virtue holding on to that long angle. Finish off the last. Surgically done by G2. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. I mean, the fireplace clear was brilliantly done. They opened up the walls, they play passive, they don't get ahead of themselves. And they know that they have that win con of having that Ossa. You know, the Maestro cameras, sure, they're great, but they can't zap through the, they can't zap through the glass.
And as soon as you lose the Ossa and the Maestro's killed, it doesn't matter anyway, because they're still in a good position. Night and day difference from the way that we've seen both of these two Fens both defend and attack Library. G2 attacked Library, got a kill, and it was relatively straightforward. When we saw G2 defending Library, however, they were opening up those long angles. There was really a big point of contention. Nice to see two sides of the coin there, and G2, fortunately for them, coming off better on both of those different sides. They are going to reduce that lead by 1. It's a good way to kick off your attacks as well, with success in round number 7. But we're going to stick to a rotation into the breach, not going to reattempt down there instead. They are going to be going into Barton Games. We do have that wonderful shotgun that I'm sure everybody loves to hear. The AC-12, is it, Demo?
AC-12S?
AC-12S.
I think there's an S in there. Could be wrong, but I think there's an S in there. Both teams on Chalet have played it once this stage, and have both lost it once. Actually on the same play day, a 7-2 defeat for G2 against BDS, which I suppose a given, and then a 7-4 defeat against Fnatic for ITB on this map. So both teams, throughout the stage, haven't won this map, but more than happy to play it, of course. And the thing is about G2 is that whenever they played against BDS, they didn't win a single attack. They only had a chance to attack it 3 times before they inevitably lost, but still, I think for G2, losing those 3 attacks does put questions on how they perform here today. But they already have got the first attack under their belt, so already an improvement from the last time they played it.
Nice opening exchange there. We saw Azza taken out pretty early, but Creed's back on his Solace villain arc. Catching people out on the drones yet again. He saw Uno on drone repelled outside of big window upstairs and took his chance to strike. Of course, the advantage for Kenny bringing AC-12 is that he has the ACOG on it, so he can play a slightly longer angle there, and if you can control it, it hits like an absolute truck. Flores drone for Benja. Will have some likely deployable shields and Kiba barriers to deal with and put his attention toward. G2 haven't committed too much just yet. Say again, Doki's going to hop in under a cover of stun grenades. Noah, just cautious to take that engagement. He doesn't need to play too far ahead of that shield, and he's just going to retreat back to it.
The shield's gone. There goes the Flores. Very strong operator, of course, in Chalet, whenever Azami is so prevalent for holding in towards Library. Having the Flores to counteract them. Will be a good pickup. G2 now looking to execute in towards that top floor. A quick backstab from Alamau. Will he find anyone upstairs? Has F2 in hand. Oh, Oscar, I love this. A nice prone and catches Alamau by surprise. That's great situal awareness there from Oscar. And Virtue all by his lonesome in the 1v4. Diffuser called in the middle of Library. Virtue aware that Oscar can still be lurking, and Oscar does a dance to the table and finds him as well. A great round there from Oscar. Plays it safe, plays it passive, and gets rewarded with 2 kills.
Into the breach, showing there that they too can hold Library. A bit more of a direct approach, having Oscar tucked away there under the big window, but when you got the man count advantage and when you know where your opponent's coming from, you can afford to play a little bit more in those maybe more exposed areas in that room. G2 not able to find an answer there for that attack. I think a lot of it came down to the opening exchanges. You think about, of course, Noah fell for the side of Into the Breach, but you think about who Creeds was able to take out on that run out, and it was, of course, Uno on the Capital. Perfectly timed there with the replay coming in, but you lose that Capital utility, and if that's what you were banking on to take Library with, things do get a lot more difficult.
Round number 9. ITB, 2 rounds ahead against G2. Speaking of 2 rounds, all they need is 2 more of those to secure the map of Chalet and take us into Oregon. But look, game's still not over yet. Still a long, long way to go. As G2, they get their attack now onto that basement. Looking at the lineup that G2 have, a Capital is one that immediately my eyes wander towards. It's just a great operator for clearing out the key power positions if you're looking at planting in towards Wine. 2 power positions that you need to be aware of if you are attacking Wine is going to be in towards Trench and that blue door, both of which can be capped out of very easily. You just fire arrow in towards blue, fire the arrow in towards pillar. You make those 2 positions redundant, and you can get down a very, very successful plan. However, with ITB doing an adaptation of a trench hold, you're going to have to use the fire instead to burn out the player in towards trench, and they do that oh so easily. Look how quickly they dismantle that hold. There is a triple ADS and a shield set up for that Ollie. But oh wait, it's a Capital Bolt. The ADSs don't work against the arrows.
Where's the Wamai demo? We need a Wamai if we're going to be playing that strat. Oscar taken out there as G2 effectively deal with that hold. You're not looking to do too much there. You're just looking to burn a lot of utility time and maybe get a kill there. But he didn't really do any of that. The utility was used perfectly. It's nowhere else really that you're going to get good value out of that. We see a trade come out there as Azza takes Doki before being immediately taken out. Noah in the thick of it, caught out in the smoke. Jim Kenny couldn't have lent in the glasses for a minute, but he too is sent down. Creed's not a lot of health to speak of here. He's gonna have some info, but G2, they don't need to do anything too fancy right now. They can just get this plant down and hold it from outside. Already establishing those positions. Might get a chance on the player inside of blue, but no, Alamau, he's better on the swing. Hits a little crouch just as he peeks round the corner. And G2 probably scratching the head, wondering what the play was there from into the breach.
Honestly, both teams on their basement, they've played that kind of split fury, haven't they? Where you think they're going for one thing and then they completely flip it on its head. You know, both sides looked as though they were geared up going for that kind of wine cellar trench plants, but both times it's mostly been came down to main breach. You know, just sitting out there, seeing an opportunity, getting in there with the plant, covering off the, you know, the angle on towards blue. So yeah, I mean, G2 obviously clearing away that trench shields with such ease. You know, the difference between the Wamai and the Jaeger. Obviously, ITB weren't expecting the Capitao. I think they were more expecting to have, you know, just nades being tossed in, flashes being tossed in. But the arrows don't get affected by the ADS. So yeah, all credit to G2. Just see that as a weakness, exploit that. And yeah, ITB, bit of a head scratch of a round, thinking, not what was planned. We have to get on with it. Again, still in the lead, 5-4 ITB. Remain in the driver's seat. This is for G2 to square it up at 5 rounds to 5. G2 have already used their timeout. We can mention that as well, Ollie. So they're not going to get a chance to slow things down and talk about their attacks. They just have to keep going.
Yeah, ITB just using theirs as well. So no timeouts left here. I feel like Oscar's got my brain working overtime with that hold that he's trying to do. You could bring the Wamai, but you're just not going to have enough discs to really do anything. You might need a Wamai and a Jaeger, and at that point, what's the point? Because they're probably just going to go somewhere else, but maybe one to have a little play around with. I think there's definitely a little bit of potential there. And obviously, it's very lineup dependent as to what the attackers bring. But with the 6-pick, the attackers haven't really got any excuses, especially if you've got to set something up like that, which you will have to do in the prep phase. But we move for the time being. We're going to be going back upstairs here. Again, we've already spoken about how there is a lot of potential outside to in here, and oftentimes defenders could do well to steer clear of the windows. That's not something Oscar's doing though. He's pressed right up against it. With that MP5 ACOG on the Wamai.
Deploying Claymore.
Trying to make something work over inside a library.
Benja getting the Claymores ready for the jump outs that could come in. I mean, similar to what Benja was doing in those windows, ITB could very easily do it to him as well. Oscar having a good game so far, 9-5. Again, I mean, Oscar and Noah, who were the two worst performers that we've seen from Bank, have really stepped up their game, and that's probably a big reason, Ollie, is why ITB are looking a lot better in Chalet than what they did on Bank. Is just you've got players now stepping up to the mark where they should have on Bank. So ITB, with this top 4 hold, using the castle barricades to shut down these important lines of sight that G2 would like to have, especially that single doorway that Blocks off that that big double window angle, of course. Just allows Creed to rotate freely between piano and into the closet and into bathroom. Wonder if G2 will try and take that down. Might have to get a Gone 6 or try and get a Flores into the heart of the bomb site, but that could be quite tricky.
You can see the wall in Solar now getting opened up there. Benja trying to make something happen from the roof. But his Claymore's set up as a bit of protection here in case anyone does try to jump out. Creed's getting aggro onto bathroom as well, but ITB doing a good job here of forcing G2 to make a move. Alamar makes it, and it's the wrong one. Steps straight into Az's crossfire. Benja as well now gets tagged up by half and finished off. Creed's picking up a kill in the midst of things. Virtue and Uno now 2 versus 5. Trying to make something happen. Uno still on repel. Virtue on repel as well. So players that were looking to try and cut the crosses and enable those players to hop in really haven't performed that duty here in round number 10. And they could do worse than consolidate on the roof and work out a plan from there, because this is going to be a very tricky round. ITB at full strength here. They've got the ability to watch just about everything. No, we're going to hear the hop in. Able to take Uno down. I'm not entirely sure how he crossed from Virtue there. Virtue was on Solar pretty much the whole round. Just throwing anything we can at this to try and make something happen. I'm not sure what a Selma on the door frame will do, but Virtue, he'll find his exit. No, he'll be kicking himself for that. Azza there to finish things off. An inevitable end after the onslaught we saw just after the mid-round there.
In the 1v5, there's always one, isn't there? Always one.
It's troll time, isn't it? It's sanctioned at that point.
He needs to get on the board. You've already got 10 kills. You don't need any more.
But he needs 11. 11 and 6 looks better than...
He's doing his job.
11 and 6 looks good.
It looks good. 11-6. And 6, much of a difference.
11 and 6 looks good. 10-7 doesn't look as good, but you never know. Every kill matters.
Oh boy. So, G2 are backed up against the wall. They have to play perfect for these next 2 rounds, but ITB, it's the team's coming together. You know, the team is playing the way that they did on our last play day, whenever they're up against Ents, where everyone is putting in a shift. You know, you can say Ken, but Kenny's got 3 kills. Kenny's also only died 4 times. You also have to remember that in the grand scheme of things. You know, it's not as though he's like 3-9, where it's like, okay, yeah, he's having a bad game. You know, 4 deaths means that the guy probably isn't going to get into a lot of gunfights because everyone else is doing it for him. That's not his fault.
5 seconds remaining.
Kenny, you cooking? I wondered what he was doing there. We got a nice little fly through, a free cam moment of him just prone on the stairs, taking a moment. He is one of the more notable operators to talk about right now, though, being on that clash. When times are tough, Demo, bring a shield. Get the job done that way. Maybe that's into the Breach's thought process here. They've got plenty of opportunity to convert this map point and take us on to Oregon. This being the first. G2 need to book themselves up a little bit here because the last couple of attacks, they've been pretty sloppy.
Here's the thought process I think they may have with playing the clash in towards blue stairs. Look, a very strange position. You probably haven't seen a clash in before, but I think the idea is, as all of that utility is being tossed in, you know, the Candelas get tossed in, you know, nades. One thing Clash has to worry about is getting shot. You know, if you're just standing on top of blue, if you're getting flashed out, it doesn't matter. You know, you can get swung on. No one's going to be there to be able to shut you down. All they really have is fire arrow, which probably would go too deep onto the staircase. You can probably avoid that as well. So you can just stand there with a Clash, just pressing the button, even though you can't see. You are still slowing down that Ying, and the Ying's still going to be scared. Oh my goodness, there's a Clash there. Why are you there? So I think that actually might be what they're thinking with the Clash, is to just almost try and play there. Oh my word, Kenny just tanks an aid. Just get up the stairs, run away from that, and that's what I mean. Look, you can just stand there and just Ying it out. You know, they can't push this as long as the Clash is there.
They can still get kills, though. To Benja and Virtue picking up 1 each there. Creed's trying to shoot that Candela. He will eventually find it, but Kenny, look how low he is. It's not where you want your Clash to be, really. Twitch Drone might do the job here, and Alamar knows it. Luckily for Kendrew, Creed's is there to assist. Shoots out the shock drone and keeps Kendrew alive for a little bit longer. course, another Candela is going to get sent on through, and Virtue going to be the player to try and make something happen off the back of it. He's going to get head-to-head with Creed there, catches him as he comes around the corner. Kenny, you haven't got a lot of health to speak of, but you've got to try and get some value now out of that shield. Virtue not paying any attention to the clash, though. He's interested in the player inside of storage, just not getting out the distance of the Razor Bloom. Azza going to be downed, Uno downed as well. Kenny forced to pull out the gun, finishes that one kill. Diffuser cold in the side, but 30 seconds left. A double peek, he picks one, but Virtue is there for the trade.
Oh,
close
that was
stuff.
close. I thought he was going to have it. I thought he was going to switch from one onto the second, but no. Misses out. Clutch the round. Send his team into the third map. You've gave G2 a lifeline. A restart. They have a round here to get into overtime. ITB haven't been to overtime the entire stage. This could be the first time we see them in overtime. But they can still stop it. They still have one more round to close it out in regular time. 7-5. But what do they do now? Bar hasn't worked for them. I'd be scared to go to the basement again if you're ITB. Would you not be, Ollie?
Yeah, you wouldn't be looking at it thinking, I mean, they played something a little bit funky down in the basement. I think if they played something a bit more default, keep Oscar alive, and, you know, not just give that away so quickly, maybe it's a little bit different. But it is a question as to which way they go. This was so close. Because Virtue kind of didn't peak at the same time, but did, if that makes sense. I don't know, I feel like if that was like an aim training mode that you could play in the game, I feel like players would get to a point where they can kill both quite easily.
I'm reloading.
Nail biting stuff. It looks like demo. We have gone downstairs. I'm somewhat surprised. But then again, it was a slightly strange round, wasn't it? So, you know, don't play Oscar on the shield inside of Boiler and things go a little bit differently. Unfortunately there for Azza, he missed out on the impact trig. He missed the drone hole entirely.
One thing to look at as well for G2 is the different approach that they're going to try and go for. You know, you see a round be brought in, you see the buck. It just screams vertical. That's their idea. They're going to move away from the more just traditional go from trench, bring a lot of the heavy utility operators to clear away power positions. You know, Ying, your Kabata, which was worked out so well. Doki, another opening kill. Down goes Kreese, the danger man for ITB, off the board. And having an extra man whenever you're going for a top-down clear and that vertical presence that you can have with the Ram, it doesn't smell too good for ITB now. I think Oscar may have just been droned there and he has to try and get out of there as quickly as he can. Will fall in towards Dining and probably back in towards West Main also. Another Doki call goes out. Surely this will send Oscar all the way down. Doki can hear that as clear as day, knows exactly where Oscar's going to be situated. Down he goes, Oscar not wanting to play a game of chicken there with Doki. Who's going to kill who? Now he will be on the site with the rest of his team, but honestly, this is a bad thing, Ollie. You've forced all of the roamers back downstairs or killed them, and now you can just have your way with the site. You can just open up above and just make it so ITV can't sit anywhere.
Drone activated.
Makes things very difficult from this point onwards when there's a whole minute to do what you like, essentially. We've still got 3 Ram Boogie gadgets. We can still rip open the floor upstairs. Alamau just gonna be watching onto blue. Maybe he's just waiting for someone to retake that position and watch the stairs. Doesn't want to risk any sort of flank here, or I don't know, maybe G2 aren't confident that everything is clear. They're really going belt and braces right now. The Buck, fortunately, Benja doing a lot of the work there. Just got a glimpse of the feet. Obviously, it's more easily seen for us with the highlights on, but Oscar is going to win that engagement on those library stairs. Alamar was right to be cautious of that, and Oscar might find himself a second here if he lands his shots, and he does. How the turns have tabled here. 4 versus 3 now, and only 15 seconds. It's going to be a desperate hash drop straight into the waiting arms of Kenny. ITB could do it, and he could take us to Oregon. The plan going down from Uno, but he is the last man standing. A shotgun at close range, you got to believe in it. Oscar's going to seal the deal into the breach. Do it. Successful here on Chalet, I forgot where we were, Demo. Successful on Chalet, and they're going to take us all the way to Oregon.
Oh, Oscar, a quad kills the win, the map for your side, and he just leans back, puts the hands on the head, just lies back.
Should we do the
Is that
Oscar?
for Oscar? Honestly, just that's the most we've got out of him. It looks like he's just having a breeze. Honestly,
Great
I mean,
performance.
Oscar there, being able to get 2 kills onto blue, I don't know how G2 have allowed him to do that. I don't know how Kenny has not died in connector, where every inch of that connector ceiling has been ripped up. I'm in disbelief with G2. How have they not closed that out?
They had a lot to go on there. They had a minute and 15, full map control, and they weren't able to keep hold of a flank. And that was what tested Oscar to getting 2 kills. When they tried to get a hold of it for the second time, a little bit scrappy there. I think there's a lot of holes to be poked through those attacks from G2 for sure. But into the breach, they have made a game of it. We promised best of 3s, and that is what we're delivering. We're going to be going to Oregon for our 3rd and final map. But before that, we're going to send you over to our wonderful desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Next are Troika and Demo on the cast. And let's just say it, Into the Breach has blown Demo's mind because G2 could not pull it over the line. ITB pull an Uno reverse card on G2, much like it happened in Bank. Bring it back. We have a best of 3 on our hands, and I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was a great performance by ITB, and I'm not surprised Demo's pulling his hair out, right?
No,
we saw Oscar get kills in positions that you just shouldn't get in that very last round.
Yeah.
Even Kenny sat under the vertical. I think, Oscar actually did a great job in just talking about that very last round in making G2 chase shadows. But I think obviously with Siege, it's always a game of 2 halves. So if we talk about how the first half went, G2 got the advantage. They got it down to 2-1. But actually, ITV kind of came alive in the second half of the first half. That was rounds 4, 5, and 6, where mainly it was focusing around how can we achieve the plant, not how can we necessarily win the round. And there's a small difference there in terms of actually, can we play for the plant, set up the post plant, set up the execute. Once they did that, they got 3 plants in a row and really flipped the advantage back into their favor. They got a 4-2 attack half onto Chalet and then was able to defend it out from there.
I mean, if we look at the entire story of both these 2 maps, the game has gone pretty much exactly to the pre-match talk we had. G2, what did they rely on? Individual performance. What did they have on Bank? Alamo popping up with a 19 and 5. Then we go over to Chalet, which is actually it's a quite heavy team play based map. Most people won't see that. They will just think it's heavy fragging, which sure, that's part of the team play, but the team play needs to be there in the basis for that fragging ability to be activated from everywhere. And G2 didn't look like a team. They still haven't looked like a team this stage. Into the breach, you explained it perfectly, Jack. They played together, they had a game plan, they had their win conditions set, and then they just executed them. I mean, you said it, I was going to say the shadow chasing in the first, in the absolute last round. How do you not know that the map is fully clear when you have 45 seconds left and you have the first entry kill of the round as well? How do you not know those things?
And it's the Ram that's doing the chasing when you're attacking at the snowmobile and you want to open up all that floor. It takes so long to even get the buck in position, let alone the Ram, the op that you bring.
They stressed, that's why, right? They felt that they didn't have time. Well, they didn't because they messed up.
Yeah. I thought some of the defensive setups actually from ITB were genius.
Yeah.
You know, if you go back and look at some of those setups, there was like, even just player position, there was a master defense, for example, where I think ITB knew G2 would like to do a Solarium take, but then lurk one player into Library. What did they do? They played Oscar in a suicide position in Library to get rid of control. On that final basement take, they really played into the time with a Goyo cannon set and a Maestro cam onto the breach of Boiler as well. Really nice, nuanced little setups that caused G2 huge problems.
Yeah, and to hammer that point home even more, ITB won off of team play, which means everybody's doing the role properly, but what are those roles to highlight in this case, Fabian?
I mean, we didn't want to pick one player to highlight here because this was not just a one-man show for Into the Breach. This was a team effort. All of them really showed up. And when you have such a consistent team that also followed the game plan, because in my eyes, this was prepared by them. They kind of knew that Chalet was going to come. Jack, you explained it perfectly. That one guy in Library on his own, well, why do they have a guy there waiting? Because they have studied G2. They know what they're doing. And then because they're playing into their game plan, they're trusting the game plan. And I know that Kendrew Kenny is one of the best coaches to make them. They just won out of being a team, literally. It's that simple. They won by being a team.
And you know, if you're going to put somebody in their own in a weird position, who do you want there?
Creed.
Creed? No, Oscar.
Well, Creed's I would want, but Oscar had a great game too.
Because positionally, Oscar is one of the weirdest players.
Yeah,
like
he plays
genuinely,
wilder
he's
strange.
so hard to try and locate, and he won them that last round, but also he was the player inside of Library as well.
I was going to say the last round when he's sitting on the stairs in the corner rather than sitting all the way down with the shotgun that is the default.
He doesn't do what you would expect, and he catches people off so much for it.
It's actually fascinating to watch you two gush about ITV the way that you do, because it does show that a team that is formed, less than a year ago is able to play the way that they do with 4 newcomers and Kendrew at the helm. It's beautiful to see. That's the underdog story that Kendrew talked about when we were doing things in the pre-show, and we're seeing it in action in map 1 and 2, but this does mean we have a third locked in. When we come back, G2 versus ITV continues on Oregon. See you in a moment.
Operators in Oregon, it depends how you want to play. If you want to play aggressive, you can take Maru, Ying.
Of course, it's not banned, it's Doki, because if some people roams, you can like call for your team and your open fraggers will get info faster. In my opinion, Osa is so good because she is really good on almost every plant on Oregon. It will be so easier to plant with her shields.
If you want to play slow, you can just bring, as usual, a hard breacher like Thermite or Ace.
The best pick for me on Oregon would be actually Twitch, because people play a lot Fenrir, Goyo, Mira. I think it's a good operator to deny all that stuff. All equipment you need on Oregon actually has one set of claymores, flashes, smokes, or grenades.
Flash are really strong. The EMPs, you have to bring them to open the worlds. You can flash pit, you can flash top white, you can flash close trophy. That's easy, like, except if they have warded, but it's the game.
The main spawn is actually pretty fast to enter the map.
Spawn street, but watch out, a lot of players are spawn picking, garage, main door, and master door.
If you like attack the basement, for me, 2 guys need to spawn on main and then go through the master bedroom. 2 guys spawn from small tower, so they will work together in pair. 1 will drone for his teammate.
Easiest spawn I think would be to spawn small tower, to get 3 people rushing into the green window with someone baiting on the kids to put pressure on the vert. The last one could cut wide or push Zulu to get a cover from server.
Those are my first entry chips on Oregon.
Impact grenade, I'm gonna go for Melusi.
Rook.
Impact.
Goyo.
No, Goyo has no more impacts.
Ah non, oui.
Maestro.
Oh, Echo.
Echo.
Let's go.
Ash.
IQ.
Oh. Nice.
Let's go.
Goyo.
Doc.
Fenrir.
Melusi. Oh là 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 là. Let's go.
No. IQ? No, IQ is earlier, maybe.
Sledge. Oh là 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 là.
J'ai pas de proposé. Warden.
Oh là 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 là.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to R6 Blast EU League. We're on the cusp of, I guess, a major issue for G2. They are tied 1-1 with ITB. Hello. They're touching hands on the other side.
We accidentally clashed hands.
I am feeling
now we're just holding
flustered. Yeah.
Should see what we do in the hotel room.
Oh, give it a rest.
Anyways, they're no longer fresh being until Fabian wants it. What sort of relationship is that? Anyways, G2 are on the cusp of losing their spot here in the playoffs, with ITB looking to take it all away. They're tied 1-1 after our first two maps, and we're looking to Oregon. Let's bring up those map bans once more. Again, it is Oregon. That was G2 that had the final say. They pulled out Skyscraper and left us on Oregon, with ITB starting off on the attack. Fresh, what do the numbers look like with this one?
Well, this is the curious one, right? So when we saw the map veto, we thought that G2 might pick into Oregon or Skyscraper.
Yeah.
We've got to the point of the decider where it's Skyscraper and it's Oregon left over. And the reason that we thought they might pick into it, and the reason that I think that we're going to Oregon, is preference. G2 love the map. Whenever they play best of threes, in fact, in the last 9 best of threes that they've played, they've picked it 3 times. It's their #1 map preference. Now, I will just caveat with the fact that they played Wolves here in the stage and got slapped around, lost it 1-7.
Yeah.
For ITB, never seen it. Literally never seen it. This roster, it was back when they were TT9 and the old roster, that they played it in 2022. So we've not seen it from this roster, so we can basically just say we've never seen this map from them. They've perma-banned it the whole stage. Now they're bringing it as a decider.
And with all that information that you so gladly provided us, I'm very happy with it because it builds into way more points that I can make.
Go ahead.
And G2, as you said, loves this map. However, with not being able to see anything that Into the Breach have ever done on it, that means they have to play their basics. They can only really show up with what they've already got because there's not a single counter in the world that exists. Problem for Into the Breach, G2's basics on Oregon are incredible. I think that G2 is the best team in the world on attacking Oregon. Even though they struggled very hard against Wolves. What I know from them and having worked with them, that is the team that they are. And they're also very comfortable defending on it. So if, for some magical reason, they show up and they know how to play after showing for 2 maps that they don't, then G2 will take this home. Otherwise, I do see that Into the Breach, even with an attack start, will take this map just because they know how to play as a group.
Team play is the name of the game here. If you want to make it past this quarterfinal and deeper into the playoff, I mean, after this, you're playing Secret, which have proved that they can play well as a team. So it's not going to get any easier. at all.
No.
Like, at all, really. And this is kind of the difficult part for G2, because we know that they've barely made it in here through ITB. We talked about earlier today and also yesterday. But for this big challenge, down to basics, honestly, maybe Oregon is the best map, even though it's not always fun to watch Oregon, right? We call it Borgen for many reasons. But a map that focuses on basics, when we realize how G2 have been faltering on some of those, it's important.
I don't know if the map relies on basics that much anymore.
Really?
I think that there's been it's not been a hidden meta change, because the meta has changed overall on the game, but Oregon has turned into one of those steps that it used to be that you clear either small tower and lobby side, and then you clear meeting, and you clear tower, and then you go for the execute. You can kind of do the same still. It still works. But I think that there are more ways to play it. I think that you can start on big tower as well, small tower, and or lobby at the same time and squeeze from everywhere. That green window, we have seen it in the break shows that they're talking about. Jumping in the window in the green hallway next to kitchen, it's such an opening gap to find the gaps between the roamers, because usually the roamers will start somewhere around CCTV, one guy will be around meeting, maybe you have one extended into dining. If you're in through that window quickly onto green, you could pick off the guy in dining without any issues. You might find a guy in a rotational in CCTV, you might find a guy in meeting. So there are gaps that have been kind of explored and found out that we didn't used to see that much of before, that now is being exploited.
Well, what sort of flexibility can be afforded on this map? Because in defense, you have a lot of choice, and the sites are, even though somewhat similar from the outside, once you really get into the nitty-gritty, there's a lot of minutia between them.
Oregon's such a strange map.
Yeah.
You know, I'll say it. I'm actually not an advocate of the map being in competitive. I'm just going to say that there.
Fair.
And the reason being is it's got the best site in the game, Oregon Laundry Supply, the basement site. And that is so defender-sided. The reason is there are very little vertical, there's very little hatches, it's very scripted what the attack has to do. Then it's got Kid Storms, which is kind of, it's a good defender site in that pool that you would, if Kid Storms was in any other map, it would be the primary site, but obviously Laundry Supply exists. Then the two tertiary sites are just not good at all for the defenders. So you get this weird thing on Oregon where you get two good sites, one bad site, two good sites, one bad site. And what it comes down to a lot of the time is, even if the attack wins a primary site, they've got to attack it again and they'll probably lose it.
Exactly.
Which means it goes to 4-2 splits and the defenders taking the momentum. So for me, I think it's about whoever on the defense can win their tertiary sites is the big one for me. If you can achieve on the defense better than a 4-2 split, that's where you're going to do well. And just to back this back and tie it all back up with a nice stat, G2 this year, 2024 in Oregon, 81% defense win rate on this map. Absolutely incredible. They've been doing that. They've been achieving their 5-1s.
I just think that
you can talk, but we're just going to put this out there because we have some slight delay, so we have some time to talk about things, and we might pull it into another topic that we wanted to keep for the pre-show. But you may finish off your point. Sorry.
The point I was going to make about the tertiary, the fine words of English, tertiary bomb sites, is that they need to have a very specific game plan to work out right. If you play the dining bomb site, you need to play absurdly aggressive onto the players that are coming from small tower. And if they come from the other side, you're kind of comfortable with that because you kind of lure them into the map and you can stab them a little bit from everywhere. But you need to play very aggressive. And if one guy dies, that entire thing falls apart. Same with meeting, right? You need to play inside big tower. And if that guy dies, it kind of all falls apart. So it's like all relies on one person. And that's it. So it's very, very rough. It's always going to be a 4-2-half unless there's a team that knows how to really attack.
It's an absolute anomaly.
This sort of spread on Oregon is not just a horizontal one, by the way. It is also a vertical one because verticality influences everything below. You play on kitchen, you play in stage. If you do not hold on to the top floor in some way, at least pull time, you're not going to have a good time down below.
And it's very hard to help those roamers. That's like the thing is like the white window just cuts off white stairs. Big window is big there as well. Master bedroom is super simple to take with lobby holding the flank for all of that.
2 stairs in a hallway, that's it.
And when you think about it as well, these maps are all very different to each other in terms of the maps we've played, right? Bank is that big map that allows you a lot of creative freedom, by the way. You can do whatever you want on Bank. You can segment it, you can go direct, you can go for full clears. And that's the map that we played on all the way at the very start of this game that clearly allows individual performances, which we saw from G2. We then move through to Chalet, that maybe forces a little bit more team play, especially on the attacks, to try and actually execute into areas where the defenders, if they're not punished, can rotate super fast. And now we're going on to Oregon that is, as you say, it's primarily about the basics, but especially the basics on defense in terms of winning the sites you should win and then trying to win the tertiary sites. So in a best of 3, all different assets of both teams' games is being tested here.
The one thing I want to mention before we move on, and that's the pressure. Because into the breach, definitely felt the pressure on the first map. I think that they looked very disjointed from what we're used to seeing from them. That kind of changed during the map 1. It didn't show at all during map 2, which then made it harder for G2, made them lose the map, and now they're moving over. Now the expectations are all on G2. I think that we're gonna have, like, if you ask anyone who watches Siege, maybe a little bit less than we do, they'll say 90% will say G2 should win this game.
Yeah.
That is pressure for them. They're expected to go to every major. What pressure do Into the Breach have except the one they put on themselves?
And actually, just to add on to this, right? We're now in a situation where we're in an effective best of 1.
Yeah.
Both teams have won on their opponent's map pick, by the way. We're now in a best of 1. But what's the ramifications of winning or losing this game? If you win this game, you go through to play Team Secret next week, and you then have 2 shots because you're in that match. You play the Secret match. Even if you lose that, you then have another best of 3 to make the major. If you lose this map, you've got to run the gauntlet in the LCQs.
Yeah.
And also, you will be going, if you happen to win that, you'll be going into phase 1 of the major. So it's like, it's a double bubble for whether you win this map or not. There is so much pressure on these initial best of 3s in the playoffs. It's incredible.
As part of the major, you have to earn it, especially the one in phase 2. It does not come easily. And of course, even more so for an SI spot. That's another question in its own right. But since I feel like we've really gone through the gamut here, we kind of can go a bit later until we have the call that the game is more ready. We want to talk about our All-Stars. We left you hanging yesterday with one player that was shown, but today we want to continue with the rest of that roster. My question to you is, if you could pick 5 players from EUL off of stage 1 to make your all-star team, who would it be? Well, Fresh and Fabian agreed yesterday. I know, it's crazy. Uses would be one of those 5 players. But what if we went beyond that to make all 5?
Yeah, so the first player, and actually the second one, would be the 2 that I picked for this roster. We actually tried to build an entire team here where roles also make sense, not just pick the 5 fraggers and just run away with it. We're not G2 here. My pick, the first one, is Skies. He had a rough start to his stage, which the entire team did, but after that, he's been activated and he's been putting up very positive numbers, like 4+, 5+, 6+, every single game since then. It's like the weights were taken off his shoulders, and he's been performing immensely well. I expected this of him. I mean, I scouted him for a long time for potentially future G2 transfers. Didn't pay up. They didn't went through, obviously, since now I'm here and he's there. But it's a player I had expectations on, and he's lived up to them.
Yeah, just a quick word from me. Like, obviously, he started poor in those first 3 games. The stat that I chose to show there was raw number of kills.
Yeah.
He had the most kills of anybody in the league. That's not KPR. Users did beat him out there.
Yeah.
But had he have not started badly, he would have had the highest KPI. He would have been one of the MVPs of the league. So he's had a great stage overall.
He's really had a good stage.
Our next pick, 3rd player.
Yeah, that was mine as well. Acer. And if you asked me after this game, I'm not so sure if I would have chosen him anymore, because he had a really, really rough first map, and the second map he didn't show off that well. But what I think with Acer is that Acer, the entire time he's been in the European League, he's been kind of a middle-of-the-table player that didn't really do great, and he didn't ever do that poorly either. But he was kind of invisible. With the new team that he has, with players around him that make sense, with coaching staff that makes sense, he's been activated, and he's been playing so well, and especially that game against Virtus Pro on Border, his buck gameplay with entry kills, which is the score or the stat we have highlighted here, he went absolutely insane with that. And it's not a stat that we particularly expect Acer to shine in. He's more of a flex vertical player. He has impressed me, he's improved his game massively, and he definitely deserves a spot in the top 5, I think.
Yeah.
After the group stage.
Weirdly, Azar has played the least number of unique operators despite playing a bit more of a flexible role for this team.
Yeah.
So he's like the least flexible flex player. He's like become a specialist flex player.
Yeah.
Like a specialist in the operators that are flex operators, which is pretty incredible to see. If we move through to the 4th one, of course it's going to be Adrian.
Who else?
Who else? He's going to be our support player in our lineup. So we've now got a full support player, flex support player, a flex, and users as well. Adrian, most plants in the league. 20% of every round he plays in on the attack, he's achieving a plant.
He's just a machine. He goes there, holds down the button, plant's gone.
Yeah, it feels like every single kind of desk around Team Secret has been Fresh and Fabian talking about Adrian and how well he's playing. But the last player, Fresh, you had the final pick.
The very last player that I chose is going to be Deadshot. And the reason for this, actually, is Deadshot has taken a little bit of a change in roles.
Yeah.
In terms of, especially on the attack, he's the one that's trying to initiate and backstab a little bit more. And he's actually, I think that change in roles and the fact that he's kind of come into his own, obviously we've put his entry engagements in, the number of entry engagements, taking a little bit of pressure off Mowgli, but has found that consistency that we were looking for.
We've waited for that a long time, and he's finally showed that to us.
Yeah, definitely major improvement from the Invitational to where we are here. But if you are watching at home, make sure that you type it out in the chat, on Twitter, wherever it is, on the subreddit. We want to see who would be your 5 players in All-Star team based off.
Me and him are
stage.
available. Me and Jack are available for that. We have been playing qualifiers.
All-Star on the desk?
No, in the roster.
We're great.
We are amazing.
Anyways, speaking of actual amazing, it's time to toss things back to our game. G2 versus ITB is all set and ready, and it's map 3. Will G2 be able to make it directly and then fight for that spot in Manchester, or will the upset happen for ITB? That's on for our casters on Oregon, XR Troika and Demo. Take it away.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. I'm not sure if I would pick either Fresh or Fabian in my all-star roster. I'm just throwing it out there. We are here with map number 3. I didn't think, Demo, that we were going to go all the way with this one, but here we are. Oregon awaits us, G2 versus Into the Breach. Thank you all so much for bearing with us at home, watching, or wherever it is that you are. Obviously, we had a little bit of an extended break moving into this one, but it's a map 3. We need these players to be fighting fit and ready to go before we send it into the server to decide who is going to advance through the upper bracket.
I'd take Fresh and Fabian.
In an all-star roster?
You need someone to fill the water bottles.
Oh, yeah, we could, yeah. Okay, I'll have it for that, but they're going nowhere near a mouse or a keyboard.
Maybe the hose.
Yeah, the tap. Professional tap operators. That's a fancy name for a water bottle guy, isn't it?
Professional tap operator.
Yeah, on and off. That's all he does.
Oh boy, here we go. Oregon time. Look, ITB, we haven't seen that from them this stage. G2 looks map that they love. We know they love it. It's one that we've seen them dominate a lot of teams on, not just in their own region, but internationally as well. However, last time they played Oregon, it was a 7-1 hammering against Wolves. So G2, last time they played it, not looking too hot. Let's see if this time it's going to be different for them. Look, Oregon. We've been there, we've done that. We know what to expect from Oregon. You know, we really do. Basement should always be a defender win. Top floor, again, should be a defender win. It's the third bomb site, which is where our eyes will start to wander towards. That's what it comes down to in Oregon. Usually 4-2 splits for the defense is the most common here.
That is the norm that we have come to expect with Oregon as a map. There are, of course, exceptions to any rule out there, and there are exceptions to that rule as well. Oftentimes, we will see teams that are able to attack downstairs, are able to attack upstairs, and therefore give themselves a bit of an easier time of things. The easy time, however, at the moment, goes to G2 as they start off on the defense and take us downstairs to kick things off. Nothing too fancy in terms of the bans. We've had a Buck and a Fenrir removed by G2. On the flip side, the Grim and the Mirror have gone from Into the Breach. G2 not wanting anyone on the side of ITB to be on that Buck. That's more going to be something that you look toward for those tertiary sites and that top floor rather than the basement. Buck doesn't have a great deal of value down here. You're going to be turning your attention to impact operators, your Yings, your Dokabis, and obviously something to get those hatches open.
So ITB are going to have to deal with a very common G2 strat where they will try and hold just a little bit of map presence in towards meeting. They'll reinforce a few walls, but generally they do leave the hatch open so they can drop down if they do feel pressured. Doki, aggressive in towards green door, and he catches Noah by surprise. Just waits for the right moment, and there you go from G2. This is what they always do. I'm surprised that ITB have fell for that. You know that G2 is going to go for the meet and hold. You know that they're going to fall away as soon as they get something valuable, and Well, the something valuable is going to be a kill.
Not only a kill, but a kill onto a Flores. Incredible value. That is your key way of dealing with Kiba barriers and Vulcan canisters. And now you haven't got either, or ability to deal with either of those. You do, of course, have other means. You've got a couple of nades in the pocket of Creed. You can, of course, shoot Vulcan canisters, but you've often got to get yourself into harm's way to do so. And you can't do that prep work with those Flores drones. And at best, Demo, or at the very least, it's another 3 drones that you've got. Yeah, the time on them's limited. You can't set them up as flank drones, but realistically, you can gather a lot of information off those Rotero drones as well. So G2 grabbing that opening pick and getting themselves back down to site. Oftentimes we say that, you know, you need a little bit more time out there on the roam, but this is one of those exceptions. This is a site that you can get back to with 2 minutes on the clock. Give that time to the attackers, and they still will struggle.
One of those canisters will be burned away with the nade, and now for ITB, it's where are they going to position their Ying? That is the power operator that we look towards to have a big impact whenever we're dealing with this basement. You need to be able to get yourself in towards Blue, in towards Pillar as quick as you can, and hopefully the Ying can do so. But Virtue is on the ward, and they have a counter to it, but it doesn't look as though that Virtue's in the position to really stop that. Instead, it's just going to be the Gandelas being stopped by something as simple as an ADS and a shield. They can't get through that. Oh no, Creed is fired off down the stairs. Where do ITB go now?
Azza's got a chance to try and make something happen, but look at the Kiba barrier. It's almost a one-way that's been created there, and Virtue's going to just aggress up a little bit. Creed hops over the stairs, picks up one, but Benja there with the immediate trade. Kenny on no health, Azza the same, scrambling to find anything. The plan will start to go down as they have managed to pull it off. They are extending the clock here, but Benja's got to win the engagement through the soft wall. He's going to get burnt down. ITB. We said that it was difficult to attack onto the basement, and they made it look pretty hard there, Demo, but they got the job done.
Oh, how they've won that, I'll never know. How have they won that round? There's just no way. It looked as though that the players in towards Laundry were doing their job. They didn't die. However, the players on the other side, they didn't do their jobs. They died. You know, Creed's jumping down, killing someone in Harry Potter. Why are they in Harry Potter? Just get yourself tucked in towards Pillar. It's such a safe position. Whenever you know no one's coming. Like, they didn't even have anyone outside of Blue for ITB. And they still win that round.
Well, they tried Blue and they got battered back, didn't they? They had ADSs, they had a shield. Reno was doing a good job.
And the thing is, if Blue goes untouched, and that player in Blue can hold on to the E-box drop, and he can hold on to that cross as someone walks down the stairs. You know, he is there to work alongside that Pillar player. Pillar can't die if Blue's there. You know, and honestly, I don't know how G2's losing that.
5 seconds remaining.
G2 going to stick to a rotation here. They're going to take us upstairs into dorms. A nice bit of sights out there. We've got the main wall into games half soft, but we've actually rotated the top of white as well. So where you would typically have a rotate into the top of those white stairs, that is going to be reinforced. It's going to give you a little bit more of a funnel as an attacker coming up those white stairs. And obviously a little bit less flexibility in the site as a defender. But G2, they've set the site up the way that they want it. Let's see how they can deal with this round, considering they got the opening pick in round number 1 as well. That is a little bit weird. I'm not sure why we're seeing Selmas used to burn laser gates. Hello? That was a strange bit of free cam for a moment there.
A jump scare for the one there.
We got Uno upstairs inside the tower. Yeah, I'm not sure why they used the Selma there to clear the laser gate. We've got stuns and all that sort of stuff for that kind of job, but maybe we're looking for something a little bit quicker here, as the Candelas and the Capital would suggest. And look at Creed. He's straight into white. The plant's going down. Creed, he's not seen the man tucked in the corner. And the plant has been stopped. Kenny actually hopped himself out of the window there. ITB feels like they've used almost all of their tricks and lost a man and not got anything for it.
No, everyone from ITB standing still. It was only Creed who wanted to move in and get something on the board.
Dart loaded.
Oh dear for ITB. They've dumped in all of their utility. There's no Yings left. There's no fire left from Noah. What do they have? If Kenny's still on that same rappel, but G2 can just sit still, play passive, because ITB, their quick little plan, has failed.
Yeah, it's a shame as well because it was looking like a decent 3-2-1. Did Creed's overextend by pushing in? Did he need to go there? Could he have just taken a position up near big window? A bit more information maybe could have been gathered. A lot of if, buts, and maybes when you look at that round and the way that it could have worked out. Azza now going to get himself to the top of these white stairs. G2 pretty unfazed at the moment. They'll have heard that barbed wire go, no doubt, and Alamau may be able to call that out. He does have to worry about big window though, so he can't just go swinging without any sort of consequence. Noah, he's been stood outside the big window for a long time now. Benja, second kill on the round. Easy as you like for Alamau. Shutting Noah down as he sprints through. Will be full white flash, but Kenny, you got a long ways to go here. Gets the glimpse, goes for the hop in, taken out by Uno. A round that started so explosive, fizzling out to almost nothing there, demo for ITB.
Yeah, it just didn't work, and it's one of those attacks where if you're doing it, it's either it works or it doesn't. You know, it's one of those where if you dump in all the utility and it doesn't work, you're not going to be able to recover from that. So yeah, it's just one of those rounds. ITB have went for it, hasn't worked for them, and G2 obviously walk away with that round win without really having to do anything. You know, the biggest issue I have there with ITB is, you know, it's a good idea. You string your way in through that generator window, you try and plan on towards games, but as soon as, you know, G2 have any resemblance that you're going for something like that, it's very easy to stop. You think about that closet position. What's one of like the biggest operators that you see playing there? Either a mute or a smoke. You know, these shotgun operators, SMG combo obviously is good for that. But if you're going for that plant, then you have to go up against the C4 and the smokes. You know, that's the issue. You should know that there's going to be a smoke or a mute in that closet rotate, and you're going right beside that guy. So that's probably the biggest issue that you have is just, you should know the weaknesses of that strat. You should know that you get stopped very easy by a smoke or a C4. So then why push into an area where you know there's probably going to be a smoke or a mute playing there?
Well, ITB, despite losing the opening pick in round number 1, didn't have too much problem converting round 1 into a win. However, it was scrappy stuff really toward the end. They were in a 3 versus 1, but only seconds prior it was 3 versus 3, so do need to be cautious moving into this one. See if they can keep Noah alive for a little bit longer, if they lost the Flores early last time, and that was one of the big reasons why the site was so frantic toward the end. G2 going for their trademark of a little bit of a light roam on this top floor. We've got Uno upstairs and tier 2 of Big Tower. Can, of course, rotate his way back down. Creed's looking to see if he can make his way in through dorms and maybe even through attic. I believe it is open with a rotate up there, so there is an option for that, but ITB, are they just going to try and push the site here, Demo? This is risky stuff once again. They don't even know that Ben just tucked in behind Freezer. The call comes in, but it's a little bit too late. Looking like they're going to full send and commit to this. Full white flash there, but Virtue activates the glasses, shuts Creed's down, picks up a second with the SMG-12. Look at him go! Back-to-back headshots, blink and you miss it. That is not how you attack downstairs.
Oh, that's a down under play right there from Virtue. My goodness. I mean, Warden just stands up and just kills everything that moves, and it's just one of them rounds where it comes down to a G2 player excelling. Virtue excelling under the circumstances. Again, ITB, they're going really quick. Like, really quick. Which, for me, is just... It's just a big question mark. Why are we going so quick?
Deary me. ITB really looking like they were clutching at straws there. They obviously know that G2 are going to roam quite heavily on that site. But is the answer just to totally ignore it and try and make something work when you know they're going to have something like a Warden? Warden wasn't roaming. Benja wasn't roaming.
Look, here's the thing. If you're going to go quick because you see a lot of roamers, sure, go for it. But if you don't have info in sight, you look at that first kill that happened for Benja. You got a kill just by being misdroned. That's the thing. You need to have, sure, you can see the rumors there, but you also need information on the actual site. You know, we usually see those quick pushes happen whenever someone has droned the site and you only see one guy. And the thing is, whenever you only see one guy, you know where he is. You know where he's going to be. So it's just lack of drone work being done there to try and go quick. And you get caught out just by a defender just sitting in a corner, more or less.
Well, G2 going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. We've a lot of conversation in and around the tertiary bomb site, and finally we find ourselves here. I say finally because typically it's round number 3 you get there, and we're in round number 4 here. ITV, are they going to go for something equally as direct? They've got a heavy stack up here inside a garage. Noah going to take a good chunk of damage as he tries to transition through. Conscious of the player above, and he's going to put a couple of points of damage in, but no more. Benja can get himself safe and rotated out. Newjammer is going to cause some headaches there and impacted off. This is elementary stuff right now. Impact EMP finally coming through, but if I'm not mistaken, that's the last Selma, and that's only going to be good for a hop-in.
It is. ITB just trying to get their basic walls opened up. Again, this is the third choice bomb site. You know, this is one thing that we have mentioned before, Ollie, that this is usually the one that the attackers like to win. ITB have already went against the curve, and they've been able to take a win on that basement defense.
I won't make this easy for them.
Or against that basement defense, should I say. It looks as though they're having a few issues here against G2 and this meeting hold. So most of them are just outside. They're just trying to see if they can get some picks, but they themselves are getting picked off one by one. Uno wins his engagement. There's Benja wins one against Kenny. ITB outside looking for kills, and they themselves get killed with no refrags whatsoever.
Benja continuing where he's left off from previous rounds. 7-2 right now, round number 4. Azza, what are you to do, my friend? Get yourself on the roof, take the 40 seconds, have a chat with the team, because you came out sprinting in round number 1, but since then, it has gone down to little more than a fast walk. Azza sitting at 0-2, Noah 1-4. Same story as we saw at the start of Chalet demo, where it's largely coming down to gunfights, and in some ways you could say coming down to information game as well, because ITB, they just look like they're getting caught scared every single moment. Players not where they expect them to be, and all sorts of things. So back to the drawing board, really.
Take their time, figure out what they want to do, because that has, of course, been a clean sweep for G2. They've won every bomb site 3 in a row. Of course, this means that we get to see them go back upstairs now, Ollie. And the thing is, with the last round for ITB and over the attack above was, you know, was one of those risky strats where it's go big or go home. They went home. I would say we'll see a much more traditional top floor attack coming out from ITB. I think that's probably what's needed here.
They certainly need something, Demo, because this isn't the same quality that we've seen from ITV previously in the stage, or even previously tonight. Just feel like this series is going on for quite some time now, though, and that always plays into things as well. G2, obviously a storied team at playing best of 3s, best of 5s, high pressure games, high stake matches. And we know that, I mean, they almost gained the reputation at this point of being a tournament team, a team that really comes alive when it matters and can focus themselves well and almost do better in best of 3s than best of 1s. That seems to be the feeling at the moment inside of the server. 3-1 up. Nothing stopping them getting a 5-1 half here, really, if ITB don't pull the finger out.
Need to get it sorted. They need to. Right now for ITB, if you give that momentum over the G2, you could very easily clean up even as they do switch over towards the attack. You know, that momentum from G2, having the confidence where they are getting these kills. You mentioned earlier about Benji, you know, 7-2. That is a scary thing to go up against if you're ITB. So they definitely need to get some kills on the board. And get this next round. Again, 4-2 is the most common. That is usually what we're used to. Certainly for ITB, it's going to be a much more traditional approach of how they want to attack that top floor, and they will be adding in a roam clear. Obviously, you bring in the demos for that reason. You're looking to see if you can hunt out any of these roamers, and at the moment, you've got a Warden up in Big Tower, and that really looks like all that they have for G2. Everyone else seems to be in and around the site. Sat Demos, I don't think it's going to get too much value on the hunt, but maybe in the later stages, trying to find a position of a defender and try and neutralize them. It could be quite handy.
Oscar, going to be trying to get that wall open now and look to advance through. Noah, you can always look for a bit of a floor bank here. As we know, the pistol is devastating at destruction. Of course, the advantage is that you know where they are as well. Azza going to kick things off with the kill over onto Uno. Noah going to be tracking Virtue at the moment. That one just running out there. So they will know that he's in pit. And that's probably going to be next on the hit list for Azza here. That kill onto Uno was his first of the game.
I do like Noah going below, using that pistol. It has, high caliber bullets, so it can rip away the flooring with ease, and it just puts the guys inside of Kids under a lot more pressure. Oscar, a great repel. They didn't hear him repel up, and he gets a freebie. Benja trying to stave off anyone going in through the double window. There's someone knocking on the window. It's going to be the Demos. Oscar finds yet again another kill, and Benja swings into pit. Such confidence, and finds that kill. It's him and Doki up against Free. Now it's just down to Doki as Noah finish off Benja, but they know exactly where Doki is as he exposed himself to double window. ITB, a well-needed round. Good pace, good aggression. Lovely rotate from Oscar to get onto that window and find himself a pick onto that pit player. Much better from ITB.
I love the way they use the clock there. They've looked a little bit almost scared into playing fast in previous rounds, where they really used the clock quite well there, and they took time that they needed to set themselves up. We were questioning a couple of things. We were, are they going for this? Are they going for that? The Demos below, is it going to find the value? It worked out well in the end. And it's just done something to knock G2. They're now set perfectly for an expected split here on the attacking half. A 3-2 right now, a 4-2 split. It's not the end of the world. It is still very doable from this point.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
And don't forget, they have already been successful down in the basement once. Tertiary site has only been seen one time, and it was successful for G2 on the defense. So, a lot of pressure here on this round. It was a bit of a throwaway attempt, I think, in round number 4 demo when we saw this site and we saw ITB just try and send it. They didn't have the correct information to do that. And previously they had seen success just, again, taking their time and really trying to dissect this site.
Bringing in the Amaru. That's just going to be for a quick early way of getting into the building, primarily in through tier 3, you would expect from the Amaru. Just droning out to make sure that nobody is going to be lingering to catch him as he does go for that. ITB, like you mentioned, dissecting. Going to be playing the Surgeons here and see how much utility they can clear away. The Wamai discs. And keep in mind that the last time they attacked here, Ollie, they had, that kind of quick push, but even before that in the first round, they had issues with, getting into that blue. Using the Ying was met with a lot of ADSs. Already taking away some Wamai discs. That's a good start. It just gives Kenny that freedom knowing, okay, we've cleared away some utility. Maybe we could get the Ying in towards blue this time and have a bit more of an impact.
I'm reloading.
Azza can now watch onto that rotation and see if he can catch any of these players retreating back. We can see that the majority of them have made their way back down to the site here. Freeze, a bit more of a belt and braces approach of droning out Freezer, just making sure that there isn't a rogue Benja hiding down there. I believe this is going to be used to open up the hatch. There we go. Not an ideal use, but it is a use nonetheless, and it will get the job done. Sometimes in a pinch, and you got to do it. No, we're going to try and get a bit of value out of that second Retero.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
In the meantime, I didn't actually see that one go off. Not sure if he got caught in a mute jammer or not. I do know there's a couple of mutes placed in and around the site. Again, not terrible pacing from ITB here. They're doing a good job of fact-finding. Figuring out where these defenders are dug in so that they can then send forward that utility, those Yings, and really start to get in and amongst it.
Still going to be difficult, though. You know, G2 keeping every player alive on this turtle is going to be big for them. Still having, of course, that Warden alive. Virtue is going to play big in towards that pillar and can try and hold on the E-box and, of course, the stairs if needed. And this is where, yeah, the Yings are going to be much better now that you've dealt with some of the utility and get the Candelas going in. But as long as Virtue's alive, he is the man to watch.
Kenny trying to get a bit of value out of that Ying. Virtue finds one before falling. Doki there with a direct trade, though. Azza and Kenny, they've got a long way to go here. Azza's going to find one, but he's got the shotgun, so he's a bit limited here, but it's going to be perfect for the level of engagement he's taking. But equally, the shotgun of Alamau is well suited to those close quarters, and as he rotates through Laundry, he's able to find his man.
Yeah, 4-2 split, not bad. Expected, I think, from both sides to take this to attacks. ITB's fine. 4 defense for G2 is fine. So now we see that side switch, of course. ITB having to take up the mantle of the easier side with the defense, of course, but we know G2 and what they can deliver on the attacks. Ollie, if they play like the way they were, of course, on Bank, they will see opportunities and they will exploit them. So G2 need to be as, you know, as tight as a ship. They need to be. No leakages, airtight. I want to see no roamers. I want to see them just play that turtle, because honestly, I think it's the best way to go about for G2. If you go for the roam game, you're going to leave yourself vulnerable in sight, and we know G2, if they see an opening, they'll take it.
You can see the setup now for ITB as they move on to their own defenses.
They're hiding Azur. They're hiding the Capcan. He's not moving out of sight. See that?
Yeah. He's going to have to be quick, though. Get himself up there. I mean, or you could just place him in sight. Either way will do. Of course, the advantage of placing them inside a site is they're very seldom droned out, especially in the clutch dying moments of a round. Sometimes it can be the difference.
That triple one onto the E-box. You may think, oh, but surely you could just shoot that from, you know, the staircase. If you've played, you know, everyone has walked down that staircase. In what universe are you looking at for Capcan traps on that door? Tell me.
There's about a million things to watch as you come down those stairs. The last thing on your mind is a Capcan.
You're never going to be looking at that door. You're going to be looking towards pillar, both sides of it. You're going to be looking towards the openings, just in the soft wall. You're going to be looking towards Shaiko, Harry Potter. You're never going to be looking at that door. Never.
I like the Razor Bloom placed outside from Oscar as well. It just gives that early warning system. You can do similar with a Banshee from Malusi. I've seen Alamar do that a few times. Fenrir as well. You can double up. Doesn't seem like it's going to get any value right at the moment, but you never know. You're going to have to force blue at some point as an attacker if you're going to have a successful time attacking basement. At least that would be the normal way to go about things. So just because it hasn't gone off yet doesn't mean it won't. Virtue. Let's study and rate the old Maverick ability here. I feel like we're always very critical of Mavericks when they are tasked with opening these hatches. Of course, the hatches have health, so you don't have to go for any particular pattern, but you do want to be as efficient as you can with that blowtorch, and that was pretty good.
Yeah, 1.5 cans it took to, or maybe 1 3/4, I think, to get rid of that. So yeah, great work by Virtue. He's been this, you know, been this Maverick player on this side for a while now. He's done this rodeo before. No surprises for him. Not actually bad, just getting those preemptive flashes in. You know, they've realized that, hey, they actually don't have a lot stacked up towards blue. This could maybe be a good opportunity to get some flashes, make your own Candela almost, and see if you can clear away those players in towards 90 and towards Shaiko as well. So there is, of course, potential for G2 to use that util. Hatch open for them, but this is where, you know, the Capcan traps that we mentioned before, this is where you expect him to get a kill. You know, no one from G2 has looked towards those doorways, and we'll see if hiding that Capcan is going to pay off.
Well, the Razor Bloom has gone off. The early warning system has worked. And there we go. We see a Capcan kill come in and a Razor Bloom too from the traps. We love to see it. A couple more to round things out. When the traps are doing the majority of the work, everything else becomes pretty straightforward. ITB successfully hold downstairs for their first defensive round.
Yeah, it was so predictable, wasn't it, what G2 were going to do? And ITB knew it. You know, you place those Capcan traps for a reason. The Thorn gadget's working really well. Because the thing is as well, whenever you're a side like G2, where it's all about, you know, that 3, 2, 1, go. If one player in their attacks don't do their part, the whole thing goes kaput. Thorn stops that 3, 2, 1 from happening. Because as a 3, 2, 1 goes in, the guys in blue push in. It's either they die to the Thorn trap or they have to fall back. And if they fall back, then everyone else in their team is dead. That's why Thorn is really good against actually play like that, especially if they take their sweet time and really run down the clock. Hiding the cave this time.
It's all about hiding, isn't it?
Well, it's actually a really good hide if you think. Well, I mean, to be fair, look at G2's lineup. They don't really have a hard breach anyway, so it doesn't really affect them.
Yeah, they've got a couple of tin openers, haven't they? But I want to see him hide a cav.
Oh, well, there's the ace.
Show some real bravery.
We're really sticking with no hard breach for G2, aren't we? My goodness.
But we've actually gone for
we've got tin openers on the Deimos. Yeah.
We can be forgiven for that. Deimos is still new.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Of early aggression here. ITB seems to be finding that level of confidence. There's a good time to get it as well. When you're on the defense, you've got to play with confidence. Benja, hello?
Wow.
I'm not sure what's worse. Benja just randomly floor banging the ceiling or Azza immediately finding his head.
No words. Absolutely no words. Oh, Benja, he's had a good game, but is out for this round anyway. But let's go back to, you know, ITB hide in the cade. Yes, they have the tin openers on the Deimos, where more expectantly you're used to seeing the nades on them. And since they hit the cade, no one from G2 was going to be looking at bringing in the Thatcher, bringing in Impact EMP. So dealing with these electrifications could be the death of G2. You know, Deimos will go in towards Big Tower and you'll see it's electrified, and then G2 have to try and figure out a solution. It may be the Ash from below, but even then, that's going to be tricky to do. You see, there's the Cade plot. Alamau, though, does find Creed's the player who's going to try and put pressure onto that wall, and Alamau ends up getting the Cade claw on. Now they can get Virtue and open up that attic. So G2, they have their way in, and they've also found another kill. Kenny goes down the smoke.
I'm out. Gotta reload.
Not ideal when it's coming down to the final half of the round and you want to try and burn out that time. There's some great team play from both sides there. I loved how Azza tried to secure Creed's retreat back to site, and then again the information exchange from Virtue to Alamau saying that, look, he's still upstairs in attic, and Alamau there ready to catch the kill off the back of the Deathmark tracker. Some good info there being exchanged on the side of G2, and it's going to continue here. Alamau takes the engagement with Doki to hop on in. Oscar, he's going to be in a real hot situation very soon as the players rush up those white stairs, trying to get a shot over onto Flores outside. Uno going to get caught with a flash in hand. That's now the diffuser, but he can't make the rotation. He could be stuck here, but no, his team come to the rescue. Noah ready and waiting to take out that player at the top of white. Azza, he knows where Virtue is. It's a 2 versus 3, but when you know where one of them is, you can make calculated risks. Virtue has to try and push up. Pistol in hand, makes it work, takes Azza down, levels things up. Doki has come to his aid, just hanging inside of Trophy there. Noah now the next in the hot seat. Doesn't want to go up against that pistol. He knows how devastating it can be. Can Oscar find one from the other side? No, but it's taken out. Goes for the aggressive swing, but look at Noah. They line up for him, Demo.
Oh my goodness! Wow, what a series of events! You thought Oscar was in a prime position to kill them in the back, he gets shot down, and then Noah leaves them 1v2, but like you said, the stars align, G2 align, and it makes such an oh so sweet and successful 2-piece for Noah. G2 with a very, very early timeout. Only 2 attacks done and they're already worried. The coach has to get in there. Maybe it's one of those rounds that would have rattled this side. And we know, Ollie, after watching this team for a long time, the emotions play a massive part in this side. The mental warfare that happens to this team where they just shut down and they give up. Is that where we're at right now? Is that an episode that we're in?
cannot believe that Into the Breach have gotten away with that last round. Incredible stuff, and I'm sure that that is going to play a part in the mental warfare that you mentioned, Demo.
Replicating.
This, I mean, to be fair, when the round starts like that, we should know what we're in for. We should know that we're in for something a little bit crazy. Just the individual points of timing that happened on multiple sides. You think of Uno getting caught with the flash in his hand, the perfect time for Noah to pop up. There was so many small pieces of timing that just went well there for both teams. It was 2 versus 2 at the end, don't forget. Into the Breach, level things up. This is where we get to a more expected outcome, though. It's the third choice bomb site. This is where all the pressure hangs on G2. Can they win the third choice site? If they can, there's a chance that we get to an overtime, and then it really is anybody's. However, if they struggle here, Into the Breach can then look to just replay what they've already done in rounds 7 and 8 and bring it home and you know, tap it in, so to speak. So these are the rounds that you really need to switch on as a defender, and equally rounds that you need to switch on as an attacker. This is the opportunity here for you attacking Oregon.
Boy, oh boy. It's a good game. Very, very good game. Great series as well. ITB still, you know, look at the two maps, 7-5, 7-5. And ITB still have not went to an overtime. But it certainly feels as though this could be the map that sends us there. It is close so far, but G2 need to try and get some attacks, and you would hope that it'll happen here on the third bomb site choice. ITB having to go to either your kitchen and dining or your kitchen and meeting holds. They have opted for their meeting hold. G2 already with the first pick on the board. Down goes Azur. So for G2, looking at their operator lineup, you would almost expect to see them try and get in towards the top floor and use some of the vertical operators that they have. You have the sledge, you have the ram, trying to open up all of the kitchen and make it a very easy kitchen plant for yourself, but you do have to go across the top floor. You have to try and root out the roamers who could be upstairs in towards kids. Benja has taken up a very strong position just to try and gain some early footholding for G2. He has taken that west side of the map, of course. But for G2, all eyes upstairs.
Something to bear in mind is Alamau loves to hop in green window. And that's where he's been, just outside of green on his drone for the majority of the round. If they like what they see, they might just try and go for this, but Grease with the backstab. He's going to pick one up beautifully. Oscar there with the trade. Alamau shut down. Hopping into green window now for you is Uno. He's going to make his way into the site and be gifted a freebie. That's his third on the round here. Takes Noah down. 2 versus 2. 40 seconds left. Kenny upstairs. Oscar inside a meeting. Both pretty split up from one another at the moment. Oscar could do worse than just try and hold the angle, and he will do so. Uno gives himself away there, and Virtue not in position to try and refrag that back. Still knows there's a player upstairs with the diffuser down on the ground. He tries to send the ram out for an audio distraction, but look at Oscar go. Barely moved his feet there and picked up a couple.
Oscar has been the biggest player to get the rewards out of G2's lack of droning today. Do you not think?
Yeah.
Like, he has just sat in such passive positions and just let G2 expose themselves where he gets the easiest of kills. Like, he really has. He hasn't done anything too flashy. He's just played it very smart. Very, very smart today from Oscar, and G2 are just being punished because they're not doing the drone work. You know, they're not doing that. And they're struggling massively on the attack. They just used the timeout. Timeout hasn't helped. That's a clean sweep for ITB. Now they're in the lead. My oh my. I was really worried also for a moment for ITB whenever I seen it go into the 2v2. Oscar was by himself, and other player was upstairs. I'm really surprised that G2 didn't look at the hand and think, let's isolate the guy by himself, because they knew there was still a guy upstairs. Like, they knew about the guy top floor.
10 seconds to
Very surprising. Very, very surprising that G2 didn't try and take that 1v2 in the middle of the bomb site. Because, I mean, Kenny was just... What was Kenny going to do upstairs?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head scratcher, really. you look at the way that ITB played that, did G2 miss a bit of an opportunity there? There was plenty of time left, that's for sure. The worry if you're G2 or a G2 fan at the moment is that ITB are well positioned to run away with this. They haven't opted for any of the trap operators that we saw in round number 7 when we first saw this site. We did see the Capcan and the Thorn coming out, and both the entry denial device and the Razor Bloom netted a kill each. Obviously leaving a bit of a lighter load for the firepower and the guns to deal with. But without that, they are going to be solely relying on that gun skill. They do have a C4 and a couple of smokes in Kenny's back pocket. But as we know, it's usually a ways off seeing those put to good effect. They haven't gone for any sort of roam here, Demo, and as such, G2 have got pretty much all the time they need to get these hatches open.
Yeah, but they also gave G2 all control the last time they defended here. They're happy enough to sit in sight and just let their utility do the works for them. This time, we'll say ITV, they haven't went with that trap-heavy lineup. Yeah, I've got a lot more denial, though, of projectiles. You've got the Jaeger and the Wamai, so bringing both of them into the fray of things. So the Yings and also the catapults will be dealt with in some shape or form. Like G2, they have a lot of utility to go through. Even have nades in there that you can toss in and see if you catch somebody by surprise in towards Pillar. But ITB, they will just play this turtle position. It's up to G2 to see how well they can pressure, honestly, both sides. So I'd like to see G2 try and hit really all angles. Blue, get a guy walking down freeze, or just test ITB to the fullest.
Ready for grenades.
Where's your sight? Where's your sight?
Yeah, he's trolling. Iron sights on Ying.
Oh dear, what is this?
I mean, you can aim quicker? Question mark? Is that a thing?
No. No, not a thing. Not a thing.
We'll see how he fares here. Noah, speaking of size, going to be peeking up there with the ACOG. Takes Uno down. Benja, direct trade. We're starting to see the Candelas sent in now as Alamau sends one down electrical and then repositions himself toward Laundry. Everyone on the side of G2 has a big job to do here. Because they're a man down, they cannot afford to make any mistakes. And look at him go. Noah grabs one, but Doki, he sweeps through. He's going to have to find a couple more, though, as we're 2 versus 2 now. Moving down that highway as a great pre-fire. Doki shuts another down. 1 versus 1 here. Kenny with the shotgun. Again, it comes down to such a fine margin, Demo, but ITB get it done.
Oh, Kenny shotguns his old teammate right in the chest. My goodness me. ITB, oh, they just took their trades. You know, that was a very default attack from G2 where you send in the utility. And ITB, they held their nerve. They held their ball. They all just kept trading kills back and forth, back and forth. You never gave G2 an opportunity to have that kind of advantage against you in that round. You don't give them any chance at all to get that diffuser down. You just win your fights back and forth, and yeah, ITB on a match point, and G2, they just capitulate. They can't attack. They just can't attack, Ollie. It feels very, very similar to what we've seen whenever G2 played against Wolves. G2 lost every attack that they had against Wolves. Every attack, 6 attacks in a row, they lost.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So now they're on, what's this, a 10 attack round losing streak in Oregon?
Attackers are moving
Not
out
good,
to
is it?
locate a bomb and defuse it.
It's an understatement.
Not good at all. It's known that we hold G2 to a high standard, and it's because what we've seen this team achieve. This team's lifted a hammer. They've been at the top of the pile in Rainbow Six. But they're not at the top of anything tonight. It's ITB map and series point right now. And G2, they're going to need to win 2 rounds in a row to even think about an overtime. And based off what we've seen, it isn't something that I feel is going to happen at the moment. They'd have to really pull out all the stops and maybe even hope for ITB to make a few fatal errors.
100%. It's in ITB's hands, isn't it? It's in their hands. They're match point. They're on the favored side against a team that just can't attack to save their skin. You know, for G2, this is to stop them going down into the open qualifiers. You know, we sit there and talk about how they just barely made it out alive, getting that 6th position. What's the point? What was the point of ITB doing you the favor? You're going to end up down there anyway.
Do you not think it's quite nice that ITB are the reason that G2 are here, and then if ITB win, they've, you know, proved themselves again almost?
We gave you a chance to prove yourself that you're G2. We saved you. We gave you another chance. You can't even get past us. We're just a bunch of rookies. We've never been here before.
Kenny doing his best to try and hold on here. He's going to use some smokes to try and deter the push through that master door. Virtue is going to take a good portion of damage. There's a lot coming in here for Kenny to deal with. He's going to get saved. The Toxic Baby is going to do the damage for him. Noah, he doubles down. Alamar goes for the hop in, but it's the C4 pre-placed. 2 kills for Kenny on the round, making it a double. Uno, everything rests on your shoulders right now. Stuck inside of T2. 1 versus 5, and they know exactly where he is. It's not a question of how long, it's a question of who is going to be the player to pick this final kill. 44 seconds, Oscar's dropping the GG, we're seeing the smokes coming out. He's right though, you know, it's possible, but it's extremely unlikely for Uno to get anything done here. ITB have managed it. Successful here on Oregon, and all we've got to do is wait for the time to confirm that. Uno gonna hop himself in. There's now a player downstairs in meeting, looking up through the hatch, just trying to shoot anything that he can. Great headshot over onto Noah.
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left. Time starts to become a bigger and bigger factor as this draws on. Down to the pistol. Kenny to finish it. 3 on the round. Big performance from Into the Breach there. They are going to advance through our bracket and lock themselves in our upper bracket semi-finals against Team Secret.
Honestly, it's such a shame to see G2 just completely fall apart at the end of things, where you look at Bank and you think, wow, G2, it actually looks not too bad. It looks as though they could maybe kick on here and actually make that run. But ITB, look, all credit to ITB. They've been a stellar team. They really have stats, like we mentioned, maybe haven't shown that, where they have had to get wins down to some fantastic individual performance. But they have really hit their momentum at the right time. You know, since that clobbering that they got against BDS, the trajectory that they've been on, the way that they've just looked better time after time, and to come back from that BDS game as well in its own right, you would be at your lowest point ever. But I suppose if you're at your lowest point, there's only one way to go, Ollie, and that's up from there. And they really went up. They played really well last night. It gave them a great little confidence booster going into the big game here today. And they've taken down G2. And again, still no overtime. Still no overtime for ITB. They will do it in regular time, and that is it.
Just wait until they get Ace and Des casting them. I'm sure they'll go to an overtime at some point. We're going to send it over to our desk. They're going to break down that entire best of 3. But don't go too far, because we do have another whole best of 3 coming up right after this.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Demo. And I just got to say it like it is. ITB brought G2 in this bracket, and they can take them out of it, and they have done so. G2 brought down into the lower side, which means, well, no more run into the playoffs, and through to Manchester, they're going to have to go through the hell that can be LCQ. Let's talk about it here. Hello, I'm Elish, with me are Freshman, and we continue on.
Baby.
They
We're
are
back,
absolutely
baby.
back. ITB made it all happen. That was incredible to watch, and the way that those attacks played, we talked about it in the pre-game desk or the pre-map desk, and it really showed.
Yeah, well, sorry.
No,
It was
you
fun.
go on.
No, it's absolutely fun. No,
We're
fun.
Freshman.
We are
Freshman.
Okay. No, you talk about ITB, because I was thinking about a G2 point. So
All right,
ITB,
so,
you take it from
yeah, one thing I want to highlight with Into the Breach in their attacks is genuinely that they kept the mood even if things were going against them. First round, they somehow managed to claw back a 4 versus 5 on the basement attack. That is beyond me. I don't understand how you can lose that as G2, and I don't understand how you can win that as Into the Breach. Because when you play basement defense, just the win rate overall on that bomb side in practice is like 85%. With an entry kill, it's like 95%.
Yep.
And it's a big games that really matters, will you get 2 shots for seed or like for into phase 2 in the major? That's when they win it. It's incredible. And then only to go on to lose the meeting bomb site. Well, what do they do after? They keep the calm and they win a kids attack.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling that they have the mental capacity with that with all the rookies.
It's crazy that a 2-4 split on the attack is expected, but the nature of how ITB achieved that 2-4 split, winning both primary bomb sites, and especially, like you say, one in a man disadvantage, was nothing short of incredible. And I think, actually, your interview with Kendrew that you did that we showed in the pre-show today, Fabian, where he talks about how this is a team that's taking the learnings. This is the team that knows that they're not going to get it right first time. That they just keep learning, they just keep improving, and they need to step it up. Today they stepped it up. Nothing short of remarkable from them, because that was a really, really tricky opponent to go up against in the best of 3. Let me just remind you the teams that have beaten G2 in the best of 3 since Atlanta, since this G2 roster was formed. FaZe Clan, W7M. No other team has beaten G2. Not one team has beaten G2 in the best of 3, apart from the 2 best teams in the world. And now ITB.
So they're the 3rd best team in the world.
That's what logic would say.
In my mind, Wolves are the best team in the world after the SI run. Anyways, we won't dig into that rabbit hole again. But this is what it must have been for an NA viewer to watch Beast Coast make it through. This is the same level of like Into the Breach, or a step forward, and they got Secret ahead to look forward.
I had a ridiculously like proud dad moment when both Creeds and Adrian came into this league in terms of becoming professional players. Now that ITB play Secret, one of them has to be at the major. So I'm going to have another proud dad moment. For me personally, I'm very happy with this result.
That moment about me. I'm going to be at the major too.
Yeah, I know.
But he said he was happy about Talon, not specifically you
that's fine,
making it there. But Fabian, can you continue to have a chat about Into the Breach and their roster and how they could perform this way?
So this game today, that was not based on the individual gameplay whatsoever. None of the players stood out particularly much individually. But when you don't do that, look at the team effort that they put in. I wanted to highlight all 5 players, and that's why we have them up on the screen. For example, Azra on that last map, he did not have a great game in numbers. He had 5-6. However, what he did perform for his team was 3 entry kills, all of which their team converted into victory rounds. It's just so important to have these players that play the key roles. They play them really well, they make few mistakes, they trust each other, they play as a team, they don't let themselves get pushed down, and they just keep recovering. I am so impressed with Into the Breach today, and they should be very, very proud of themselves.
And a victory as big as this one can only happen, as you say, Fabian, with team play, but that team play, especially with young players on the squad, those players have to be controlled. They need to be coached and led into that proper victory. And for that, we get the chance to talk to the ITB coach, Kendrew Kenny. Let's bring him up. Thank you very much for joining us. Kenny, congratulations. A massive best of 3 win against G2. What does this win mean to you as a coach in your career and for your team as a whole?
Now we're going to show you how great we are. Muhammad Ali quote, but just, instead of we, because we are a collective. And we were, in my opinion, the better team today.
Kenny, the last time we spoke to you actually was a loser interview. So obviously I want to, thank you once again for doing that. But what, I suppose, was that a turning point, that game against Secret? Was that a turning point for you in your season in terms of really stepping it up? Because you have stepped it up significantly since then.
The Secret game was a game full of micros, micro problems that every official we've had this season, we've learned something about our team. We've learned something about our processes or mentality or strategy. We've taken away something from every single game. And the Secret game showed something internally with us in terms of decision making that hadn't reared its head before. We went back and we understood we went into detail about numbers and priority in decision making. What scenarios are you gonna aim for kill execute? What scenarios are you gonna aim for plant execute? Where can you afford to backstab? Where can you afford just all 5 barrel at once? Where should you split? I think every day, we're learning about theory and just improving the practicality of that theory every official.
So moving on to today then, going to G2, because I spoke to you actually about the map ban phase, because it was a little bit, I won't say confusing, but I think there was a few mind games being played in. So if you can, would you just take us through the map you chose, Bank, as to why? Why do you think they chose Chalet? I suppose the biggest question for me, leaving Oregon open after banning it the whole stage and not wanting to show it, was presumably that was intentional, but why now?
Well, I think I'm proud to say it's the first time I've ever beaten Titan's supercomputer in a camp phase. And I think, well, I looked at us. We've only shown 4 maps over the season, and G2 excel at counter prep, looking at how you play. And with us only showing 4 maps, we had a vast majority of maps that we could exploit with them having no info of us on. We picked Bank. Everyone knows we like Bank. That's simply it. I thought they would ban Bank because I didn't think their Fnatic game was too good.
Yeah.
Our attacks were just not really our attacks. I think we had a lot of, when I spoke about that decision making previously, the decision making wasn't correct really in a lot of attacks in terms of what we prioritized, like where to clear, etc. But Bank we were happy with. We banned Consulate because G2 are just phenomenal at that map, and I think they would have picked it if we hadn't banned it, because we've got 0 attack. No, we got 1 attack on it against Wolves, and we got 1 attack on it against Secret. So I think they would have licked their lips at a Consulate pick.
Yep.
Well,
and then they picked Chalet.
Yeah.
Go on.
No, go for it. Continue. I thought you were...
Okay.
Please.
They picked Chalet. I was expecting them to pick Oregon and Sky. Everyone knows they love Oregon and Sky. We've banned them every single play day. They're going to pick 1 because it's seemingly a weak map for us. But, one thing about hiding maps is that you can work in the shadows. So we were happy whether they went Sky or Oregon. And they ended up picking Chalet, which was a surprise, but they heavily counter-prepped the Chalet, which I know that G2 like to counter-prep certain maps, and Chalet is one of them. So we just went in, pretty much looked at how we played Chalet and just reinvented everything, and trusted in our processes a lot more than we did on Bank.
Well, Kenny, I mean, you quote Muhammad Ali, and you also have
He's
a
up there.
photo of him
Yeah.
in the background, exactly what I say. Cool. So, the greatest of all time is there. He's watching, looking over you. What do you have to say now to Team Secret? Back to the gauntlet, back into the ring against the team that really dealt you that wake-up call. What do you got to say to them?
I have a lot of respect for Secret. I'm humble in victory and gracious in defeat. With any team that we play, I just love competitive Rainbow Six. So the fact that we have tight games in all of EUL and anyone can beat anyone is fantastic. So we'll come next week, Secret best of 3, and we're going to give it all that we have. I respect them as a team. There's no easy games in this league, so we've got to take one game at a time. I was up till 6 a.m. doing G2 prep work from last night, so at least I've got a whole week to now prep for Secret, and I'm not completely ruining my sleep schedule.
I think you're going to have a good night's sleep, and a well-deserved one after today's victory. Kenny, thank you very much for joining us today. Congratulations again on the win. For the fans out there, if you're rooting for ITB, which you should after this matchup, you can catch them next week against Team Secret. They are 1 game win away from making it to the Manchester Major. Good luck with that, Kenny. And again, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next time, hopefully.
Thank you, Milos.
Well, there it is. Yeah. Into the breach brought them in, and they took them out as easily as, well, the initial bit happened, I guess. Fresh, thank you very much for the questions. We got to really dig in depth with Kenny, and for ITB fans, you got more to look forward to. However, we are not done today just yet. A second best of 3 is about to begin, and Wolves are part of it. And Fnatic are on the other side, but all of that and more to break it down right after the break.
Hey guys, it's Leon Gids from Fnatic, and today I'll be playing Unmuted.
You're all very unbalanced individuals.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. Like, if I was gonna guess, it would probably be like Nomad, because like obviously air jabs and stuff, and you fall over. Or Oryx. I'll go with Nomad for this one, I think. Bandit. Yeah, I've never heard that in my life, and I've played a lot of Bandit.
What does an artist and a sniper have in common?
Oh, this is easy. I already know it's Glaz. Blatant Glaz. I've got operator video. Yep.
They forget the first rule of survival.
Yeah, I immediately just think of Thatcher with that one, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's right as well, actually. Yeah, operator video.
Pass those plates around.
Oh, that's an easy wreck. As soon as that armor is on the floor, pass the plates around. Easy. Yeah.
What's in the canister?
It's smoke. What's in the canister? If I tell you, you'd have to die. I'd have to kill you. That's what he says. Smoke operator video. Yeah.
Actions speak louder than words.
Actions speak louder than words. So I'm getting like Finka or Sophia. Maybe Ella. But I just got an ooh after I said Sophia, so I'm kind of thinking Sophia now. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course, lad. Hey guys, so I just got finished playing Unmuted. Hopefully you guys did better than me. Make sure you put it in the Twitch chat or on Twitter as well if you want to let me know how you guys did as well.
Hey guys, it's Shinka from Wolf, and we're playing Unmuted.
Come closer. I dare you.
I don't know who's saying that. Come closer. Maybe Carrera? I don't know. Maybe. Ah, Clash. Okay.
Average person's heartbeat.
Heartbeat? Maybe Pulse? Yeah.
LMG mounted and loaded.
Tachanka? Yeah, the Lord.
10 kilometers of internal wiring.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I would just say, let's say Bandit. Twitch,
I knew this guy once. I broke his drone.
Wait, maybe Mozi or Solis, but let's say Solis. Ying, oh. He's talking about drones. Thanks for watching, guys, and see you on the stream.
Segadoras. Gladius es quien termina consiguiendo el doblete. Ahora son 3, son 4 con la de Indras y solamente va a quedar del otro lado Baxi. Consigue el doble, consigue el triple. Cuidado con Baxi. Jugada del sueño.
Angle is humanly possible. Citizen looked like he was in trouble. Kino dies to Dream, mowed down, but there's Spoit breaching in, making no prisoners.
Not again.
How does he get it done? What does Spoit have to do to find all these openings? Goodness gracious.
And it's a team effort as well. Down to just Enhaikel. Gets 1-2 to go in this retake situation. Taha off of the defuse. Once again on it, but now dead. Z'd up for the Nitrosol. He's going for the counter defuse instead. Could have tried to throw that out. Enhaikel should spot him. Double tap headshot on the second.
Smoke and fire and brimstone and everything else you could possibly throw at him, but he's still in one piece. He's got to be careful about this long angle though, going back towards the full, has always looked away. Will round through, finds Shaiko, finds the second as well. Always going absolutely nuclear.
Vai vir o drop agora, olha a bala, consegue deitar, Loira na marcação, tem jogador dando cover, Loira chega, triple kill dele, Hornetão no plant, Stake vai marcando, a bala do Loira pega, é 3v1 agora, recarregando, Stake é o último jogador vivo, ele tenta buscar e cai! Ace do Loira pra ganhar o jogo!
Here comes the retake from the side of EXO. Now Skies, he's able to win out one engagement. They get the back end of Rifkos as well, but Deadshot, oh, he doesn't make the connection. Skies going for the rebite. They're all lined up, and Alice is piece away from him. Looking for the feet, coming for the single player. Waits lets the time tick. Bibu's playing this expertly. The second feeds themselves in. The Hasham peak. Fire the floor. There's 3. Bibu, he's got to the pistol and the ace. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back, everybody, to Blaster 6 EU League. Game number 1 is done, and Into the Breach have defeated G2, and will move on to the semifinals. They'll be playing next Monday against Team Secret. One more best of 3 separates both teams, and their victory and a qualification directly to the Manchester Major, our sold-out event. And that will be next month. Very much looking forward to it here, but the challenge now is on to that bottom side, because both Wolves and Fnatic have a spot to move forward, and they'll be playing BDS, which they're also pretty good.
Easy, never in doubt.
I mean, you just kill them and you win, right?
Easy. You only need 5 bullets.
Yeah, 5 bullets is literally enough to win the round.
It's fine.
This is why we're here in EUL, the best analysts in the world as always, and we're all giving it what we got here. Freshbean, thank you very much, and welcome back to the desk. Hi, I'm Milosh, so happy to be here with everybody as we navigate our second game. And I'd like to talk about our rosters in particular, one by one. Let's start off with Fnatic, because obviously this team has had major changes. The past 18 months, we talked about it earlier on today, have been a bit rough, but they're back. And since the introduction of this squad, this stage, Fresh, they've been kind of on another level, I'd say.
Nobody can argue that they made objective upgrades in terms of players,
sure,
and made objective upgrades in terms of league position and results. Performances have been a bit wobbly. They've been a bit up and down. I think you call them a yo-yo team, Fabian.
They're definitely a yo-yo team.
And I think that is definitely, a yo-yo team, but there's a lot of potential there where you watch them and you get excited about them. Then they'll let you down a little bit, but then they'll be back up as well. And I think for Fnatic, it's about finding that consistency, and they can be a top team in this league once again.
They need to find their individual performances within the team. I think that's where it's been lacking. It seems to also have been a little bit of the in-game leading issue. I think that Leon probably take responsibility for it as well, that maybe they weren't as comfortable on some specific maps. The one that stand out to me is on Concept. That was against Wolves, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, yes.
And they looked very disjointed in their attacks, and I think that they own those things, because that's just the sort of team that they are.
Yes.
I mean, we had that pre-show where we talked to the teams. Leon, they know that some things don't always click, but they are a family unit, and that's what's important. I think that they have that on themselves. They know what to improve. They know what to change. And the yo-yo effect, I think that goes away today.
And actually, since you mentioned it, let's visualize what the yo-yo effect looks like. We mentioned this earlier on today, but this is what Fnatic scores have been throughout this stage, and it's up and down.
I mean, yeah. Lose, win, lose, win, lose, win, win, lose. Like, there's no consistency there realistically against opponents that they beat some opponents that you would expect maybe a more competitive game, and they lost against
Wild.
They lost against Wild. That's the one that's like
only to go beat Secret in the next one. Like, it makes no logical sense.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that console game against Wolves. That was the greatest mid-off I've seen, especially after the first game where, the game prior to it, Fnatic, oh my God, they looked incredible. They're going to be the #1.
Yeah.
Only BDS can stand to them, and then, But, let's talk about then Wolves on the other side, because Wolves have kind of had a steady up trajectory in this case, Fabian.
They have, in terms of numbers, and like they're getting the points. They were in a game for the second place just yesterday, right? But when we look at the results as a whole, I don't think that they have impressed me this stage. You and me, Jack, you've said it many times. We keep them on a pedestal. We have extremely high expectations on them. And I don't think that they've lived up to it. Yeah, they have improved over the stage, but if we look against the teams that they beat them, 8-7 against ENCE that choked out that Nighthaven lab completely. G2 that looked completely lost on their game on Oregon against them, like there was not even a competition. Wild, they beat them as well, great. Fnatic, they looked lost in that game, and then Virtus Pro that should have actually won that game, but a 2 versus 4 clutch on Oregon, Kids defense, won out by Deadshot. He just went wild with that DMR on Doki. It doesn't look great.
I think the problem is there's some substance issues for Wolves that we like Wolves. We hope
we love them.
Such a high standard, but there's some problems, particularly their attacks, but also individuality. The fact that it's Deadshot or Mowgli that, you know, really have to be the ones that step up. And I think they're the ones that, if they fix those issues, once again, we're looking at a top team.
And one of those players that you mentioned, Deadshot specifically, was part of the All-Stars team from Stage 1 that you both selected. So how about we compare Deadshot and himself, basically? You're always your own enemy, right? You got to watch your back. And sometimes it is your own. So we got to bring this up and really talk about it, because there has been a point at SI where everybody has been questioning Deadshot on the teams, like, hey, if it was something different, would Wolves have done better at the Invitational? But seems like now that we're in the online phase of Stage 1, it's a bit of a different player that we're seeing, Jeff.
Yeah, I think he's changed roles a little bit. I think we said it about him when we put him into the All-Star roster. He's changed roles a little bit, but actually that's allowed him to find a great level of consistency.
And it's one of the things that I think Wolves as a team overall have actually lacked this stage. You and me loved them the previous stages, and we've been saying, we love these Wolves. They're so aggressive. They play so well together. The 3-2-1s are excellent. They always play off each other. But then all of that fell apart, except, well, Deadshot having his consistency.
Well, how do these two teams then measure up against one another, or tailor the tape, as they call it? We put their stats against one another. Fresh, what does it look like?
I mean, look at the gold on each team. So here's what we've got before the play day started today. Fnatic, the best attacking team in the league, and then Wolves, the best defensive teams in the league. Logos are a little bit swapped around here, but basically, we've got Wolves that are great at defending because of that individuality, but really, really, really struggle at attack. And then Fnatic that are really, really good at attacking, best in the league, and are okay. Well, 7th, not great at defending. Obviously, just on this graphic, logo swapped around. It's the other way around.
It happens.
But you know what I mean.
The big thing I take away from that is that defense is way easier to fix than attacks.
Yeah.
Because defense is, honestly, a lot of it is about patience and decision-making. In attack, it's a lot of decision-making with mechanical ability. Mechanical ability, yeah, you have up and downs every now and then. Decision-making is very hard to practice because you need to micromanage those decisions and shape them into being the right ones. You need to constantly show your players through VOD reviewing, these are the mistakes you made, these are the decisions you should have taken, and then show them proof of when they take those decisions, the outcome is very different.
And let's talk about outcomes specifically to our map ban. We run a 9-map pool here in EOL and competitive Rainbow Six overall. And Fresh, can you explain to us how the map bans usually function? How do teams even choose the maps that we have?
Yeah, so the reason we're explaining this is because it gets a little bit funky, but stay with me. So basically at the start of every map ban phase, the admin does a virtual coin toss with the two teams. The team that wins that coin toss gets a choice. They either choose the starting side on the first map, which obviously in a best of 1 is the decider map, in a best of 3 it's the first map played, or they choose the order that the team's banned in. So Wolves won that coin toss. They chose to choose the starting side on the first map. Now normally what teams would do when that happens is the team B, in Fnatic in this case, would then choose to ban first, so that essentially whenever you pick your map, your opponent picks the starting side. If we can bring the map ban phase up, what you will see is that both teams on their map choice are starting defense. This is because Fnatic actually, instead of choosing to ban first themselves and pick the first map, and Wolves would have had the starting side, Fnatic actually chose to put Wolves in to the ban first. So we've got a unique situation where Wolves have picked a map, chose the starting side, Fnatic have picked their map and chose the starting side on their own map.
It sounds complicated as it is, right?
Very funky. I coached a pro team. I've coached T2 not that long ago. I had no idea this even existed, just because nobody would ever do it. It doesn't make any sense. I think it's a gamble, because what if Wolves had picked Oregon and then picked defense for themselves? That would have been a tough time for Fnatic. Now Fnatic are very, very lucky that Wolves fell straight into that trap. Because they picked a map, Nighthaven, that is, I would say, fairly evenly balanced attack and defense. Oregon, however, where Fnatic starts defense, is far from evenly balanced.
And let's actually talk about Nighthaven. We'll zoom in specifically on that map and compare both teams' stats over, I guess, this past few months.
Yep.
I assume for Wolves, it includes the SI stats that they might have had for it.
It absolutely does, but the only time we've ever seen them really play it, and it does show us their right preference. They played against Fresh and Friends before SI, but they only played it in the league against Ent. And honestly, that match, utter shit show, right? Yeah. They won it, but it shouldn't have even gone to overtime. People got a 1v5 club. Yeah. So, in essence, I think Wolves have been a little bit baited. Maybe they've been saving this map, but they showed it in the league.
Yeah.
As you can see here, they don't really like attacking. Didn't look that good on the defense. And for Fnatic, we know that this team have liked it for a long time in terms of Nighthaven, but have just never played it.
Yeah, it's an odd one because they only beat us 7-5, you and me. Well, me and Pengu actually.
You and Pengu, yeah.
But we're washed up old men.
It's true.
They should be more convincing if it's a map you pick in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm not sold on it.
That's what we talked about, the big changes that have happened from that point on to today. There's a lot to prove for both of these teams, and I think it's time for us to head into our game. Let's pull up Exor, Troika, and Demo and have a chat with them, because, gents, first of all, hello again. Let's get some waves in the chat.
Until Demo waves, we don't stop.
I'm happy just to let you wave.
All right,
we're going to keep waving.
We farm it,
Anyways,
no problem.
let's see if you can keep doing it, because this is good cardio if you're asking me at this point. Anyways,
maybe some squats as well.
There it is.
There you go.
In the last game between ITB and G2, it looked like, yes, there's G2 that is kind of that top dog team. Everybody's looking at them. ITB, the underdog in it. But here in Wolves and Fnatic, they seem to be on more equal footing, Ollie. Would you agree with that? How do you see this going?
It really could go either way, couldn't it, Milosh? I mean, obviously, we've seen, some would call it an upset. Some would maybe say it was kind of expected based on the way that G2 played during the stage in our first best of three. But then you look at this one, Wolves Fnatic, both well-matched teams, both have played well through the stage, both have had their ups and downs. Again, I think we're going to be here until a little bit later on. I'm imagining 3 maps again.
Demo, it's all orange in this one. If you can't really see it properly with the colors, when you're gonna have a bit of an issue with it. Good luck in the game. Our match is ready, so please take it away. It's game number 1, map number 1, and game number 2 for today. Wolves versus Fnatic. Enjoy.
Got a fun fact, Demo.
Okay.
Do you want to know why royalty don't wave in the typical way?
Why is that?
Because it is exhausting. We heard Fresh and Fabian there say that it was good cardio to wave that way. That's why they go for the gentle, like just a hand twist. Didn't know that, but I know it now, and now you know it, and now maybe someone else knows it as well. We're going to be going into our second best of 3 here tonight in the Europe League qualifier. This is to decide who gets to go into our upper bracket semi-final tomorrow. The winner of this matchup will be facing BDS, and let me tell you, no one wants to be playing BDS at the minute. They are hot, hot, hot. But Fnatic and Wolves, one of you two is going to be headed up against them later on in the week, and we need to find out who it's going to be. We're going to kick things off on Nighthaven tonight, Demo.
Yeah, going labs right off the rip. You mentioned, obviously, one of these teams will go on to place against BDS. But, I mean, even, obviously, yes, that's going to be difficult. You're up against BDS. But even if you lose that game, you still got another chance, you know, in that 3rd place match. So I think that's a big reason as well why you want to win this first game, is then you'll get 2 chances to try and qualify for the major into phase 2. So, yeah, a lot on the line for both sides, of course. Fnatic, after the year they had last year, I don't think anyone would have thought to see them be as revitalized as what they have been. You know, a big bounce back to where they are. Obviously, Mr. Gids and Deepak, the only 2 players who remain from that title-winning side all the way back in 2022. Wolves, on the other hand, I mean, really only the one change that we've seen, and that, of course, being Deadshot. That was, you know, over a year ago since that team made a roster change. So certainly for Wolves, a lot has remained the same, apart from the results. Really, Ollie, you know, Wolves just haven't been doing too hot over the past, I'd say 6 months or so. They haven't been doing as well as what they are used to. So certainly they're going through a bit of an issue at the moment. And yeah, I was worried about them during the start of the stage. Whenever I see them come back and lose, I think they were 5-1 up on Consulate against ITB. in an ITB, go and win 6 defense in a row, win 7-5. You're really worried for Wolves at that stage, but they have had a good bounce back. They were on a good trajectory there to try and get themselves back into, you know, the front runners, into that second place where it was last night. Unfortunately, they lost a secret. So that's really where both teams are. One team trying to regain a bit of honor from last year, and one team trying to get back to where they are at the top.
Definitely worth mentioning as well that Wolves is a team that we expect, as I just knocked my entire setup over, so apologies if you heard that. Wolves is a team that we expect to see at majors. They have been present at majors for, I think they've got like is it a 6 or 7 major record sort of streak at the moment, Demo, of attending live events?
Did I know? I think it was 7 I said last time.
7 you said last night? They're always there. They are the team from Europe that attend events when other teams, you know, like BDS aren't there at SI this year. Guess who's there? It's Wolves. So this is by no means their last chance to qualify for Manchester, but it goes a long way in the start of that process. So let's see how they shape up here. They're going to be kicking things off on the defense. As the desk explained, there was a bit of a strange circumstance of events that led Wolves to being able to pick this map and start out on the defense. And I guess we will see how that fares.
I think it might actually be an 8 streak, Ollie. I think because it's even more than what we thought. I think it's 8. So yeah, they've been there, they've done that, they've seen the world. But they really want to go to Manchester.
They really want to see Manchester. Look, it's in the world.
They want to go to.
They want to check Manchester out. Why not?
Out of all the places you could go, Manchester. My goodness me. Fnatic on the attack, of course. Usually seen as the weakened side of the two. But already a good start, as Tyrant did get one, but very swiftly trade it back. Mowgli's done so well there to get the kill, and then to see him swing out that breach again. Why has he done that, Mowgli? Shinkas went for a wander down the stairs with the shotgun. He gets sent back by Jegs. Wolves went for the aggressive approach, and they've been battered back twice.
Fnatic are our best attacking team in the league at the moment, statistically, so it does stand to reason. What a shot there from P4, able to shut Jigsaw down. Jigsaw always going to be playing those vertical angles. He's an absolute nightmare for him. Fnatic can't afford to let another slip, but they will. They're going to lose that man count advantage. They were up 4-2 for a time here. Now leveled out at 2 apiece. Leon going to push him his way in, find one, can't flick to the second. P4, can he make it a quad in round number 1? No, shut down by Deepek. He was on a double himself inside of that round. Big opener there for Fnatic.
Honestly, Leon in that scenario, he done the hard thing really well, but the easy thing worse, if that makes sense. He knows the player is prone behind that desk. He knew that. So then he thinks about it. Where would the other guy be? Covering that guy behind the table. Where is he going to be? Probably on the electrical door. Pre-fires the electrical door beautifully. And then the guy behind the table steps up that Leon knew about, and then he loses that engagement. I think he got caught in behind the monitors. He couldn't see him behind the monitors, but I'm really surprised that Leon didn't just get an easy 2-kill. So yeah, it's a bit surprising, thankfully. Deepek's there to get that trade. A close round right from the get-go. But Fnatic walk away with the round win. So 1-0 up, they sit. Wolves not opting to go down, or not opting to go upstairs. Instead, it will be a downstairs choice for them. For me, it was just silly little kills for Wolves. Mowgli swinging out the breach for no reason. Give yourself up straight away. Chinka walking down the stairs for no reason. Gives himself away.
Yeah, there's a couple there that, I mean, it'd be easy to make an argument to go back upstairs after that performance and just say, look, we'll just play a little bit safer. So I'm kind of surprised to see him stick to a rotation here and take us downstairs, but that is the decision that they have made. They are going to try and hold this mid floor a little bit. We've got some presence up here as well. Nice little drone there from Jigsaw. Like it was just in a chair, just gathering a bit of info. He knows that there's somebody wandering here inside a kitchen. Jegs too is trying to assist in cutting this player off, but for the moment isn't looking in the right spot. The IQ is going to give a bit of info away and spot out any of those electronics that are in range. P4 in his current position. Not in a spot to be traded actively, and the information is very accurate at the moment for Fnatic.
Oh, a little pixel there from Jags, and instead he's going to crack open that Hazami barrier. Of course, the DMR makes quick work of it. Wolves still on this roam game. It's a very loose one at that, where you can just fall back downstairs with ease, and P4 will do that as little helicopter says hello. Forces him downstairs. And Wolves, all of them, will be back on the site. The only person who's playing a little bit more aggressive is going to be Deadshot on the stairs. Of course, on the Azami, he can make himself some cover just to try and give him a bit of an advantage going into these gunfights. Maybe he has to be careful. The flooring is open right above him, but he's gonna try and see if he can affirm it and see if he can play underneath the vertical. Will be droned out, though. A couple of flashes being tossed in to see if they can give Fnatic a bit of a one-up against them. But very somber right now for Fnatic. It doesn't feel as though they really know what they want to go for, or the vertical work that the Ram, of course, can do.
And they've still got a minute. They can still work this vertical and look to pressure it on. There's still, of course, the option of getting breaches open and things of that nature, and that can happen. Got to keep your eye on Deepek, as he has the case and the ability. Looks like he spent a lot of the round on the drone as he is outside, ready and waiting. But we saw Tyrant actually drop in there through Animus. Some good information on the drone here as well. Jeg's going to kick things off. Finds one and a second. Gently does it on that hot cargo take. They spent a long time doing it, but it's going pretty well right now. Shinka, he's going to be the next player to fall. Tyrant, he picks up a boatload. A flawless round. I don't even think Leon knows what's gone on.
No, I think he was trying to see if he could orchestrate a plant. But whenever you've got people like Tyrant and Jags, they don't want to plant, they want to kill. Jags finds two. Tyrant, in the heart of the bomb site, just picks up one after another. And that's the power of Tyrant, is if he sees a gap, he'll take it. You know, he is that opportunity finder for this side. So right now for Fnatic, it's looking really good. They haven't even really had to get messy with their plants in that round. It was just all down to the gunners. And at the end of the day, Ollie, if you have your gunners showing up on the day that they need to, you're going to be in such a strong position. Because at the end of the day, Deepek and Leon, their job it's not to get kills. That's not their job. Their job is to try and open up the utility and get that plant down. It's the other three who are there to try and, you know, get those kills. In terms of firepower, they have a lot of it. They really do. The way that we praise BDS, for example, of having, you know, just so much in the tank. No, so do Fnatic. No, these are players that have proved themselves.
Proven players through and through. And it's down to the drone work and the information that Deepek and Leon are able to exchange that enables these players to do so well. I mean, we saw everyone on it there, didn't we? We saw Jigsaw. We expect him to be in and amongst the entry, but he had a really well-placed drone and was able to help and work with Tyrant and Jegs to try and get a job done there. A lot of thankless tasks that aren't recognized on the scoreboard, but we do get glimpses of them. Fnatic, 2 rounds up now, and Wolves, they're searching for answers here. They need to find some fairly quickly, because if they can't win in any of these 2 primary sites, then they're going to be forced into a third choice, and if it hasn't gone well upstairs or down, then it's not going to go much better on the mid floor.
So Fnatic going for the approach of trying to open down below and try and stop that bandit trick from happening. You know, Fnatic are a side that understand on Nighthaven, you need to try and get those walls open. There's 2 big old reinforced walls. Obviously one in towards IT, the other is going to be over towards the connector side of things. And 9 times out of 10, you want to try and open up both of them. Just give yourself as many options as you can going forward. Once again, another opening pick goes in favor of Fnatic. That's 3 in a row now for the Molly. Wolves just really being disappointing right now on that stat line alone. Especially on the defense. You know, we sit here and say that, yeah, Nighthaven can be very strong for the defense if you have, you know, good coordination with bandit tricking, you know, using the cage, for example, especially with Maverick being banned away. You can make a big nightmare for the attackers wanting to open up some of those reinforced walls, but they haven't really attempted the bandit tricking. They get pressured from below. You're surprised that they're not sending someone below to try and deal with that hash. You know, there are things here that Wolves could, you know, they could be aggressive. You know, they've shown that they want to, but just not at the right times. I look at opportunities where they can be aggressive and they choose not to go for it.
Doki call coming in now as well, as Shinka is in the hot seat. Gonna draw for the shotgun, favoring that at this sort of a range. Gets a couple of points of damage in, but no more. 5 versus 2. Oh, so quickly. Goes for a Hail Mary C4. It's going to be shot, but not before it detonates. Leon somehow still alive. Shinka really trying to maintain this fight. He wasn't even flashed there. He just gets shot clean. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Leon didn't have a great deal of health. Bibu, he's now got it all to do, but he is lit and known. Tucked in behind the pillar. Tyrant going to be there to finish him off. Fnatic, they are making these attacking rounds look effortless right now. Very, very convincing.
And the thing is with Wolves this season, they have been really good on the defense side of things. You know, that's where they have excelled.
Best defensive win rate, if I am correct. I think it's something ridiculous, like 70%, 77%.
Yeah, I mean, their defense with their attack have been head and shoulders, you know, different. The only time I can think where they had, you know, really good attacks was up against Wild. And that's Wild we're talking about. Other than that, they have really struggled to get attacks on the board. So yeah, it's been all about the defense for Wolves, and it's not a good position to put yourself in where you're on, you know, the favored half. You'd expect to do well. You know, if you actually take a look at Labs, it's 60% defender win rate at the moment. So it is in that echelon of, you know, you're looking at 4-2s. You know, typically it would be defenders 4, attackers 2. They're not even, they've already completely botched that scoreline. Already 3 attacks for Fnatic is a massive win. You know, that is really, really strong for them, considering that Wolves need to attack, and that's where they haven't been good. Like, this is supposed to be the easy side for Wolves. The tough bit's still to come. The attacks are still to come. That's the difficult thing.
Smiling faces on the Fnatic player cameras as well. The vibes are definitely going to be high right now. Something that's really not helped Wolves at all. And it was highlighted on the desk. The Dream Team roster from Stage 1, which Fresh and Fabian put together. They chose Deadshot. One of the reasons was for the amount of entry engagements that he gets himself into. He's been in every entry engagement so far, and he has been the opening pick every single time. So Fnatic's focus on picking up that opening kill has been second to none. We know their information game is exceptionally strong, and they've really been doing a good job of leaning into that. So a nice little pre-placed in the site there, or just upstairs, should I say. We have been forced into a third choice site right now. And Fnatic are going to spread themselves and try and make the best of things up here.
So Wolves opting to go for the third choice bomb site that we see. Obviously a boatload of soft destruction upstairs that Wolves can bring themselves. A lot of secondary shotguns. You've got bailiffs in there. You've obviously got the Mira shotgun as well. Just going to make a lot of lines of sight. So the goal for Wolves is to hold upstairs. It's almost as though you are defending upstairs, as though that is the bomb site. You have the mirror windows in position that you would typically see for the top 4 defense. Same with the keeper barriers. You know, Fenrir traps are even in similar positions. So it almost is as though they are upstairs. But that is just to simply deny away the vertical pressure that Fnatic would like to have. You know, Fnatic have shown that they want to try and go above. They want to try and use that vertical pressure. They certainly did that on the basement attack. So I think it's a good idea for Wolves to not give them that ease of access and actually, you know, put up a bit of a fight. You know, Wolves, we know they've got players like Mowgli and Deadshot who have really excelled in the gunning department this season. So I think for these two, you want to get them out there, let them stretch their legs, let them go wild, because we know they can do it.
Tyrant seeing what value he can gain out of the shock drone at the moment. Just if there's anything inside, stopping him from walking straight on in, and there was nothing. P4 might have got the shock drone, but he's been taken out. Leon doubles down with a kill as well. Deadshot might have good control upstairs and gets a couple of pot shots in, but he's tucked away with Bibu right now, and they need to try and make something happen. Stuns come out. They're going to try and double up on this player at the top of Fish, but both players full white flashed. Fortunately for them, they don't get picked, but Tyrant, he's in the heart of the bomb site here, Demo. They're doing exactly what we saw these guys do yesterday, and that is just get themselves in and cause an absolute ruckus in the site. And Wolves now, they're going to be left scratching their heads a little bit.
Oh dear, they've lost the player there. They've lost Tyrant, and they've also lost Leon upstairs. Is there going to be a response from Fnatic? They've let that slip go. Wolves have stabilized, it feels like, at the moment. Fnatic really struggling with just attacking upstairs, and this is where the boatload of utility that Wolves have brought in. The mirror windows to keep a barrier. Bibu looks the wrong way. Gets caught out. There's still one more player upstairs. Surely they know that. Deadshot has to drop into Garish, but Diffuser has went down under the nose. The Shinku was not in a position. He was looking to go above and help his teammate. Now Fnatic can play as the defenders and hold on to these lines of sight in the bomb site. Deadshot aimlessly walks in. His demise. Another round win for Fnatic. Very touch and go there for a moment, but Fnatic still find the opening. That's probably caused just to, again, Tyrant doing that great opportunity spot. And again, that's why he was brought into this roster, to give them that little bit of explosive factor into their lineup. That's what he can do. You give him that opportunity, he will take it.
I've said it before, Tyrant is one of the best in the world at finding space. The amount of space that he finds, takes, and is successful operating in, it's shocking. I thought that was a tactical then. I was going to say no surprise, but it is in fact a technical pause that we are in at the moment. Wolves not going to be able to speak during this time. Instead, we'll just be working on getting the game back up and running, or any players that need assistance, get them sorted out. Maybe it's a welcome sigh of relief, a welcome break from the onslaught that Wolves have been facing so far, because they've not been able to put a foot right all game, Demo.
What do you do? They've used the timeout. Didn't help. Where do Wolves go? They've been beaten on all the sites. Do you dare go to kitchen? I don't think you do, but they need to do something. Right now, Fnatic, it's very just run-of-the-mill stuff. See an opportunity, they take it. Very by the book, you know, especially Deepak, I think, is just playing that classical support role, isn't he? Where he's just doing his thing. He's just looking to get that diffuser down at any opportunity, droning the site, just trying to help his team to the best he can. You know, he hasn't died. 0 deaths for Deepak. And Wolves, they go downstairs. Last time, they just gave pretty much the entire map away to Fnatic. You know, they didn't really go for a roam game. They had a couple of roamers in the staircase, but it's not really roaming, is it? You're halfway to being a roamer. Fnatic were great at using, you know, the ram, for example, opening up the flooring, trying to get Deepak into position to plant. I mean, that's what Leon and Deepak were trying to do. The rest of his team were just playing Dion. They were trying to run into the site and kill anything that moved, and it worked quite well for them. You know, like I said, the Gunners are showing up for Fnatic. The Gunners aren't showing up for Wolves. There's your headline. There it is.
Mowgli and Deadshot, 2 and 8 between them. It's not where you need those two players to be. We've said it so many times. If Mowgli's having a good day, then Wolves are having a good day. If Mowgli's having a bad day or an off day, then it is not a fun time at all. The lack of kills top through bottom, though, it's unfair to just focus on those two, even though we expect kills from them. Bibu still yet to find a kill. Shinka 2 and 4. P4 got 3 kills in the first round and hasn't done anything since. We're in round 5 now. It is the start. We'll see how they fare. Jegs, again, just doing such a good job of picking apart this map. Getting himself into a bit of bother, though. Tyrant is going to find the catch onto Mowgli, though. Another round and another opening pick here for Fnatic.
Another opening pick. Only this stat line just being decimated by Fnatic. 5 rounds in a row. They have got that opening kill, and another one falls. P4 goes down. It's just men versus boys. Wolves just can't get the kills to save their life. There's not a single person stepping up to the plate. The highest kills they have is free, and that's from P4. Jigsaw knows there's a player right in his door. Will he find this kill as well? The Doki call, who honestly has been such an underrated piece of equipment, being abused by Fnatic in this game, I have to say. Oh, Bibi, where are you going? What on earth? What is that from Wolves? But where was the site? The site was basement, for goodness sake. I say go for a roam, play aggressive, but not like that.
They're just giving it away for free at the moment.
Shut up, shop. It's done.
This is an absolute masterclass from Fnatic. Jegs is the only one that isn't remotely pleased either. All the other players on Fnatic are laughing, joking, and Jegs is just laser focused, locked in. Wolves. Pressure going to start to mount on their shoulders. Of course, it's a best of 3, so there are more maps to go at here. But when you're losing rounds in this sort of a fashion, it's really got to do something to you.
I mean, you can say it's the best of 3, I get that. But momentum plays a massive thing. And the issue is with
map pick.
And the issue is one thing across every map that is always going to be common is kills. Every map determines and if you get kills. That is the fact. Some more than others, yes, but for the most part, you have to hit your shots. This will follow on over to the next map. And the next map, it will keep going on. If you can't hit your shots here, you're not going to hit your shots on the next map. That's just not how it works. If you're not feeling up for it on the day, that's it. That's the issue now for Wolves. They need to get their heads out of their you-know-what and get a shift on. They need to.
They need to get their heads out of the Voldemort.
Either you-know-what. That's exactly.
Oh, not you-know-who. Obviously, not you-know-who.
You-know-who, yes.
Classic.
I think we all know what we're referencing. I think we all know.
Will Fnatic pick up 5 clean rounds in a row here? Look at Tyrant. Surely. He just came off the drone at the wrong time. He didn't know that Deadshot was on his way down the stairs. I mean, still got a chance to cut him off at the window, but...
Exactly.
Bit of a bandit trick going on here as well. Finally, we're seeing a bit of life in this Wolves side. Deepek knows better than to fully place the battery, but again, a trick going to be attempted. Tyrant gets some good damage in, but not able to find the finishing blow. Throws the nades out. He's looking for a bit of assistance here. He needs to get and win this engagement along with the players on the single door. And, well, 2 kills are going to come in. Make it 3 as Jegs piles onto the pain. Deadshot tries to get something going from below, but ooh, what's he got to work with here? So uncertain at the moment. Shinka, he's stuck inside of IT right now, but he too is going to get peeked onto. Deadshot, welcome. What a time to come alive. 1 versus 2 now. This is doable for him. He's got the kit and he's got it down. Looks like he's got a bit of information as well here. Really looking for Fnatic to putty up. That live information is going to be crucial, and Jegs swings on him from the top of Fish Stairs. Finds his man. 6 clean rounds, Demo. That was the closest that we've seen, and even that was a 2 versus 1.
I mean, I think the first round was the closest. It came down to a 1v1. But if you look at that round specifically, again, similar to the last round, utter carnage everywhere but the bomb site. About 6 kills happened on rafters. Like, that's where we're at. It's Wolves are not, they don't care about the site. They're just trying to get kills. But they're almost at the stage where they're desperate to get kills that works against them. You know, the kills will come if they just play their strats, but if you're sitting there trying to chase the kills, they're going to keep running away from you. It's one of those. It's just one of those days where you just can't get a kill. You just can't. Yes, I know they all have kills, but what I mean is they're not winning the rounds based off kills.
Map point right now for Fnatic. It seems locked up. I've cast games that have gone 6-0 reverse sweep though. So no, I know it's possible.
This is different.
This just feels a little bit different.
It's not close at all.
No.
There's not rounds. I mean, I honestly don't think you could really look at any of those rounds and say Wolves could have won that. Even the 1v1, it was still a 1v2 into an easy refrag for Deepek. Look at that 1v2 in the last round. It was the easy cleanup.
Everyone on the side of Fnatic is firing right now. And all they've got to do is hold on for 1 round upstairs. And even if they don't get it there, they have got other options available to them. Wolves really with their backs up against the wall right now. Think about the lineup being brought, doubling down on that hard breacher. We've got the Thermites and the Ace. I've actually got Leon downstairs on Pulse as well. He's just trying to gather a bit of info, make sure that there's no one sweeping around in that mid floor. And of course, he can give a good heads up as to where the push is coming from outside. Chinka gonna get this wall open. That will be allowed. Jigsaw not in position to get a trick off. First kill gonna come in for Deepek. I think Deadshot just tried to walk in there. Oh, he was downstairs.
Yeah, vertical holes. I mean, I'm really surprised that Jigsaw wasn't trying to bandit trick that main breach. If you've Leon below, Wolves are going to have to send like a buck downstairs. If Baby jumps in, he's going to get C4'd, which I think has just happened to him. Didn't die though. Leon missed his C4 kill. Mowgli has found a way into rafters. He has got that control, but oh my word, Jags with the SMG through the barricade, through the tiniest gap in that Kiba barrier. He smokes Mowgli. Mowgli may be ending on 2 and 7. That's not like him. Oh my word! Doesn't even need the C4! Doesn't even need the C4! Bibi goes down, Fnatic. I mean, they locked it up rounds ago, Ollie. We've seen this coming from a mile off. We just now have the official status because there's no way Wolves are going to pull this off. There's just too much utility still. There's mirror windows that they have to go through. Keep a barrier still lingering. There's a C4 from Jegs and Deepek. What do you do?
Shinka's going to try here as he approaches the mirror window. Stuns out, will be able to punch it. P4 has control here inside of IT, but he's just going to get sent from Connector. And Shinka has the same long angle to challenge onto. It's going to be Deepek to pick up the final kill. 7-0 tonight for Fnatic in map number 1 of our best of 3. They have seriously sent a message, and the Wolves have been left cowering, Demo.
Map to forget. If you're Wolves, you don't want to remember that. You just want to go next. That is the best way to do it. Go next. But I don't know if you can escape talking about that map. How do you have any shred of confidence now going into your next map? Like, how do you physically come back from this? It's not as though it's one of those 7-0s where it was so close. It was just, I talked about BDS versus ITB. It was one of the biggest one-sided games we had. Even ITB took a round in one of them. This blows that match out of the water.
It really does. I cannot wait to hear what our desk is going to have to say about this one. A 7-0 inside of playoffs. What do you guys make of it?
Well. Fabian, how do we even break down a 7-0? Do we call it a stroke of genius in the map ban phase? Fnatic start an attack on Wolves' map pick, and they bring it home, 7-0.
I don't know if it was a stroke of genius on the map ban phase, but I think that's also part of it, because now you get to go over to Oregon, but getting to that later. The map in itself with Nighthaven Labs, what a game by Fnatic.
Yes.
They were, I'm gonna say that they were almost flawless. Like, they played it incredibly well. There were a few times where you looked at them and it's like, oh, they looked somewhat lost. They don't know what the game plan is. If you compare this game versus the one that they played on Consulate versus the same team, it looks like Fnatic isn't the same team, and it's just upside down everything.
Absolute night and day difference from them.
Yeah. I mean, a 7-0 with 6 attack rounds in this meta? It's... I don't even have words. What can we say? Chat, you at home, you can give us a line. Put it in the chat. What should we say? It's flawless gameplay by Fnatic. They played absolutely out of their mind. Individual performance, strategical approach, everything just playing out the way they
3 players with 100% cost.
Yeah.
You know, Jegs, Deepek, and Leon Gidstar. Yeah. I think it's a masterstroke. We talked about it in terms of the ban phase. Let Wolves pick whichever map they want, because Fnatic were happy based on the maps that were probable from Wolves. Fnatic were always going to be happy to be on a map where they could attack or defend, basically. They got themselves onto the Nighthaven.
Yep.
Comfortable on the attack, and I think showed actually they're excelling at the attack. And we saw them on the Consulate when they played Wolves, right? They were chasing Roamers off in absolute Narnia, not able to attack at all, and I think that shows how far they've come.
Yeah, it's strange with this map as well, because it's usually when it's a new map, it's hard to attack because you don't know all the different angles where the defenders would come from.
Yeah.
And it's just, I'm just lost for a word. It was that good. It's not very often that happens to me.
Yeah, no, yeah, you give him Fnatic praise as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've called them a yo-yo team. And do you know what's so funny? Pre-game I said, I think this is where they will show that they are not the yo-yo team. And then they go on 7-0.
And they come out and do that.
That's just incredible.
I believe we've got a Jegs player highlight.
I was just going to get there. We have a player we want to highlight, but then again, this could have been any one of them.
Yeah. It really could have been. Do you remember when we did the so we actually did a comparison earlier on in the stage, actually. We did a comparison of Jegs against all other 9 people in the lobby. I think we're both utterly astounded that he was even available as in free agent.
Yeah, it made no sense.
That Fnatic, like, obviously this roster was all glass. Before coming to Fnatic, they managed to pick him up without paying a transfer fee, nothing. He was in free agency as one of the best players. He keeps proving
what team did he go from?
Wild.
Yeah, how they let go of a gem like that.
Yeah.
To look like they did this stage is beyond me, but Fnatic, they are laughing all the way to the bank saying, hello, thank you very much.
Right, so that's the post-game of match 1. We're going to throw to a very short break before we go into the second map of the day.
Night Heaven is new map.
A lot of the map is taking control of areas where you need to make vert, like buff, ramp, and sledge. Massive one on Night Haven.
All the hard breachers, so Thermite, Ace, Hibana, so you can open all the walls and then you can choose from whatever place you want to enter from.
Yink is really good. If she is not banned, need to be peaks on almost every map and every point.
For defense, a lot of mirror, a lot of bandit, Cade, info denial, so mute, Mozzie. Solace is a massive one because there is so many corners on that map.
I would spawn helipad. You are very fast into the map.
I think it's called priority. 4 guys will spawn there, and 2 guys will go to the top floor, and 2 guys will go outside main, and they work in pairs and clear the roam. For me, it's like the best option, so you can refrag each other or you can drone for each other.
You don't have many spawn peaks towards helipad, only one window in storage, so it's very easy to go into the map and not die.
But kitchen is like, if you have a good kitchen setup, it is difficult to attack, and not many people play it, so it is like one that you can whip out if needed.
For me, basement is really good. You can put a lot of roamers above. When attackers waste a lot of times on top floor, they don't have a lot of drones in the end of the round. They don't have a lot of time to do vertical to clear all the angles.
A lot of people like to extend on like fountain meeting with like reception players to try and deny the entries. If they're playing top floor heavy, you can just ignore them and just go directly for the bomb site through like the reception door, because if they have a lot of people top floor, that's what they want you to push. So making sure you know where they're extending and how heavy they are in certain positions can really help you base your attack from which area you're going from. Those were my first entry tips for Night Haven. Hopefully they suit you well.
I was playing a lot on Counter-Strike and I was studying in university, and they came to us and said, maybe you want to try to compete in our first Moscow tournament of Rainbow Six Siege with your Counter-Strike roster.
I met a group of people on DayZ who switched over to Siege and were like, you should get Siege, you should get Siege.
I was playing only for fun at the beginning, and then my friend Blaz, and he said, hey, I'm being paid to play Rainbow Six Siege. I was like, no, you're kidding. He sent me the proof and I was like, how?
And there is the confinement because of the COVID, so I start playing more Rainbow Six as like the competitive part, and then I played the French League.
I was inspired to play in the top level when I used to watch the Brazilian League back in the days. There was players like Nesk, Gohan, Astro. These guys motivated me to like buy a PC and just like play Siege on PC.
There is not one thing that made me become a pro player. It's like on everything, the atmosphere, the game as well. Like just everything made me feel like I need to be a pro player.
I think my big moment before becoming pro was Challenger League. We beat M-Curse, and in Challenger League we beat them. Like that was a big opponent, and I was so happy to beat them. Like it was really a big moment. I wanted so much to be pro at this moment.
I think right now there's a lot of stuff for new players to like training their map knowledge.
I think if you want to become a pro these days, you have to watch a lot of VODs. Rewatching the same VOD, you are gonna understand like how the meta is being played.
Don't be able to like give in so easily. I was in Challenger League for like 5 seasons, right? Like I failed a lot.
Never stop the grind. Always like watching VODs of pro team, watching your VOD to see your mistakes.
Grind the game first of all, get good people around you, always have a good mentality in a team or work ethic.
As long as you have like the determination and the passion to carry on, you should always trust your gut and back yourself in those situations.
need to be. G with a line of sight and with a glance on the board. To push them to not.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blastar 6 Europe League. Game number 1 between Wolves and Fnatic ended very quickly. Some would say too quickly, in some ways, on Nighthaven Labs. And strategically speaking, this looked like an absolute washover, but much like our teams, we're going to have to put that first map aside, right, and focus on the second one. So let's bring up the map bans again and kind of refresh you on how this best of 3 went down. And Fresh talked about it ad nauseum in the pre-game, in the post-map one, the pre-map one, and here we are now on map 2. Fnatic on Oregon on defense. We talked about the coin flip and the selection and how we ended up with 2 chosen maps with the team that chose it on the defense side. But how do things shape up here for Fnatic, Fabian?
You know, Jack, I'm going to put this question straight to you from me. Okay. You know all about finishing quickly in round 1. How do you think round 2 is going to play out? No, I think it's going to finish out exactly the same speed as the first one. Because if we look at how Wolves get absolutely demolished in basically their defenses, if this is going to keep up against a team that's supposed to be the best defense team in the current league, oh, they're not anymore. But if it's going to be the same way, then we're looking at quick demolishment, because how do you come back mentally? That's my question, right?
Yeah, honestly, it's crazy. Have you ever been 7-0'd?
I don't honestly know. I don't keep track of maps. Maybe I have.
Maybe. But anyway.
As a player, yes. That was group stage of Paris Major 2018 against Market Esports.
No, we won 1 round that game.
You got 7-0.
We actually, no, we
got 6-0'd.
We both got 7-0'd when it was on G2.
It was 6-0.
Lax and Fox on Clubhouse, I want to say. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Let's dive into
what you've got to do when a
game.
7-0 happens, forget about it.
Drop it.
Forget the hell about it, just move on to the next one. What is the next one? You've got to attack onto Oregon, which is really not fun for Wolves. No. And the reason why it's not fun, that's a great picture of Oregon, by the way, I love it. The reason it's not fun for Wolves is that they're not generally a great attacking team. Despite the fact that they've got through and accumulated points in this league off the back of their defense. Now, Fnatic have manufactured the map plan in a way that Fnatic picked Oregon and started defense. And you've got to say all signs point to a Fnatic victory off the back of that.
Oh, there's no question about that. I mean, if we look at when Wolves played this one, and the one I want to take it back to is the game against Virtus Pro. They won that game in overtime, but they stood no right winning it, and the only reason they really did was because of Virtus Pro's mistakes. So the numbers have been boosted from something like that. Yeah. The real numbers aren't there, and I'm not super convinced about Wolves going into this map at all.
Since our game is pretty much ready, and you say it now yourself, are we confident in Wolves' ability to come back and take it to map 3? Yes, no?
Yes and no at the same time. The reason is experience. That is the one thing that will save them.
Fair enough.
Do I think it will help? Not right now, no.
Wolves always have these eureka moments. They have it in every major. They had it during the stage. Can they manufacture a micro eureka moment? I want to say yes to take us to a map 3 for the competition, but I honestly think Fnatic have just got inside the heads already.
There you go. Thank you very much, Fresh and Fabian. Fresh being here on the desk have said it all. And let's see if Wolves actually are able to bring it back against Fnatic. To take us to map 3, we'll have to dive into that with Extra Turka and Demo, our casters. Enjoy.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. We are ready to get underway with map number 2 tonight in our second best of 3. Map number 1 kind of almost doesn't count, Demo. It was a 7-1 blowout for Fnatic. And oh boy, if they have kept that momentum going during the break between maps, we might be in for an early one.
I've figured out what Wolves can do.
Hit me with it.
You have to imagine that this is a best of 3, but Fnatic already are 1 map up, like the best of 5s.
Oh,
so
okay.
weighted best of 3. That's
a weighted best of 3.
So weighted best of 3.
There's a best of 2 now then.
Yeah, I guess. That's where we're at. Also, just to back up Milosh, Fabian, he did get 6-0'd by Mocket. Backing up Milosh. That did happen to him. I've seen it in the flesh.
6?
It was. Seen it in the flesh back then.
So, annoyingly, Fabian is right. He didn't get 7-0 by Mocket.
No, he got 6-0'd.
He got 6-0'd.
Same thing.
It's just as bad.
That's true.
The worst way to lose.
Yep.
Oregon, we have been here already tonight. We watched Into the Breach and G2 battle it out earlier in our first match of the night. And here and now we have a slightly different Oregon on our hands. A Ying and a Doki have been removed, Demo.
Great ban from Wolves. Taking out that Doki, it was the one constant that just caused them so many issues, was having Jegs on that Doki. The information that the entries were able to gain was second to none. I'm really happy to see Wolves take that off the board because Fnatic were running it every single round.
Cade and the Solace also removed. It's going to force you into different ways to open up the hatches and get around that sort of thing. That is now no longer a thing with Cade being taken out, so you can rejoice. Little tin openers will do the job just fine, provided that you have got enough of them to get the job done. And then Solace, we know just how annoying Solace can be, and it was a bit of a mainstay, really, in the first series we saw of the night. Not all too used to getting too much Solace play just because of how menacing an operator it can be. But of course, rejoice, Solace will be getting reworked very shortly, I believe, next season, which isn't as far away as you may think. However, in the here and now, round 1, map number 2, it's time for Wolves to forget everything that went wrong over on Nighthaven and do their best at attacking Oregon. Now, we mentioned at the top that it's a very peculiar circumstance where Wolves actually got to pick the first map and choose the starting side. Fnatic then gets to pick their map and choose the starting side and choose the defense, and Jigsaw throws it away a little bit because you're defending basement. This is the best map or best site in the game to defend, and you really don't want to be giving yourself away that softly in the opening portion of the round.
I mean, finally we have an opening kill on the board for Wolves. That's one thing we have to mention, it was just so dominated by Fnatic on Nighthaven, and we talk about the opening kill stats being such an important one because it just dictates how the round's going to go. Having that extra man is crucial, and whenever you have it for the attackers, it just gives you so many more options, especially for your basement attacks. Think of all the different ways that you can get into this site. You have the hatches, the 3 sets of staircases you can walk down, you have the bunker entrance. Having an extra man to try and slip down for a backstab can play a very vital role in your attack. Say that though, the man advantage has already been taken away. As we've seen that quick push up by 2 players from Fnatic, they went in pairs to secure that kill onto Deadshot.
Twitch down then. Maybe looking toward those mirror windows as a possible thing that you would look to deal with the Twitch drone. Obviously, mirror windows can be dealt with in other ways now as well, but usually a good starting point. And if there are any other defender gadgets out there that are waiting to be zapped, there's now no longer going to be a factor. Wolves can move through and start to open up some of these hatches and look to progress a little bit further down in their plan. You see the Brava drone sent down. Old Clutch into Freezer, but very quickly dealt with there. Bit of a diffuser juggle here as they just get themselves set up. They know what they're going to be going up against here. Great little Wamai diss there. It's going to keep the keeper barrier active for a little bit longer. But we do see Tyrant get taken on out. Mowgli storms through into blue. Refrags are plenty though. 2 versus 2 now. Bibu just gets caught looking the wrong way. Good swing by Deepek. Chinka now trying to move through. Locks it into 1 versus 1. Nearly gets him on the wall bang. 30 seconds left and Deepek knows the diffuser's down. Still full utility inside a Capitao and a C4 on Deepek. So plenty of options, but a trade to close it out. Oh, Deepek's going to be pleased with that one. Of course, if a trade happens and the bomb isn't down, it is a nightmare for the attackers. The defenders are still going to win because the attackers didn't hit the win condition, didn't get the plan down, and they didn't kill all the defenders with 1 player still remaining alive.
Wowzer. Been a while since I've seen that happen, that trade into the defense win. I mean, you picked up on it in that 1v1. Why does he have full utility?
Everything. 2 fire, 2 smoke.
Things like that, just, it makes no sense. That should be comboed alongside those bees getting put down in towards pillar. That should be comboed with pushing in towards blue. Remember, if you're towards blue, for example, you can fire off the back of pillar and then can also swing in towards blue at the same time. Like you can do that very easily from that position outside a bunker. Just, again, just questionable from Wolves that we're not seeing them, use that utility well. The bees were used well, but you need to combo that with the fire and send the plagues in, as I like to say.
Hit him with everything. No good having it there in a 1 versus 1. That's not where you're going to get max value out of it. Fnatic continue their winning streak here then. A little bit closer again. Round 1 of Nighthaven was close then. Well, that came down to a 1v1. With Fnatic starting off on the defense here, you just get the impression they're going to get the wind underneath their sails. But we'll not get too far ahead of ourselves. We'll see how it does play out. A lot of players opting for this shotgun now, mainly because you can get the ACOG with it. And you just get that slightly better ability in those long-distance gunfights. I know I've become a little bit of an ACOG player of late, Demo, with the recent changes.
Bit of a crutch, maybe you would say?
I'm not sure if I would go as far as to say a crutch. I'm not that good in the first place, but definitely something that I like to bring now.
See how Deepek does. Oh, he's been beat though, so his position will be revealed, but still a tricky position for Wolves to deal with. Those keeper barriers. I think Azami's been banned today from the matches that we've seen, Ollie, which is a bit of a surprise, just considering how strong that she still is. One of the big 4, as we like to refer to, with the Dabaro, Solus, Fenrir, and of course the Azami. Usually you see one of them get banned out in every game, and as you can see, it's a Solus this time around, but you still have operators there like your Fenrir as well, which, as we know in Oregon, Ollie, where there is a lot of different avenues of approach for attackers, you want to try and block off, staircases, corridors, anything you can, just to give yourself that bit of an advantage as the defenders. Another opening kill goes in favor of Wolves, looking much better than what it did on Nighthaven, but timing may become an issue. A minute 15, and Wolves really haven't gotten to the build, Ollie.
They've not done anything, have they? We've picked up the kill onto Leon, but they've not been able to take control of Armory. They haven't even got into the bottom of main stairs. Mowgli, he's going to be there to take Deepek down and maintain that advantage. Can now start to try and work that breach, but you've still got Jigsaw out in Armory. It's something to consider and definitely be mindful of here. Mowgli knows that he's going to be there, but he's going to get taken down on the swing. Just gets caught looking the wrong way. You've still got a bug. You can try and displace this player inside of Armory, but Bibu almost asleep at the wheel here. Jigsaw, surely his seconds are numbered, but look at what he's been able to do so far for Fnatic. 35 on the clock, and he's still stood inside of Armory. He gets himself another. That's 4. Is he going to go for the ace here? Oh, Bibu, he's going to walk himself up Armory stairs. He's heard the goo mine hit. Jigsaw, you can see he's smiling. He knows it's on the cards. Bibu, 1 HP, goes for the swing. Can he land it?
Seconds remaining.
Eventually gonna finish it off. An ace from the Armory. You don't see that every day.
Masterclass. Easily play of the day. Hands down, we've had some good plays, but that one takes the cake. How How does he stay alive? How does he kill that Ashe? How does he do that? Like, sure, you've lost the retake in towards Armory. The gang closet was in a tough position, fair enough. But to not kill him then, whenever you have the buck below, you have a player coming through the window, you had the player also on the balcony. How are they not clearing that guy? I don't know how he gets away with it, but Jigsaw, they just fall at his lap. And he picks kill after kill after kill. My goodness. It's just, heartbreak doesn't end for Wolves. Where do you go? Dash said mental fortitude. Just let him ace against you. That's not going to be good for the mental.
Oh dear, oh dear. All started with that first kill over onto P4 and...
Nice kill here.
I mean, yeah, that was a great one. The second one as well. I mean, you just pick them. Like, you can pick them all, Demo. They were all good.
15 seconds remaining.
I'm just glad that Bibu gave it to him, to be fair. Bibu didn't need to swing right there at the end. The round was done and dusted, but... Oh dear, oh dear. Panic stations for the Wolves. Where are they going to turn? 9 rounds in a row currently lost inside of this best of 3. At this point, that third map is looking increasingly more unlikely. But
Never surrender.
Our observer team have rightly pointed out there, never surrender.
You think if it gets to, you know, round number 6, did they press the surrender button at that stage? Did they try and...
F5, yeah.
They could, they could.
I'm familiar with it myself. I mean, what do you do? Like, you know you're going up against the tough side of things. You know you're attacking Oregon. This is the opportunity. This is the chance. Another round, another opening pick.
Another opening pick.
Hasn't seemed to matter though, Demo.
Oh,
I mean,
so
there's 2, so okay. This is now where you really need to lock in. There's still a chance of picking up a 4-2 half here. You've got a good deal of control. Full white flash on Jig, and the plan starting to go down now. Jegs is going to be above. Is he going to be able to find anything from there? Leon picks up 2 and stops the plan going down in its tracks. P4 is going to hit him with the trade, but has to now recover that diffuser. See, Jegs has rotated off that attic hatch. Jigsaw still just playing outside a classroom here. He's got a great line of sight. With that diffuser cold on the ground, it's now time for Wolves to gather that information.
Got to be at bulletproof for a Valkyrie camera that I think they're playing off. You can see Deepak is constantly on one, and the smoke will try and blur the vision. P4 will begin that diffuse now. Jigsaw swinging in. He sees the crossbow in the back, but it doesn't matter. He does get the kill, but not before the diffuser gets planted, which is the main thing for Wolves going into this post plant.
Jegs has to push up now. He's going to take a 50-50. He is dead shot there, but isn't quick enough on the reaction. It's all down to Jig. You've just had a massive round. Can you make it 2 in a row? Just trying to bait out the swing here. Knows there's a player tucked in onto that green double, and likely a player underneath the default cam. Has to go for the swing. Bibu, he opened the round and he closes it out. Wolves, their first round of this series, Demo.
Well, I mean, it took them a while. It really did. You know, that's, what, 10 rounds in this series before they get their point on the board? My word. I mean, it was close as well. I thought Leon was able to shoot the air jab and then flank up green, get 2 kills. And it almost was, again, panic stations once again. I must say, that 1v2, they played that really well. You know, Deadshot just knew he doesn't need to move. He just needs to wait. They're in perfect positions where if one dies, the other will just get a free kill onto Jigsaw, just shooting him in the back. So I think they played that 1v2 really, really well. Fnatic just dropped the ball again. They lose that opening pick, and this time they've been punished for it. You know, opening kill stat line, you mentioned, didn't really do much. For a team like Wolves, because they won the 2 opening engagement duels in the previous 2 rounds, and he still lost that round. So how much does that really play into it? Certainly, I think having that opening pick and then getting the second one on top of that, that was the key thing, I think, going into that 5v3.
Yeah, absolutely. It always helps when you can double down on that opening pick, because it just makes it even more insurmountable to get across.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Deepak, all alone. It's the usual pause to find himself in there, the sole sight player, as everyone else is either off on the roam or busy doing things elsewhere in the map and retreating a little bit later on. Oh, great pick there from Deadshot. He knew that Tyrant was peeking on the window. Maybe a little bit of info. Maybe a double dip. Do see an outline up there as well. Not ideal for Fnatic. Obviously, they've got confidence on their side, but everything that's happened has been and gone. That isn't going to bring them over the finish line here. They still need to play some good siege. And they've given away 4 opening picks here. It hasn't done them too good in the previous rounds. They're just going to push down straight into side. Deadshot picks up another. This is explosive stuff. This is the Wolves we wanted to see. P4, he's got the kit and can start to look to get that down. Jigsaw, not quite in no man's land, but he's in the laundry rotate and he can't do anything under the cover of the Lion Scan. Worried about Freezer. Leon has to push his way downstairs. He's going to find it. C4 goes out, but it's not going to be enough. The Wolves, they are bringing some quick fire rounds here.
Where was this confidence on Nighthaven? This is what I was begging for them to do. Have the confidence in their gun skill. You know, whenever you have a player like Mowgli where, on his day, who can really stop him? I've never seen a player who could just grab a game and single-handedly carry his team to victory. We've seen it so many times at Invite. And to see him just fall by the wayside on Nighthaven, it was honestly a big scare. And you look at Deadshot, someone who we've praised over the past 6 months, the improvement on that player. Where were they last map? This is what we want to see from Wolves, having that team play, having that coordination, forcing our way through Fnatic. Don't be scared of Fnatic. Take them head on, take the engagements, take the gunfights. I must say Fnatic, they're getting into a bad habit now. They are losing every opening engagement.
Yeah, something needs to be done about that. Maybe not a bad time for a timeout. They might be saving that for later on when they get onto their attacks.
Yeah.
But they need to give themselves a little bit of a wobble here. You can already see based off the lineup that that's probably going to do it itself. These are all experienced players at this point. They know what is expected of them. Losing out on wishful spawn peaks isn't how they want to be going down here. Especially when it's the basement. They've lost the basement a couple of times now and said, like, look, it's one of the better sites. Can't be affording to give those rounds away. They are going to head back down there and maybe look to play a little bit more passively, although Jigsaw's still going to be just hanging around at the top of these laundry stairs, seeing if he can find anything, but he's not committing in any real way. There is going to be Tyrant upstairs as well, though, something to be cautious of. He can dip down Freezer at any time, but that's better from Jegs at least. Finds an opener onto Mowgli, and that's it now. It's job done. 45 seconds burn, an opening pick. It's the Flores as well, so you look at those Vulcan canisters and you think they're going to be pretty handy. Jegs, obviously, with the Kiba barriers, they're going to also be pretty handy now, and it's going to be something else that Wolves have to figure out how to deal with.
Yeah, not a good start for Wolves. The impact of Flores is a big one, of course, for those Kiba barriers. But they still do have, you know, the Capitao. Hopefully we'll see some Capitao utility this time around. And of course the Grims, where they have been good with them. I just wonder if they might try and go for a laundry push this time rather than the back take, which is where they've really been putting all their eggs into the one basket. Would be nice to see a bit of a split take here, but always keep an eye on Shinka with the diffuser. That really tells you all you need to know about where Wolves want to go. It's going to be a hot drop in through the E-box. Shinka straight in. Is he going to be in a plant position? Do Fnatic know? I don't think they do. Now they know as Jegs has caught Deadshot. But Wolves, oh no, they're being pummeled. Trapped in the heart of the bomb site. Fnatic players on all sides. And it's P4. How did he end up in this position? In the closet with the mirror window. Such low HP. Looking towards Freezer. A quick jiggle from Tyrant. Spots him out. And there's Jegs. Waits for it. Oh my. I mean, Wolves, was that the right play? A hot drop into E-box? All that utility going to waste?
I don't think I've ever seen it work. I would go as far as to say throughout every Oregon basement round I've casted, which is going to be a lot because it's a popular map and it's a first choice site, I'm not sure I have ever seen a hatch drop like that work. It just, there's so much more to the kit. There's so much more to the utility that you can get out of it. I could tell by the way that BB was placing the tin opener on the top. I was like, I beg he moves off that hatch. And then you see Shinka get on it as well, and you're just like, no, no. You've shown us some really good rounds, some real clever, quick siege. And then it just goes in a hatch drop into electrical, and you just think, oh, not again. Like, we've been here. We know that, we know you want to play quickly. We know you want to really get aggressive and take advantage of Fnatic roaming or whatever, but you've just done that in the previous round. They're going to bunker down a little bit more now. Fnatic quite rightly pick up round number 5 and have a good chance at making this a 4-2 split. Of course, previously when we saw this site, we didn't really see the site. We just saw Armory and Armory stairs because Jigsaw got an ace from that very location. Let's see how this round plays out. Either an avoid of these Armory stairs in this main stairs area and just keep out of Jigsaw's way, or take it with a bit more conviction.
Well, Fnatic on pace to see if they can get that traditional 4-2 split. Same scoreline as what we've seen between G2 and ITB. So Wolves, I mean, I still think they've done enough to set themselves up nicely on towards the defense, but just because of what happened in Nighthaven, even still, if they get the defense, it doesn't fill you with a whole lot of confidence going forward. Fnatic were just too darn good on the attack. Wolves attacking in towards this top floor. Tyrant, there's his opening pick. He's been hunting for that, really, the majority of the matchup. He's trying every kind of trick in the book to try and get onto the board. Oh no. Jigsaw, though, gives himself up immediately. Deadshot just walks in, gets an absolute freebie tap on the Jigsaw's head.
Attackers have
And we go straight back to a 4v4.
For all that Jigsaw's had a good game as well, he got 5 kills in 1 round, but he's only on 6. He's not had a lot of impact in the other 5 rounds. Nice bit of book skeleton keyword going on here by BB. Ooh, great swing from Jegs as well, recognizing that that could be a good time for Deadshot to make his way up those white stairs. BB can still apply this pressure, but he's a bit more worried about those white stairs now and doesn't want someone else to just run down. Ooh, gets exposed on the vert. Fortunately for him, only takes a couple of shots though.
You look at the attack from Wolves, that is going to be very centric around the big window jump in. You try and clear away the player who could be in towards the hobo corner. You get the buck downstairs to try and do that. You then send someone up white to try and hold the crosses. You then flood in the bomb sites with the Grim. You have somebody hitting the back in towards pit. That works really well if you have all attackers alive, because then you could also then use somebody in towards the Kids Repel. You can have an extra man in double window covering as the player jumps in, but oh no, Wolves just walking into these lines of sight being made in the flooring for Fnatic. It's not worked out well for them. They really needed to keep players alive for this strat to have a success. And, you know, Buck made all those sight lines and he gets punished from his own work. Shinka all by himself, 10 seconds left. He has to jump through the window. Doesn't get the luxury of C4 out of nowhere. Nails him. Fnatic take a solid half, 4-2 split.
Fnatic have been fantastic tonight on the vertical. We saw it on Nighthaven. We're seeing it again here on Oregon. The level of knowledge and the vertical angles available that they're not only opening, but then taking advantage of when opened by somebody else, by the opposing team. It's been second to none so far. 4-2 split. Could have quite easily been another very clean game had it not been for Wolves winning and really showing us that they do have an extra gear in a couple of those rounds. They won a 3rd choice site and they got a successful rush down onto the laundry. But aside from that, we've not seen too much from them. And I do still worry about their future in this map. Great pick from Deadshot. Some good information available for him there for that kill onto Jigsaw. But I mean, it's the response from me that just, it doesn't go unnoticed. You know, the response from Fnatic is fierce. As soon as they know what's going on, as soon as something's happened, there's always somebody there willing to trade. There's always someone there just to check the corner, just to find out. And in that round, it was Jegs. After we saw that opening pick, but it really could be any single one of them. Now the sides have switched though. Fnatic, they're going to show us what they've got on the attack, and for Wolves, it's about what they've got on the defense. They've got a bit of an extension upstairs. I thought they'd reinforce the whole of security there. Obviously looking to try and play in and around that area. Jake's not wasting any time at all. Look at the health on Deadshot, by the way. Unreal info.
I mean, that's frightened him, hasn't it? He does not want to stay upstairs any longer. He is gone. That has scared the life out of him. And this just shows Fnatic they know the pathing of Wolves. However, a C4 from P4 has been able to take out Jegs. Maybe Wolves know the pathing of Fnatic as he's been dispatched. But yeah, you know, Fnatic, that was well orchestrated just to get in there quickly and scare away those roamers. They know that Wolves like a bit of a loose roam where they will try and open up in towards Attic, in towards Big Tower. If you can scare them away quick enough, and how has Tyrant slipped in there? Got a kill onto the player in blue and stopped back out again. Where's Mowgli came from in small tower? What's going on?
So many questions right now. More importantly for Mowgli, that was the diffuser. He doesn't actually need to go back downstairs now because he knows that Fnatic are going to try and recover that. P4 can assist him here at the top of Freezer as well. He's got the shotgun. Perfect gun for this engagement. Does he know? Jigsaw's just on the other side. He's going to give him the old pump there. Gives the game away. Thought he was maybe going to wait for the second. Tyrant will finish him off though and stim up after the fact. There's still that small problem of Mowgli to deal with. I'm not sure if they're aware. No, they're not. A scrappy engagement. Tyrant is put down to low HP. Hasn't got any more stims, but more importantly for Fnatic, the diffuser has been recovered. They're still going to go and chase this ghost though as Deepek makes his way through and will find Mowgli. Mowgli should have really got himself back to sight because now look at what you've got. You've got a low health Deadshot. You do have a C4 in the hands of Bibu, but there's 45 seconds for Fnatic to compose themselves here.
I don't even think he needed to go back to site. Could just stayed up there, just wasted more time. You know, be that witch hunt almost that Fnatic have to go for. I still don't think this looks good for Fnatic. You've got Kiba barriers that we can still see Deadshot used. He can block up a doorway, which will cause issues for them. They've even re-barricaded up that bunker door as well, so they will hear Tyrant coming. So as long as Wolves position themselves, it should be fine.
Well, the drop comes in from Deepek. He's beat out and knows that Pillar's safe, but they're working off limited info right now. Locked in with the Kiba barriers. Tyrant needs to be the playmaker right now. Can open up an angle, gets a line of sight onto Freezer, but Deepek's found one onto Deadshot. He might be given the space to get the plant down here, and the last location is known. Deepek was on the plant for a moment, but he has to go for the swing. The time is going to do the rest. Tyrant got taken out there just inside of elbow. An incredibly small margin, but Wolves get it over the line.
Yeah, so close. You can see that Deepek was attempting to get the plant down, but then you lose Tyrant. You know you can't, you have to go for the kill, because if you stick it then, just Bibu, you're going to be locked in an animation where you have to plant the diffuser. Bibu will walk out, get a freebie onto you. Nail biting stuff. Look, if he had an extra second there, maybe could have won that, but still it's so close. But Bibi just did what he needed to do. Just played in the right position, a very safe position, takes the swing. Look, that was a massive round from both sides. You know, we seen Tyrant walk down blue, get a free kill, not being refragged. Mowgli then ended up flanking from small tower. Just, what a mess around. But I will say, though, I think a lot of the issues that certainly Fnatic had stem from, honestly, I think the Doki ban. Yeah, Doki was their main way of clearing out the roamers that we know Wolves, they love a roam. So using that Doki against them was great. Wolves take that, you know, chess piece off the table. They've lost their queen. They're going to struggle.
Have recovered their diffuser.
Wolves successful there in their first defense. They're going to take us upstairs into dorms. See what sort of success they can find there. We join this round as it's well underway now.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
15 seconds or so off the clock as we enter, but no kills missed. Fnatic going to be looking to try and get this Rotero drone up these white stairs, clear out any util. We can see that there is a Fen gadget and FNAT on the backside. Wasn't activated, but still something worth getting rid of at this point. Jigsaw loves playing a bit of Jackal, doesn't he? And often will be found playing these low to high vert angles, but I do worry about Deadshot's positioning here.
Actually not bad, I think. It's an unusual angle that not sure that Fnatic are going to be ready for it per se. I mean, certainly look at the, the placement of the scope for Jigsaw. It wouldn't make you believe that he's aware of this angle, but it is a very sneaky one by Deadshot. However, if he does get droned, then that's a completely different circumstance. But right now for Fnatic, just going to wait, do their drone work. Hopefully they can find a footprint, and there you go. Great angle being held by Deadshot. Jigsaw not ready for it, and down goes the Jackal. Is probably going to be their answer to not having the Doki to help with this roam game. It's been wiped off the board before it even got a chance to find a footprint.
Deepak now knows that he can't play on that kid's rappel. He has to move off that because of the ground that they've lost elsewhere. Tyrant will get a trade back. Takes Mowgli down. Fnatic really just looking to poke and prod at this defense. Do have Jegs in below inside a kitchen, just looking to see if there's anything he can find through the vert, but no one really committing to anything at the moment. Still players outside and making rotations. Tyrant going to send another drone up these white stairs now as Leon just gets himself into position, potentially up on that armory balcony. Jegs doing his best from below. He's going to chunk Shinka down somewhat. Here, the old ring of a C4 coming out there, but it won't be successful this time. Instead, it's Tyrant. He's moved his way up these white stairs, as he does oh so beautifully, picks up one and backs himself out.
Fnatic, after losing that opening engagement, have clawed back. Great kills. I mean, I have to say, getting the Azami off the board is always going to be a good one. Azamis can be tricky to clear away.
15 seconds remaining.
And again, another kill falls for them. Leon coming in through that master bedroom. A quad for Tyrant. It's all Tyrant right now. It will get shut down, but the damage has been done. Diffuser's going to go down. Jegs has to try and cover, but don't give himself up. Deepak gets off the diffuse again. Why does he get off? Why? Oh my goodness. Twice now. Twice for Fnatic.
Another really strange round where it just goes from 0 to 100, but there's no real setup. Like, I get that Fnatic have been, very thorough in the drone, and they've got rid of a lot of the gadgets. They've got rid of the FNATs. They've cleared the top white stairs. They're able to get a little bit of something going. But you just look at some of the blatant errors and blatant mistakes, and they knew about that. Like, they knew where Shinka was. And then we see the player get up to the top white stairs and just clean look the wrong way. I guess maybe they're worried about him rotating into kids, but Deepak, again, you've got to feel sorry for him, because in that position, he's relying on his teammate. He's out of action. All he can do is put the plant down when the clock's that low. This was almost where it started.
10 seconds remaining.
So we have Shinka. So he takes down Leon. Oh, sorry, he takes down Tyrant. Then we don't know where he is, and it's presumed, I guess, from Jegs that he's going to go to the kids' rotate, but instead he goes around the other way. And now we have a Cav.
What's
Brilliant
going on?
stuff.
This game
Brilliant
is descending
stuff.
into madness.
Well,
It's
this
that
is what
time
you
of
do
the
if you
night.
Wolves. This is what you do.
Honestly.
Oh, we've got Nook as well. Just throw some more randomness into the mix.
Roll back the years. This guy back in the Nook. He's got the same reputation as what EFAC, where this guy will just be an absolute nightmare. But the only thing I will say about Tyrant, though, is whenever he is on the Nook, I hate to say it, he does tend to be very solo. And that's maybe where the communication would maybe go out the window. I mean, Tyrant already to begin with isn't a talkative player. In terms of the comms, he's not the vocal player on the team. And, well, back to the drawing board.
Reloading.
Yeah, the Nook hasn't worked. Surprise, surprise. It's super solo. Oh, no, not like this. P4. Here we go. Interrogation. And the diffuser. Just write it off. You can write the round off from here.
Mowgli!
Mowgli's outside, for goodness sake. He's lobbing impacts at Jigsaw. Oh, dear. This is a reset round if ever I've seen one.
All of a sudden, the Pro Hub is back and alive. This is pretty much what it is. Honestly, it's descending into utter anarchy. 2v5. Minute and a half still to go. I mean, it'll be quite the round. if Jigsaw and Deepak can win this, but
there's just no way, is there?
I don't see that happening anytime soon unless Wolves just start throwing themselves at them. And 2 barriers just placed on that door as well. And look at this, P4 is as happy as Larry. And I don't even know anyone called Larry, but I know he's happy.
Jigsaw's going to find one onto Shinka. The thing is, they can find as many kills as they like, but they've got to deal with P4 in tier 3. That's where the diffuser is, and that's where he's going to stay. Maybe there's a chance to fire arrow him out, but you're going to start solving problems pretty quickly, and they have 1 drone left. Not the best position to be in, especially with Mowgli coming up, helping out now and just further fortifying with those Kiba barriers. Jigsaw, he knows that's where he's got to head. Does get a glimpse there, and is able to land the kill, but Deepak will fall in the meantime. 1 versus 3 now for Jig, and although they've killed P4, they're still no closer to that diffuser. Mowgli, he came to P4's aid. Wolves, they're going to take the lead for the first time in the series.
I just don't know what to say anymore. Like, they had a Cav. He hid in Big Tower. Leon went in Big Tower. He died. He got interrogated. They won the round. There you go. There's your analysis. Simple as that. I felt like I was doing a poem or something, wasn't it?
Or a sonnet.
Leon went into Big Tower. He died. He died. He got interrogated. Oh my, oh my.
You need a 3rd verse. All good poems have 3 verses. You're on the spot now. You can't come up with anything.
They lost the round. I'm saying why? Why?
Brilliant. I'm pretty sure that Fnatic are sat there saying why, oh why right now as well. Something I noticed in that last round demo was the lack of drones.
Oh, I mean, you get interrogated.
It was dreadful. There was still 6 drones when Leon gets interrogated. But at that point, it doesn't matter because drones are then going with people, you know? Not knowing someone's up in tower, though, you've always got a drone tower out.
Like I said, I think the Doki ban is just really slowed them down, hasn't it? Like, massively.
It is crippling Fnatic at the moment.
Because they were electric on labs, you know, using the calls just in straight away. They knew the positions of Wolves, and all of a sudden, it almost felt as though they were using Doki to cover up their lack of just drones. You know, and if that's an issue, you can't try and hide that by just using the Doki, because as soon as that crutch gets taken away from you, what do you have left?
Well, we have a tech pause now. A drone bug of some description called out there by Leon. It's been approved by the admin, so we'll get the lobby all resorted out. Hopefully it's just a simple 1-player leave, rejoin situation. We can get back on into things on ideal time, but these things do happen. 1 round away for Wolves for taking this to a map point and sending us to our 3rd and final map here tonight, which, based off how Nighthaven went, it's not quite a miracle, but it's getting close to a miracle demo.
Tell you, little by little, Wolves are just getting back into the series where we really didn't expect them to, to have this changeover. You know, obviously, I think getting the 2 attacks was standard from Wolves and really key for them to see how they can kick on during this matchup. But Fnatic, with the way that they were playing on the attack on labs, you would never expect them then to go ahead and lose 3 in a row on the attack, of course. So it's quite the surprise. You know, this series is not finished yet, and we are headed towards that 3rd map potentially, unless Fnatic can respond. Wolves have completed the full bomb site switch. Is Jigsaw's camera off, or is he just real? Oh, it's not off. He is just doesn't move. My word, Jigsaw is like a statue there.
Laser focus,
honestly, I thought his camera was off for a minute, but then no, he moves. My word. Telling you.
Well, hopefully we can get this resolved as soon as possible. Breaking play is not good for either team at this point. Wolves the least so, because their confidence is brimming, Demo. What a series P4's having so far, by the way. Considering where we saw him over, I mean, it's not really worth... It's not that it's not worth talking about Nighthaven Labs, but it's a little bit unfair to bring up like a terrible game, like a 0-7. But in the context of where he is right now, 8-8, holding his own after the start that Wolves had, that is impressive in itself. Wolves, in direct contrast to the way that Nighthaven played out, have been incredible on that opening pick. They've got the opening pick in all but 2 rounds so far. That's 7 for anybody that is wondering. Deadshot being a big part of that factor. 3 opening kills for him in this map. Obviously, that was somewhere that Wolves really struggled over on Nighthaven Labs. I think they only got the opening pick once on that map, and it did really show. Although the opening pick hasn't always gone the way of the team that gets it, as we always comment on, it is a big part and a big factor in how we see that played out. The Wolves, it's good that they've come online. As we've mentioned, an experienced team Demo, attending multiple live events. This is something they're used to. Best of 3, it's just another day in the office.
We did say the same about G2 though. How'd that work out? You know, history, as much as what it is just that. It's history. It's all about the here and now. And for Wolves, obviously a 7-0, a map to forget. Had to move on to Oregon, but you know, so far in the defense, you know, I think they've played well. Obviously, good pacing, good aggression, really slowing down Fnatic. You know, getting that opening pick is crucial, especially if you're being able, you know, to pick off, you know, strong operators. Remember that round where you know, the Jackal was brought in. Fnatic were attempting to see if they could cover up the Doki ban by bringing in the Jackal. Again, another form of information, another form of operator that you can bring in to help you with those roamers. You lose that right off the rip. You're right back to, you know, where you started again. Honestly, whenever you look at Fnatic right now and what they're struggling with, it's just the information. That is it. Like, drone work isn't there. I just think they need to slow the pace down. You know, I'll be honest, you look at that Tyrant, felt like a bit of a head loss almost, where you've insta-locked the nuke and you've tried to make a hero play. We don't like hero plays. We don't like that, Ollie, because you didn't do any hero plays whenever you were up against Wolves. A lot of the plays that Tyrant was making was based on good information, was based on using their drones. Where has that went to?
Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing, really, the Nook round, wasn't it? I mean, we always sort of meme on the Nook a little bit. And Nook was great when frag grenades were able to be cooked and all sorts of different things, but it's just not the same now. It's
used
not
to be silent using the ability as well.
It doesn't have the same impact. You get far more out of other things as we see, and Nook's sort of pick rate really represents that. I've got the pick rate to hand, but I imagine it's pretty low. It certainly isn't going to be anyone's top 3 played operator by any stretch of the imagination. It really is down there. So again, it's not the sole reason that the round was lost, but it's a contributing factor, isn't it? There's been a couple of rounds in a row now where I think that Fnatic, either through not giving the respect to Wolves in the opening portion of the round, or just through a little bit of laziness, have just let that opening round slip away from them a bit quicker than maybe they would like to.
Again, apologies for the delay, but these things happen. We need to try and get back in there as quick as we can, because we certainly don't want this game cooling off. You know, it was only really starting to get to heat up, and I'm sure, you know, obviously maybe a talent will know whenever and you of course will know this more than anyone, whenever the crazy comes out, the true demo appears, that's where I start losing marbles, and I don't own any marbles.
Have you lost them all?
Lost them a long time. I'll reference this. Some people will get this, some people won't. Challenger League, Helios Gaming. That's all I need to say.
It was actually on this map as well, wasn't it? It was on Oregon.
It's also on Cafe as well. I remember Cafe was a crazy one also. But Helios versus Hellraisers, the series that I'm referring to. If anyone remembers that, you're obviously a long-time fan. And oh boy, you were there for the good old days, as we like to say, back in the CL, where it was a wasteland of outlaws. And really anyone could go in there and show us what you got. I mean, it's, you know, where a lot of the players that, you know, we're seeing in this game get their start. You think about Jags. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Jags was kind of weird because he kind of got picked up. You know, the Navi thing happened in the open quals, but again, still with CL. You think about Tyrant. You know, coming in a lot of seasons in there. Deepak, oh, he spent a lot of seasons down in the old CL back with Trust Gaming. And even if you look towards Wolves, you think about P4 and Shinka, Mowgli, all coming from CL as well. I think Bibi really... I think Bibi played in CL at some point as well, back in Supremacy.
I mean, that must have been a million years ago, though, because Bibi was one of the longest standing players.
He's Xbox. He comes from Xbox. He was there right from the very start of day one back in Xbox.
Was Deadshot not in that Challenger League as well?
Yes, Deadshot was in there as well. I think was same as Mowgli. I think was the same season.
Yeah, maybe.
I think so. Because Deadshot, I think him and EFAC used to team together back in the day. So there's the history. But look, pretty much everyone apart from Leon. But then again, Leon got relegated and had to play CL one time. So there is that.
Well, fortunately, we can stop flicking through the history books as we are back in the game. 5-4 is where we left off, and 5-4 is where we will rejoin. Downstairs we go as Wolves are going to take us here for the second time. Fnatic, what are they going to show us? Have they cooled off a little bit? Because their aggression has been serious. Almost as serious as 3 mute jammers placed in that close proximity to one another. They really want to keep control of that bulletproof deployable shield.
I mean, here's the thing, though, is, you know, they realize, again, I would say you bring in the mute, not, of course, just to help out with keeping the utility safe, but again, the drone work has been, you know, the issue for Fnatic, and if you can delay that even more so by bringing in operators like the mute, it's going to make your life a lot easier. You see the Flores drones aren't even getting close anyway. You know, they're just getting shot beforehand. So certainly Fnatic is a much more traditional approach, where it does feel very centric around that blue. Going to be also popping in some nades, it looks like, as well, because Jigsaw has rotated over on the sledge. They burn through the Wamai discs that are there. Jigsaw with the lineup should remove the mute jammers and the shield, which he gets one. I think one mute jammer and one shield with that. Still one mute jammer remain. I'm surprised that the shield's got, but not the mute jammer.
Yeah, I think you got the mute jammer that was behind the shield, but there was 3 there originally. There's one on the left side of the door as we look at it as well, so not done too bad really for one nade. It should allow a passage for a Flores drone to get on through and further that destruction. Well, again, good teamwork, good response from Fnatic. It was as quickly as we were seeing it. All you could do was sort of look over, see who's got nades, and bam, already we're seeing the rotate come out of Jigsaw to get that job done, and now he can really start to swing that hammer upstairs and give himself a nice bit of a rotation. There will be, of course, mirror windows to go up against here as well, but that's where you've got your Capital that's going to come in quite handily. Jegs does still have a shock drone as well, so maybe he will look to get a bit of value out of that, but should be taken down here. Didn't actually get the Fen gadget, and I'm not even sure if he saw it, so that could really cause a little bit of a slowdown later on.
You see the execute starts to come in, the firebolts go in along with the bees. A swing from Mowgli eliminates Tyrant. Great work from Mowgli, almost gets taken out, but can he stay alive? He's in a power position. P4 has ran up the freezer stairs to find Jigsaw, but Fnatic have responded with 2 kills, make that a 3rd kill as Deepak. He doesn't even see him. The fog covers his eyes, but he still gets the kill, and there's still a good chunk of time here, 20 seconds. Leon, will he take the challenge in towards blue, but loses against Bibu. Diffuser cold on the ground. Deepak has to recover, but Jakes has jumped the gun. He's went before Deepak is ready, and he will be down, and Bibu swings around the corner, and Wolves send it to map point to keep their team alive.
Fnatic looking a little bit amateur there in the execute right toward the dying stages there. They had a good man count. They had people in good positions, but they just went one by one. I think Deepak did a cracking job dropping the hatch immediately into the FNAT. He's got the beeper going on as well. He has to deal with that, gets the shot through the smoke. It's looking okay. And then bam, bam, we see 2 players go solo. Had they waited a little bit, had they managed to coordinate just a touch more, it might have been a little bit different. As it stands, Wolves They've got themselves onto a map point here. A chance to take us to our decider. And they're going to be upstairs in dorms to try and lock it all off. Oh, how the momentum has shifted in this one. Sometimes if you win 7-0, it doesn't matter how that makes you feel, because the next map is still to be played. Everything resets, and Wolves have hit that mentality perfectly.
5 seconds remaining.
Here we go. 6-4, Fnatic.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
No direction right now on the attacks. They are honestly suffering some G2 syndrome, I would say. What is it today with teams just can't get their attacks? Will they go this entire map without winning a single one whenever they took all 6 on Nighthaven? It is quite the shocking turnaround for Fnatic, but you have to credit Wolves in the way that they've been able to fight back and dig in for this game. Again, it's that experience, you know, to come back from that 7-0. I still can't believe it. That is not easy to do, so all credit to not only Wolves, but I think the coaching staff. You know, the work they had to put in to get this team, you know, comfortable again, under wraps, and just ignore what happened and go again. Has to be praised. Fnatic, here we go. Top floor is what you have to attack. Looking at the lineup, I mean, you've got a lot of drones. You've got the Brava drones. You've got Flores drones as well. So they're going to be looking at not only clearing away utility, but also trying to capture it if they can. Brim always is going to be a big thing you have to worry about from Wolves, and honestly it looks to be potentially the double window white stairs take that Wolves, they attempted this take previously. Just as long as you can get the buck in below to root away some of these strong power positions that defenders can play, and then just flood the bomb site with bees, and you just pick up kills after kills with all of the crossfires and long lines of sight you can establish. And the thing is as well, whenever Wolves tried this, Ollie, they were losing men very early on. They weren't doing it in a 5v5 execute, which is the key thing. You need to keep players alive, and I say that. Jags goes down. He loses that engagement against P4. They knew exactly what they were looking for, using the buck below, using that verticality, but he ends up losing his own life because of it.
It isn't all for nothing. We do see a dead shot fall as well as Jigsaw's successful. He's now going to try and use the Ash launcher to really try and get in and amongst it and open up some of those lines of vert that they were maybe hoping that Jegs would be able to do. Leon just waiting for the Fenrir to dissipate. I don't think, been able to get that breach open just yet. Jigsaw, seeing if there's anything they can find through the vert. There is going to be a bit of info on the bees, trying to land those shots, but the beams are not going to be his friend tonight. 30 seconds and something needs to start happening here. Bibu tucked inside of Armory. Will that be the first of many kills here for Wolves? Jigsaw's going to get that information, but it's going to be Tyrant next to fall on that Armory stair. Jigsaw going to start to make his way up, gets the glimpse there, but Bibu knows he just needs to try and play this one safe. Will go for a swing, a hop in, unsuccessful. P4 on for 2, Shinka to clean it up. We're going all the way, Demo. We are going to our third and final map here tonight between Wolves and Fnatic.
Oh my. The battle back from Wolves. The comeback after that 7-0. Now just lock it into the best of one. Honestly, fantastic from Wolves. The defense, they look confident. Even on the attacks, you know, I love the confidence they had. They were winning their opening engagements. They were pushing down as a team. They were together. But Fnatic, that Doki has to be what we talk about. It looked as though not having that quick information to collapse on those rumors of Wolves really hurt them. Really hurt them. So I think for Fnatic, they need to figure out, okay, if they ban the Doki again, what do we do?
A yo-yo performance tonight. Is that yo-yo going to come back up or not? We're going to throw it to our desk. They're going to break down map number 2 and set us up nicely for map 3.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Demo. And yes, the Wolves have been activated. It only seems, I guess, fated that the longer we go into the night, that the Wolves get activated. We are not in a full moon now. It's a half moon, as many would say, but they're activated in many ways. It did take Oregon and by the skin of their teeth, but Wolves will take us into a map 3, Fabian.
Yeah, they will take us into a map 3. The pack is back. I mean, look at their defense side. That's what we have to highlight, right? They had some very interesting round endings on their defenses. I'm not convinced that they maybe deserve to win this map so much. I am confused and questioning about the execution of end rounds from Fnatic more so than I'm convinced by Wolf.
Because so many of those rounds, and we saw especially that like ace that was played on Armory, like the first half of the map started off with Fnatic completely running away with it.
Yeah, it was a 4-2 split. It was kind of somewhat, I would say, as expected. They lost the tertiary site. They also lost the primary site, which they'll be a little bit upset about losing for Fnatic. Could have had a 5-1 split. Not that it would have mattered given how well Wolves played on the defense, but honestly, I've never seen the team attack so well but not win an attack in terms of Fnatic.
That is very strange, yeah.
If you get to, you call it from round 6 onwards, the story of the round went clutch, clutch, interrogation, clutch, dominant victory for Wolves. Like, those attacks for Fnatic, those defenses for Wolves, really could have gone the other way. And I think the interrogation changed everything as well. And that's what you need, right? Once you've been 7-0'd, what are they doing playing Cav? What is people doing going to play Cav?
They were chucking impacts from the main door all the way to the police spawn.
And that's what you need, is you just need an event that can break the momentum, because at that point it was still a bit rocky.
And it's a little bit like, you're pissed with each other, like, how did we let this happen? And then the interrogation comes, and that's like, haha, these idiots.
Yeah.
How did this happen?
We got him on the ropes.
I'm not going to say I called it. I said I called for it. That Eureka moment in that interrogation was just that.
That might be what flips this entire match on its head. And as you heard from the casters, we have a third map ready to go. So we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Wolves vs Fnatic continues on Bank.
What? And literally every operator in the game has barbed wire, essentially. There's so many operators that interact with barbed wire. Bandit? Yep, I'm genius.
Well, that's easy. Doki.
Pinker.
Fuck.
Ace. Sophia. So many.
Zero.
Slasher have Claymores. Slasher.
Ducko.
Duck. Yeah, it can't be. Fenrir has bulletproof, yeah.
It's so much to think about at once. Legion, Malusi.
Capcan? No.
Touch on go. Oh.
We're tied.
Don't copy buck.
Thinker. Thermite.
Sledge?
Yeah, does Sledge have flashes?
Twitch.
Twitch doesn't have flashes. Monty?
Leon.
Monty.
Leon.
Nah, that's said Leon because he was trying to ask Leon for an answer.
Oh, I didn't.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blaster 6 AU League. The night is young, and so are we, as some would like to think. Hello, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milos Medic, with me are Freshbian, and we're here because we made it to map 3, right? Wolves versus Fnatic, best of 3 series. We've done away with BO1s that we've had in the group stage, and we've made it into that third one on Bank. So we're going to dive right into it. Bring up the stats and kind of compare both of these teams through 2024 and their performance on it fresh.
Yeah, so we'll just set the scene, is that Fnatic generally don't play Bank. They did play against G2. Looked great, but happened to lose the game, which is what happened on Oregon as well. Wolves it's a middle preference, I suppose. 4 out of 9, I would say, is middle preference. Wolves used to absolutely love and adore this map. Not so much this stage, not played at this stage. Last time they actually played it, 6 Invitational, lost it to FaZe, didn't win an attack. 0-6 on the attacks. That's why their attacking win rate is looking so low, but their defensive win rate is looking so good. So it's a map that they love to defend on, and obviously, as you can see, struggle with the attacks.
I don't know if the map-specific stats really matter.
More of a Wolves stat.
It's more of it, like right now, Fnatic having the defense start is going to be massive for them, just because they can deny Wolves from doing just that. I also don't think that it's a defender-favored map bank right now. It can be on both open area, and it can be on the basement if you play correctly. But I think that for basement, you can have some variations, surprise attacks where you go for the backside, which, knowing Fnatic, that's the sort of team that will have those sort of takes. The map, I think, suits better into Fnatic right now than it does into Wolves, because Wolves, what have they relied on, Jack?
Individuals.
Only individuals. They've only relied on hero players.
Even that last game, right?
Yeah. I mean,
it was just late round clutches. I know Shinka got that huge one. It was late round 2v2s where it was individual plays in the late round.
And I don't think we'll be able to see that on Bank because it's much easier to deny them.
All right, so the big question here, which is a €7,500 question, is who makes it into the playoffs from this? Wolves or Fnatic? Your game is ready. Just give me your prognostic.
I think Fnatic is gonna win this one. I doubt both teams at the moment, so it could be a coin flip.
I'm gonna go Wolves because of momentum. Siege is a momentum and a mental-based game, and I think Wolves have both of those.
That's the worst analytical.
I cannot wait for the day where we can somehow quantify what momentum and mental is like in numbers. As a numbers man, it means you have a lot of heart in it, Jack, and I appreciate that.
Stat says Fnatic, but mental momentum.
Yeah, he believes too much in the momentum. I think.
Anyways, you know what? We're gonna believe in the game itself. Thank you very much, Freshbean, for it. We're ready to go. Let's toss it back to our casters, Exotroka and Demo. Who takes it? Wolves or Fnatic? Let's see on Bank.
Milosh, thank you very much indeed. I could not tell you who takes it so far. We've seen a 7-0. We've seen that Oregon, whatever that Oregon was. And now we are on Bank, the final map here tonight in our final series. We have got Fnatic versus Wolves, and we are trying to find out which of these two teams is going to face off against BDS in around 6 days' time. Let's lock in Demo, because I think that this last one is going to surprise us.
I'm really shocked that you haven't went straight in with the I agree refresh. Because what he said is momentum. And one thing that you have always said is whatever team takes the second map wins the series.
I have been known to say that in the past. That is something that I have said. I don't know, to be honest. Momentum can flip and flop. It's a very fickle thing. Fnatic had it in map 1. Wolves had it in map 2. That last Oregon, it didn't look good from any perspective. I don't care who you are.
I mean, if you think about it, in the course of the series, Fnatic's played better than Wolves. Because they done a lot better in the first map. And then it was touch and go in the second map.
Yeah. Will it be touch or will it be go over on Bank? A Ying Brava has been removed. Wolves opting for the Brava ban this time along with a Cade ban. Solace also has been taken out, but more importantly, Demo, as you mentioned, the Dokubi's alive.
I mean, we won't see it for a while from Fnatic's POV, because obviously they start the defense, which is, as the stats said, great thing if you're Fnatic, mostly just based on how poor Wolves have been on the attacks of Bank. You know, that's the stat line.
17%!
You know, that you can't shy away from that. It is being dreadful. But hopefully we can see Wolves change that scoreline today, change that statistic, and improve on that.
One of the lower attacking win rates in the league. The second lowest, of course. Obviously, if we count Wild in that mix at 27% for Wild, 33% for Wolves as of the start of the day. It certainly doesn't bode well, does it? And you can talk about momentum and you can say, well, if they're the numbers and that's what we're expecting, then maybe Fnatic take it because they will have momentum on the defense if the numbers play true.
5 seconds left.
But something that we always know is that Siege, whilst you can go through all of the numbers and you can run all of the analysis you like, it isn't played out on paper. It is played out in the server, and decisions matter when it comes to games of this magnitude.
Let's see, as we kick things off on Fnatic's defense, and it will be the basement choice. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Deepak clogging up the drone hole that goes straight into the heart of the bomb site. That is usually used as, you know, a camera that can, you know, look at double window. You can look towards the main stairs area. Just there more for information, but of course the Twitch could utilize that just to get into the bomb site and start popping away some vital bits of utility. Just still a thing like that. I love to see that from Fnatic. Very, very smart. We are dealing with an open area hold that, oh my word, Wolves have just tried to walk in using the Doki themselves, but it hasn't paid off. As sure, the phone calls are fine, but whenever you yourself are making a lot of noise, you might not hear that phone call. And that certainly seemed to be the case for P4. He just walks in, but there's a Jigsaw right beside him.
A little bit of a damp fuse there for Wolves. Of course, the benefit being that that hatch is already open inside of open area, and Jegs now can just focus his attention on securing the hatch into CCTV. Phone call comes in. It's going to lock players out of the camera unless they answer. Jigsaw answers, but Mowgli was knocking on the back door at the same time. He's going to be taken down there. Deepak from deep. Picking up a nice couple of kills there. Shinka and Bibu left to try and salvage things. He does have the kit, and he does have an opportunity to get the plan down here. But Bibu can only watch so much. Smoke to cover the cross. Shinka not thinking about getting that plant down. That's surprising, but they know the player is upstairs. They know there's something still to deal with, but it's just ring around the rosy. Leon's going to drop. Going to be known now by Bibu, caught out on the drone, but really, where do you go from here? I thought that Shinka really would try and get the plant down there, but instead, the smoke has dissipated, the opportunity is gone, and he's now trying to find a bit of success through these hatches.
Just couldn't grab the opportunity there as it presented itself for Wolves, and now they just have to try and take gunfights. There's going to be no opportunity really to try and get a standardized plant going down. Oh my word. Jegs is there to cover. I think we've also seen Deepak there with the Deagle out in hand, and he's still battling with said Deagle, but he does get finished off. But it's still a 1v2 that Bibu has to try and go through. All the smokes have been used by Leon. There is still a C4 for Jegs, but he just wants to try and hold that long angle, and he can just be the savior here for Leon. If Leon dies, Jegs will be there to have that cover. Bibu, oh no! Seen the leg, he shoots through the wall, but Leon gets out of there in the nick of time and gets the kill. Another close end to the round, but look, again, it has to be said, for Fnatic, they just hold their ground. You know, the gun skill prevails there, and Wolves obviously had a good opportunity, but they just couldn't capitalize on it.
I know it's not ideal for Shinka to get the plant down there, but Bibu had smoked off the corridor. He had the head glitch onto the bomb. He's got the DMR. He could maybe try and cover there as the plant goes down. Obviously, there's other things to consider, but rotating up main stairs and trying to then play from the hatch and ended up dropping the hatch, it turned out to not be the right play. Obviously, there's multiple factors leading up to that moment that really didn't go right for Wolves either, and that is never going to help matters. At least you were attacking the basement, so there is a level of expectance that it is going to be difficult. And Fnatic are going to be locked out of there for the next couple of rounds. They will stick to a rotation here. Unfortunately, it does seem as though we are in another tech pause. Only seen one round this time before it has reared its ugly old head demo.
Hopefully it's not as long as the last one. We can get in there as quick as we can, of course. It is, of course, getting to be very late in the evening, but both of these sides have the experience in the stamina department. That's the thing about these sides, is always like Fnatic is, of course, like a new team, you know, with players together. The players themselves have been around for a while. They have experience in that regard, and of course will speak for themselves with the experience that they have, even more so than what Fnatic have. So both sides will be used to, you know, these long, drawn-out processes. They're used to also playing at LANs. So they should be fine. Should be fine. One thing you want to look at as well with Bank is, Fabian touched on it a little bit as well. It's one of those maps where it's not really favored towards the defense. It's not really favored towards the attack. some bomb sites certainly can be favored towards the defense, and some can of course be towards the attack. I mean, I look towards top floor. I think top floor's favorite towards the attackers. I think just having all of that window play, I think helps you a lot. And then even for the basement, yes, it may on the surface look like a defender side with Echo, Goyo, and Smoke that you can kind of apply that time pressure. But if a side is quick and efficient on attack and can clear away utility, you will get some very successful plants down and some very easy post plants. So it just depends on how good you really are on the map. I don't think the statistics really tell the whole story there.
No, possibly not. Wolves looking a little bit frustrated at this point in the proceedings. It's to be expected when things like this do happen. We haven't seen all too much of Bank to really dig deep into what we've seen so far. As you mentioned, Demo, it's round one, it's the basement. You kind of expected to do well down there as a defender. Moving on, you're probably going to go to the top floor, and as we know, the attackers usually have a lot more option there. There's so much of that outside to in possibility that we often talk about, whether that be from the rappels or even just from the roof itself, outside on the little balcony, outside of square stairs. So far, Fnatic, they look in reasonable spirits, keeping themselves motivated here. Obviously, it's been an emotional roller coaster for them as well. Don't forget, winning the first map 7-0 and then having a close second map and having to keep your head in the game for that third and final map. 7-0 can be a double-edged sword in some cases. Just hope for Fnatic, for their sake, that they're able to navigate that successfully here tonight. I guess in their minds, they're maybe already surprised that they are on Bank as it is. They were possibly hoping to get it all tidied away over on Oregon and have the rest of the evening for themselves. But still, we need to find out who is going to be advancing here. Obviously, we've mentioned the winner of this goes up to play against BDS. The winner of our previous game earlier on tonight was Into the Breach. They beat G2 2-1, and they have now locked in a spot against Team Secret on the 22nd of April, so next Monday. Of course, then winners from that, go on to play in the upper bracket final. So there really is a ton of siege inside of the playoffs.
It's also a seeding match as well, 5th place between G2 and the loser of this game, and that also happens on the same day, on the 22nd of April. So I believe our start time is going to be a little bit earlier. So just keep that in mind. Again, just stay up to date on the socials and have a check. They'll let you know and fill you in on everything that you need to know. And also don't forget that the day, straight after that, still plenty of siege to come. We've got our upper bracket final and also the 3rd place game to see who will get that 3rd slot. So still a lot more to come. And then of course the LCQs.
We love a good LCQ. I think for the meantime, we are going to send you over to a very short break whilst we get this technical pause figured out. But fear not, as soon as we are back in the game, we will be back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
Hey guys, it's Jesus from BDS.
It's Uno from G2.
Hello, I'm Gandragati from the Wild R6 team.
Is it Shinka from Worth?
I'm Leon Gids from Fnatic, and today we're going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
There's some snow. Might be chalet this time, maybe.
No, that's chalet. That's the spawn. I spawned there. If anyone wants to spawn beat me, I spawned there.
Yeah, I would say chalet. Yeah. Outside, maybe outside main or something like that. Yeah, with the stairs.
Knew it. I spawned there.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I just saw snow and the cafe was already done, so.
Oh my god.
Flower pots. Chicken wire.
It's very well lit as well.
Ah, this is chalet.
I'm gonna go with Night Heaven again.
Chalet basement, wine cellar, like in the fridges.
Oh.
Oh, it was chalet, but it wasn't the right fridges.
Where am I?
It's like what is this? This is ridiculous. That's what this is.
911 can be Bank or Oregon, I guess, because of 911.
I literally can't see anything. I don't actually know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, let's say Oregon.
Who made these? What absolute psycho made these videos?
Yes.
He's setting me up for failure.
It looks like some sort of painting.
It looks like a bed or something, or like a curtain. I don't know.
I haven't got the slightest idea where this could be.
I'm struggling with this one. I'm just gonna have to go with maybe thinking Oregon now. Master bed.
Wait, what? Where was that like zoomed in part?
Ah, that's close. That's good. That was well hard actually. That was close though. Dorms.
It's border.
It's border, and it's like the east vehicle spawn.
It's coming from the spawn, east spawn.
Never mind, it's west. I lied.
Ah, it was wrong spawn. This is west spawn. So it wasn't too easy then.
Thanks for watching, guys, and enjoy the stream.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us whilst we got that sorted out. I believe, fingers crossed, everything is ready and raring to go, and we will be getting back into the game very shortly here. We're still early days on Bank. It is our third and final map here tonight between Fnatic and Wolves. Round number one, they're going toward Fnatic. They are starting things off on the defense here on Bank. Both of these two teams are fighting for a spot in our upper bracket semi-finals. Only a week away.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Oh, back in it. Here we go. Time keeps moving on. But we need to see this be finished. I want to see it get finished in great fashion as well. We haven't had an OT here today, Ollie, which is a big surprise. It just means that Tim and Des, you'll probably be getting every overtime game. Whenever they're next on, wherever that is. I think, are they on next? I don't know if we're on the next
I think there'll be an extra person on the next show because of the 3 best of 3s, won't there? So it'll be a different lineup of some description.
5 seconds remaining.
And maybe they will get stuck into a couple of overtimes. As you mentioned, we've had. It's weird to say that we've had a. It's not been long. It's not been short. It's kind of been pretty in the middle because we had the 7-0, which of course catapulted us ahead. But still, as you mentioned, no overtimes at all, even though it has been threatened here tonight. Maybe, you never know, we'll get the overtime we have been wanting here on Bank in a couple of minutes. Well, more than a couple of minutes, but in a wild time, shall we say.
These rounds are going to be.
I mean, we've seen some quick rounds tonight, Demo.
Oh, we have. I mean, Wolves certainly have shown that they can just try and pick up the pace and go as fast as they can. I wonder if they're going to try and do that on Bank, because it's not necessarily a map that you would expect is a go-fast map, but I suppose when you looked at G2 earlier, certainly they play with a good amount of pace. But that was down to a good chunk of opportunity spotted by Alamau in that series. So Fnatic will go upstairs. Again, I think this is just favored for the attackers. I think those windows are so strong that you can utilize. You can sit there and really lock down a lot of different angles in the site, more importantly. But there is still plenty of tricks that the defenders can have. In terms of information, Valkyrie is up and is going to be alive, so plenty of info that they can gain if you look towards the square attacks or even towards the lobby. I'm sure it'll be 1 for each side. But right now for Fnatic, just playing with the Kiba barriers, playing with the castle barricades as well. So they do have plenty of ways of locking down those long angles that you would expect to be used and abused by the attackers.
Before going to hop his way over the top there and into the waiting arms of Tyrant. Tyrant good for a down and can shoot him like you would a Frostmat there as he vaults through the window. Not really sure what P4 was going for there. He seems to have something in mind, maybe going to try and play a little bit of vert. Yeah, you've of course got the Ash and you want to try and get rid of some of that site utility. Obviously that's all been spotted out now by Mowgli. He's on the IQ scanner and Deadshot takes up that position, but Still a wealth of Fnatic players below here inside of Archives. Deadshot just gets an opportunity there, but now he's left guessing with 2 angles to check, and unbeknown to him, 2 players down there.
Loading new mag.
You see now that for Wolves, they're struggling just to see if they can get a foothold. 30 seconds to go. They haven't really made an impact in towards the top floor. Deepek went for the swing. I still think Fnatic's okay because, like I mentioned, Wolves just don't really have anything. It's as though the site is below. That's why they're attacking it, but it's not. It's upstairs, and they can't get the walls open. They have to walk in through staircases and in through doorways. And Jigsaw, I think, in a very strong position in towards Banana, just on the cusp of those connectors. Shinka now has to move in and probably will go into the way of Jigsaw. What a flick from Shinka. Wolves will stick to diffuser. All they have to do is try and cover and take down Jags. It gets messy in Janners, but he loses the engagement. My oh my, what a kill onto Jigsaw. You have to give credit to Shinka there. How's he got away with that?
Shinka's played a blind there. A great shot threaded over onto Jigsaw. Fnatic maybe being a little bit too bold in what they were trying there. They had 3 C4s. So they were looking to try and deny the plant from below. They had a lot of information. They had the Valkyrie. Sure, we saw that Mowgli on the IQ was able to spot out a lot of that info and a lot of that utility. But still, they showed the hand a little bit too early. Maybe you need to rotate into those positions inside of Archives and Tellers later on into the round and use the C4s that way. It was just a little bit too clear and a little bit too bold as to what they were trying. Unfortunate engagement for Deepek to lose there. Shinka, that was the shot that really sealed the deal. And the final coming through from Deadshot inside the Janitor. Leveled up at 1 round apiece. Fnatic not feeling enough reason to head back upstairs. They're going to take us into open area.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Well,
5 seconds left before insertion.
Fnatic looked as though they did everything right up until, you know, the final hurdle. They just had to secure their kills in these strong positions, and you looked at Wolves, they were playing with no info whatsoever, just down to some sharp shooting that they were able to get it over the line. Fnatic moving away from that top floor, I think a wise decision, and they actually go in towards the open area. And this can always be a bit of a weird one, I think, for the attackers to go up against. I think if you can get that quad wall open, you see a good success rate for attackers winning this. But if you have a really good solid roam game, whenever you extend in towards Tellers and Archives, it can be quite tricky for the attackers because you can't exactly open the quad wall if you know there's going to be somebody lingering. In this position where Jigsaw is, you can just shoot off the Selmas if they get placed, the Habana pellets as well.
IED active. Sweeping.
So that's one thing that Wolves need to think about, is how can they deal with this roaming presence. Probably going to do that by way of a ram. Get yourself in towards that top floor. Open up that Tellers and Archives. Don't allow those roamers to have that free reign of terror in that mid floor. And try and force them off it.
Mowgli just doing the early stages of that gathering of information. Jump into the scanner, and once the drones have moved through, P4 will find it all clear and start to move in and place some of those ram gadgets out. Still Jigsaw below, the C4 ripped and ready. How much of that information remains is the big question. The ram going to do a lot of the hard work for P4 here as it tears on through the floor, but Jigsaw's happy to challenge onto that for the time being. P4 just going to hop into the drone and keep himself safe for the time being. It's a delicate job opening up this floor. It's bold and it's noisy, but you do have to be cautious in doing so. And Jigsaw now dealt with as the C4 threat neutralized, at least on his behalf.
It's a good start for Wolves. Gives them a minute, a whole lot of time to work with, so they will have to try and go pretty quick in towards that quad wall. A drone spots that Leon as he was looking perhaps for that flank, and Leon, oh, what are you going for? Drops down the hatch, a risky way to do things. He did get spotted, but gets out of there just in the nick of time, but they will know that he's downstairs, and there's only going to be 2 ways up from that position, either up blue, which is barricaded, or up that main stairs, and we know that Mowgli is already on that top main, so he could maybe catch him out. Leon was going towards that way. Now he's going back towards blue, it looks like. So Leon certainly looking to see if he can inflict some damage, and maybe that door being barricaded could throw Wolves by surprise.
could be a good thing here. It's maybe something that is going to get forgotten about, especially if the Fnatic activates, but it gets taken out. Is able to get a kill beforehand, though. 6 seconds left, 3 versus 3. Make it 3 versus 2 as kills continue to fly. P4, you've got to try and get that plant down and extend the clock. The C4 over the top, shot with the DMR by Deadshot. A great play, gets caught there in the Fnatic. Tyrant takes P4 down. The Fnatic remnants just dissipate in time for Deadshot to be able to get the trade. With the plant down, all he needs to do now is hold his nerve. There is a drone available. You can see his teammates are watching it. On the flip side, there's no info available for Fnatic, and Deadshot with the active swing there is able to find that kill. Nail biter demo.
Phenomenal from Deadshot. Phenomenal. He's out on the range. He's just screamed, pull. Out goes the clay pigeon. Out of the air. Unbelievable. My oh my, not only just to get that C4 kill to secure that diffuser going down, he then goes and gets the 2 kills and wins the 1v2. This guy, honestly, he's been phenomenal. He really has been. I thought Leon did enough. Honestly, I thought he did enough. Just getting that 1 kill, creating a little bit of confusion there for Wolves. But Deadshot saying, not today, boys, not today.
Yeah, good clutch there from Deadshot. Maybe question Tyrant's position in there right at the bitter end, just kind of caught in no man's land. Obviously, they had to try and advance up a little bit, but Deadshot just had too many angles to work with. He had a lot of flexibility just rotating around that door pillar. He could go on the soft wall. He could go up through the double door. Real close stuff there, but Wolves starting to chain a couple together here, and they're righting their previous wrongs of a very dodgy attacker win rate. Picking up 2 out of the 3 that we've seen played so far. If they get another air demo, it could be devastating for Fnatic.
Really could be. I mean, Wolves, we mentioned that their attack win rate on this map was just not up to par. You're looking at double bogey figures for Wolves, but right now they're on for the birdie. Already 2 attacks under their belt. Another one would be fantastic for Wolves, and that sets them up extremely well, considering just how good Wolves can be on the defense. We know that is their strong point. It's always been the attacks that have been our worry for them. Deepek, a bit of fun here with that shot guy cog. Look at this from Bibu. The Blitz has had very little work to do, though, in terms of taking blue. Fnatic are happy enough to forfeit that. They're going to try and rely on, obviously, the utility they have. They have the Goyo, but it looks as though that's really it, though, Wally. We're used to seeing, you know, smokes and echoes in the lineup, but only the Goyo is any form of semblance of denial here. Speaking of Goyo, he's up in the roam all the way towards that top floor. Has an impact, could make his way through that soft wall, and P4's right on the other side of it. This is tense here for Tyrant. Just depends if he has any info or just has a gut feeling he can go for it, but it could be a big play or a bad play, it turns out, for Fnatic if it doesn't work out well for him.
Mowgli able to start to dismantle some of these Vulcan canisters as well. Getting this done nice and early is just going to make things even easier for the Blitz to move through when that eventually happens. No denial in terms of area after the Vulcan canisters, but a couple of C4s still available. Ibu, maybe just going to go and try and hit the reverse plant here. Can hear the smoke going out there. Shinka is just trying to bait out Mowgli. Picks up a great kill there, and we eventually do see it. Tyrant, he knew he was there all along, but he's going to get caught out on the rotate. Deadshot might find a few here if he lands his shots, puts good damage onto 2. Can he find the 3rd? It looks like he might do here. He's got live ping information. He can keep himself up and active. And all the meanwhile, there's still a battle going on in the sights. Shinka, they're going to take Leon down. Jigsaw will be able to rotate and find the kill onto Deadshot, but the hatch is reinforced. There's nothing that they can do with that. He's got to now try and push in, and another situation where a defender becomes an attacker. Left with not much to go on the plant, deep on the reinforcement. And what do you do now? You've got no health to speak of. You're against a Blitz. And Shinka on the Hibana. Jigsaw doesn't have a clue where anybody is. He knows where the Blitz is, but that is not going to be good enough. He can try and bait out for a little bit here, but 1v1s with a shield always end one way. He's full white flashed here, but BB taking no chances. Just going to push him down to the floor.
Oh my. Right. So, all of that happened because the server hatch was reinforced. Okay? I'm not a big fan of reinforcing that server hatch if you're not going to hold server and you're looking for a retake. Okay? If you are an attacking side, right? Wolves will always go for that traditional approach where you get in towards server, open up the wall, burn for the utility, go for the plant. Okay? That is what most attacks do start off with in Bank. If you reinforce that hatch as the defense, you have to hold server because you reinforce that hatch for a reason. Even put the Renegade on it. You need to hold that. It can be a very tricky position to get someone into. You know, getting through that server. If there's a shield there and a Wamai disc, a Fenrir, a Zami, a lot of things can go very wrong there for the attackers. You need to be, you know, on your game. And generally, if you're someone in server, you would then open up the hatch. Okay? If the hatch is then open, it then gives you an option for the retake as the defense. That was the approach for Fnatic. They wanted to retake above and then use that server hatch. Wolves did the drone work, seeing there was nobody inside a server, which meant they didn't need to open the hatch, which means that if the retake does come in, even if Deadshot dies here, what can they actually do? The hatch is fully reinforced. They can't kill the players as they're on the default walls. They have to walk down blue, which is even more easier to hold than the hatch, as we know. That's the issue for Fnatic, is that they got their game plan wrong. You reinforce that, you hold server, you force them to open it, then you retake. If you don't hold server, they don't open it, you can't retake. That's where they went wrong.
A really good example of not just opening everything you see there as well from Wolves. They use the map to their advantage there and use the setup that Fnatic had laid out in front of them.
10 seconds to go.
It's so much more typical to see a smoke or a Jaeger or somewhat a warden, someone with an ability to hold that blue stair, but you're not going to play it and you're going to let a blitz walk down for free. And a team like Wolves that have that experience, have that ability, like most of these teams do, to opportunity spot, I'm going to take full advantage of it. Wolves showing no signs of slowing down here, and more importantly, there's key players that are starting to wake up. Look at Deadshot, 7-1 so far in the 5 rounds that we've seen, well, the 4 full rounds and the start of the 5th. On the flip side, it's all a little bit quiet over on Fnatic. Tyrant has 4 kills, Leon has 2, but the rest with a killer piece. Again, it comes down to those gunfights, and they're not winning them right now.
And they're not. And we mentioned before that kills is the massive part of the game. And right now, Wolves are in the driver's seat. I mean, Deadshot just showing up right now. Massively. I mean, the thing about Fnatic is, I wouldn't say they've had, you know, rounds that they've had to clutch up on. You know, I'd certainly say Wolves have been the clutch factor team. You know, they're the ones who've been in the bad positions and somehow winning the rounds. Happened in Oregon, it's happening here already in Bank. As we know, you know, that Deadshot, that 1v2 that he did. And look, if someone just has that clutch factor against you, always reference that NIP side of 2021, Ollie. You don't have to be good as long as you just clutch up every round under the sun.
In a world where anybody can clutch, anything is possible, and Wolves have certainly proved that here and now. Slightly slower approach here, but not too much to worry about. We've already seen the shock drone go through and do a good deal of utility gadget finding and removal. We've got rid of a couple of mute jammers, a couple of Valkyrie cameras, a couple of Mozzie pests, you name it. Doki call comes through, and that means one thing: someone's going to start to move, and it's going to be Mowgli. Deepek, he finds himself down as well. Deadshot, Bibu, they're all getting involved. Shaping up for a flawless, but it's not to be. Tyrant denies it, but for what? Wolves, an excellent 3-2-1.
Honestly, beautiful Siege. Just that 3-2-1 X here. Everyone does their job. Everyone gets their kills. It's so simple. So simple. Fnatic just limping, aren't they? Really struggling right now to get their head in this game. You know, that's 4 attacks. They've improved the percentages, Ollie. They really have.
It's absolutely stonks right now.
My, oh my. I mean, I said even if you get the 3 rounds, it's fantastic from Wolves' perspective. To get 4, you're laughing. You are laughing if you're Wolves.
9 rounds out of the past 10 Wolves have won so far in this series.
My goodness.
Fnatic, they got the first round here on Bank, so it doesn't sound quite as good as 9 rounds in a row, but 9 out of 10 still sounds pretty damn good to me. Final round as the sides currently sit.
5 seconds.
Can Fnatic salvage anything here out of what has been a pretty abysmal defender round phase, or defender phase, should I say, here on Bank?
Cam in position.
They really gave them a map lead as well. Wolves really said, you have the first one. We want to make it tough.
Literally for free as well. We're not even going to fight back.
Like, they really weren't thinking, yeah, let's make it a weighted best of 3. People have never seen this before. My word. I mean, Fnatic still have a chance here, but they need this round. Look, if they don't get this round, they have to attack into Wolves, and we know Wolves on the defense very potent, so they need this round. It's a must-have. If they don't, I really don't see them winning from that perspective. A 4-2, it gives them a shot. A long one at that, but it's better than 5-1, we know that. Wolves, a lot of information being picked up. There's positions of 2 players, the Valkyrie and the Mozzie, both of which now have fled and moved into new positions. Mowgli, where are you? He's inside of Archives by himself. He tried to take it quick, it hasn't worked, and Fnatic look as though they're ready to take this round at least. Wolves have really just jumped the gun. A very fast-paced movement from them, and it hasn't worked out as Fnatic sit 5 men to 2.
Where's the vert? Where are the players going in above? Why are we not clearing out upstairs? Instead, we're seeing Mowgli walk in. P4 died on the entry. Still, nothing has been traded yet. It's like Wolves have just reverted back to their previous self almost. Now they're in what, 2 versus 5? Yeah, they can get in and get the hatches open. BB going to crouch walk his way in through garage, but what are they really expected to get out of this when they've just given so much away in that opening half of the round? 3 drones available. Bit of a lack of information, it seems, as Wolves are checking every single corner. BB, I think you can probably hear someone just at the other side of those beepers there. You better hope that that's clear, although it does look like someone is hiding out in one of the elevators. Might be able to get a pinch onto this player if they do play together, but BB goes for the swing. Tyrant takes him down, but turns out no one knew about Jegs. And Jegs was hiding in the elevator the whole damn time.
Yeah, he was. Honestly, it's very strange. Like, you look at Wolves, they played really well, and then they just kind of throw that round away. It feels like anyway. It's gave Fnatic now an in. It's gave them, you know, that door just opens up a little bit now. And now it's up to Fnatic, see if they can kick it all the way open. It's still going to be difficult. Now, this is where the side switch comes in. Obviously, Wolves, we've talked about how good they are in the defense. I mean, as much as we talk about how criminal, you know, the attack percentage is for Wolves before this map, you have to highlight how good the defense was.
Well, that's the reason they're here, isn't it? The reason that they are here is because they are a good team at defending. 77% win rate at the top of the day on the defense. That will have tanked a little bit after losing 6 rounds on the defense on Nighthaven. However, it is still going to be up there. It's not quite a drop in the ocean compared to the stage, but it is a small sample of only 1 map, so we know them to be a good team on the defense. Wolves have got good players coming online right now as well. Deadshot, I think he was 7-2 last I commented. Now he's 9-2, so he's picked up a couple of kills without getting himself into too much bother. Let's see how Fnatic approach this now. We know Fnatic to be one of the best attacking teams in EU as well, so it kind of balances out quite nicely. You've got a fantastic defending team against a great attacking team. No walls reinforced in the site can make things a little bit more tricky to get walls open, as we've commented on previously, Demo. Mowgli, if he starts to come online, which he likely will, he usually does play quite well on the defense, it could be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, this is a guy who can just pop off and just keep popping off for the remainder of the round, so it is something that they need to nip in the bud immediately. And he will be tracked now by the Deimos. Position is known. You can see the Deimos, of course, but I don't think it's going to be the Deimos going to be fighting. It's going to be Jigsaw. He's one out for blood, and this is one thing that BDS excel really well at. is that you put your more supportive players on the Deimos. He's not going to get in a gunfight. He's just there to feed information to the fraggers. You know, it worked really well. I think we've seen it done against ITB whenever BDS came up against them. Just Brene, just sitting outside, giving out information to everyone else. Obviously, Fnatic haven't really went with that kind of line of thinking, because you can see Tyrant, who of course is one of those entry players for Fnatic. Seen if he can get his hands dirty on that operator, of course. They have cleared away the roamers. They're back into the site now, it looks like. So this is where Fnatic can start to carry out their initial push. Leon was thinking about walking in there, but thinks against it as that mirror window shows itself. They might have an issue actually getting that wall open. All they have is one hard breach gadget from Deepak. And if that just gets shot off the wall, then how are they getting in for a plant?
You can really see this round starting to peter out a little bit. I'm wondering if Mowgli was just a bait, because Bibu is still upstairs on the Valkyrie, ready to play spoiler, and nobody knows that he's there right now. Fnatic, they're being forced into single doorway pushes. They're not going to be able to get that wall open. Sure, they can get a line of sight, but you can't transition through that with the studs still in place. Bibu, inside a janitor, ready and waiting to drop the hatch if it's required. Jigsaw nearly misses out on his opportunity there. That's his second on the round. Mowgli can start to flick cameras, but better believe that Bibu's going to be watching, and he can drop as well. The old reverse there. Chinka, he's going to find himself one. Bibu still has a huge part to play here. Tyrant is going to have him tracked and banged to rights. But he's still got to finish him off, and he's not able to. Deepak, he's got the kit, but with Bibu above on the hatch and still players inside of sight, it's meaningless. Very successful roam from Wolves there.
Same issue again for Fnatic as what they had in Oregon. They just can't lock down this Wolves aggression and these roamers. Look, we said Doki being up. Surely Doki gets brought into the lineup. But no Doki. You know, I'm really surprised at that.
Especially with those hatches open, because the sound travels so well through hatches.
You know, it worked out so well for them whenever they were dealing with, you know, on labs. Didn't have an Oregon that was banned away. We've seen the impact of that. And you know, to see them not have it here on bank whenever it is open is, yeah, shocking.
Great play from Wolves. Committing to that role, Mowgli. He's happy to have a scrappy round. He likes it when he's, you know, getting shot at, getting a few backstabs in, just slipping back inside by the skin of his teeth. But star of the show for me is Bibu, just led down inside a CEO upstairs, just like, yeah, I'm a chill for the whole round. Hopefully they don't drone me and see how we do. And, well, he did very well. 2 rounds away from booking a spot against BDS tomorrow. Of course, not tomorrow, excuse me, in a week's time. That is, of course, going to be a very different fixture. We know how prominent that BDS side is at the moment. And Wolves don't want to get too far ahead of themselves, but so far they're looking pretty damn good, especially if Jigsaw's just going to walk himself up square like that and just give it away.
Oh, Fnatic losing out in that opening kill once more. I mean, it's a stat line that you need to try and be dominant in. Just losing players like Jigsaw, and whenever you kind of need that operator to deal with the mirror windows, it becomes a problem. It really does. No, Shinka can just hold down those main stairs on that mirror window with ease now. There's a bulletproof being spotted out, and oh, stops it for the meantime. I mean, it's not going to make a big difference anyway, but he's going to keep doing it. I mean, here's the thing. It's all well and good doing that, Shinka, but you have to get off that camera at some point. You have to.
Does he? Give him a reason to get off it.
True.
They don't know where he is. They don't know who's on it.
That's true.
All Shinka's doing here is just winding people up. It's fantastic. Tyrant's going to have to send another Rotero drone in now. Bang.
Oh, second one.
Yeah.
No,
Tyrant's like, you know what? Forget about it. I'm going to get rid of the barbed wire. I'm just going to walk myself up there instead. This is
like a little
brilliant. It is.
Honestly.
But Shinka can afford to do this because they got that opening pick, and he can keep himself safe.
Remember, we've seen this yesterday with the...
I haven't seen it this many times in a row, ever.
Remember, we seen it yesterday with the quick throw.
We did see it.
You know, they kept zapping that off, so something similar, but my words.
Shinka's still in that BP. Look at him.
He's
you can
still
see.
here. Oh, there it is. It's like, honestly, this is me in the morning. The alarm goes off, snooze.
You're just
Alarm goes
snoozing
off,
it.
snooze. This is what my alarm is in the morning.
Tyron, you could have gone up and hit it. Oh goodness, he's just gonna go. He's just gonna go for it.
Oh.
It isn't gonna matter though. Flung over the top rope. Bibu
Now
gives
he's off
himself away. Finally, poor old Shinka can get off that bulletproof, and Tyrant can walk up main stairs. But for what? He's 1 versus 4 right now with 30 seconds left to go. Picks himself up a double. Is it going to be an exit though? More than likely, yes. That's the triple though. Shinka, man of the moment, picks him off. He was winding him up all round with the BP, and he ends up finishing him off at the top of the stair. I don't think I've ever seen a round like that.
No words. No words at all. Just he's playing his own little game. Like, but same issue again for Fnatic. It's just these inconsistencies. It's been the main issue with this side becoming an actual monster in the league. It's just they look so good sometimes, and then he just looks so poor the other. You know, it's the consistency that kills this team time and time again. You know, it's that yo-yo. It's always that yo-yo effect that Fabian keeps harking on about, and it's so true. And now they're staring at the barrel of defeat. 7-0 to kick things off. You think, my goodness, look at this. It's going to be a quick day, quick finish. Yeah, Fnatic in up against BDS. Nope. Nope. Not today. Not as easy as what we thought it was. Wolves coming back from that 7-0 of just lights out. That's the way they played.
And well deserved as well. They have now played better Siege.
10 seconds left before
I think it's fair to say than Fnatic. Fnatic had a great map 1, shaky map 2, as did Wolves, but on the face of it, Wolves done fantastically well here on Bank. They were successful in that attack. And more importantly for them, successful in the defenses so far. 6-2, 1 round away from locking in that spot against BDS. Still a chance here for Fnatic to stabilize. We've seen them pull off big comebacks before that, okay, haven't amounted into a map win, but I think back to their game earlier on in the week demo, they were able to bring it back. It wasn't looking great for them at a time. They were on Chalet. It was against BDS. They were down quite significantly, and then they were able to drag it back. They weren't able to win, but they do have that in them. Hopefully for them, they can find that ability to just play slippy and get themselves in the site, do what works for them as well. But the mini games that Wolves are setting up at the moment, they're just proving a little bit too much.
Obviously, Doki here. It's what we were crying out for. What worked so well for them previously. But now you're in a position where you're on the losing end of things. You haven't been playing well. You know, is it going to be different now? Or you get these phone calls, or the entries, are they going to be having that same level of confidence, or things are going well? It's all good saying that, oh yeah, I'm going to be the man up, I'm going to step up, the Flame's going to follow these phone calls. It's all good when you're winning, but when you're losing, who's going to step up then? You know, it's all good whenever your Wolves aren't shooting back. Everyone wants in on, everyone wants the kills. But whenever they're shooting back, who's it going to be this time? Like, for example, Leon should not be an entry def in this side. He shouldn't be.
No, it's pretty poor, especially when he's playing on the Ram and P4 is still just inside there of the archive. Tyrant going to send his drone in. He's able to get rid of that mirror window. Jigsaw is on the hatch waiting to pounce, but they surely know that P4 is here. That mute jammer is going to save him though, just for the time being. Jigsaw able to take down Bibu. The mute jammer has been dealt with, and P4 now does have to wonder as Deepex starts to bear down on his location. He's still got the vert to worry about as well here. Can he stay there? Is he going to be able to just hide out in the archives for that amount of time? Still worried about this vert as that castle barricade gets open though. Shinka, he's in the hot seat. Puts Deepex to very low indeed, but a jump over the top rope is what's needed there from Jigsaw. And Deadshot, he's played well, but hasn't played that well. He's got the kit down, unsure on where he's being pushed from though. 20 seconds left on the clock. The smoke goes out. The diffuser has been recovered, and Jex through the smoke will find him. Fnatic pick up a round when they need it the most.
Yeah, Jigsaw played very well there on the vert. He picked his fights very well. Waited for the opportune moment. Great kill onto the guy in Archives. Drops down. You know, and it's an angle that, you know, you're probably not used to seeing, just someone dropping out of the sky in front of you. You know, little things like that just adds a different level to your game. So Wolves lose the open area. I don't think Wolves are going to be too worried because they still have plenty of rounds in the bank still to get over the line here. So it's all still pressure on Fnatic, and it will be right up until we get to overtime. It is going to be pressure on Fnatic, but now they have to go down into this dreaded basement attack. And looking at the lineup on Wolves, you know, we mentioned before that whenever Fnatic were playing, they were maybe only bringing just a Goyo. That's it. You've got a Goyo. You've got the Smoke. You've got the Echo. You've got the Maestro. You've got 4 operators that just say, you cannot plant here. Come back tomorrow.
No C4s, but they started the round with 8 impacts. B4's used one for a rotate, I imagine. But still, 7 is a heck of a lot to be going at.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
They are not going to be interested at all in taking the fight here. We saw them roam pretty heavily previously. We might see Mowgli dip himself upstairs and just try and cause a nuisance. Hello? Late setup from Deadshot and quick feet from Jigsaw. Gets himself straight in there. Not even sure what Deadshot was doing. Mowgli's left a little bit stunned. What does he do? Does he go up? Does he go down? Is he going to try and get himself upstairs and play a little bit of time now that they've lost someone so early?
I mean, the thing is with Fnatic and their lineup is they don't have much in terms of hunting roamers. Or maybe they don't need it. Whenever Mowgli just killed himself. Yeah, he's caught himself. Oh dear, oh dear. Go next if you're Wolves. The disaster class of a round. Somebody gets shot whenever they're still setting up. Somebody's killed themselves. Another one's died. There's a Maestro upstairs in the room. Oh dear, he
Just
goes
keep
down
feeding
as
him.
well.
Just keep feeding
Baby,
him.
go quick, upstairs, quickly, come on. Up we go. You can still get finished before midnight, come on.
There's points where you don't have many words, and this really is one of those moments. Bibu. It was only a matter of time, I'm afraid. A flawless round for Fnatic. Where has this Fnatic been all night? I mean, not all night. Okay, they were here on Nighthaven. Where were they on Oregon, and where have they been for most of Bank? Because it's quick, it's concise, it's devastating when done right, and it ticks all the boxes. That was a brilliant round that they played exactly into the win condition there. It was get in quickly and overwhelm them. They've got a lot of setup to do. They're really trying to bunker down, get in there and get a couple of opening picks.
My goodness. I mean, to be fair, Mowgli, he's been killed as he tossed the impact. It is unfortunate, but hey, look, still shows on the scoreboard. He killed himself. That's as easy as that.
Yeah, I think it was either Jegs or Jigsaw's been done a disservice there. Either Jigsaw should be on 10 and 6 or Jegs should be on 6 and 6 because I think he'd thrown the impact as he'd got downed, and then obviously that's what's finished him off.
Here's the thing that annoys me is I look at Wolves and I just sit there and think, if you're a top side, and to be fair, in this stage across all regions, I wouldn't say there's too many top sides, but I just sit there and think, if you're a FaZe, if you're a BDS, which I think we can all agree as being the 2 sides far and above the rest this stage,
yep,
they would have closed this out 7-2. Why are Wolves now allowing Fnatic to get back into this? This is the thing that annoys me. Why are they not just shutting out the game immediately? Why are you doing rounds like that that give Fnatic a bit of a, hang on a minute, we could maybe get in this?
You could say it from both sides as well. You could say that Fnatic should be shutting it down earlier as well. You know, they won very convincingly on the first map. The second map was a little bit dodge. So there's that sort of play into it as well. And
get that, but they're at series point. Like, if Fnatic go back and win this, Wolves have bottled it. You have to say, Wolves, if they lose this game and they lose this series, Wolves are the ones that bottled it, not Fnatic.
And then you sort of translate that and say, right, well, this is for a spot at a major. This is for a spot at an international LAN event where there are going to be teams from all over the world and they are going to be good. Like, you know, these are going to be the best teams that are getting sent there. You think about how both of these 2 teams would do tonight against one of the top teams, against a BDS, against a FaZe, something of that nature. And you think, goodness me, it'd be a pretty sorry affair. And that's where the consistency starts to come into things because they can play at that top level, but we haven't necessarily seen it consistently here tonight. It's been pretty sloppy, I'll be honest, from both sides. it makes for a good and exciting game of Siege because I think both teams have been equally good and bad in the same measure. For the time being, it's been a slow round for the meantime. Wolves recognizing, hang on guys, we're on match point. We don't want to let this one slip away. We're not going to go for any fanciful roam. We are just going to sit down on the site. They're bringing the same lineup they brought last time. And this time they may get to use a bit of that utility that they are bringing.
Minute 15. Already burned. Wolves, instead of just tossing away the utility, they will be, this time, actually seeing a bit of the site. We can use those Echoes, we can use those Maestros to good effect. That's a great start. Down goes Jigsaw. Could this be the beginning of the end for Fnatic? You still have all this util still remaining for Wolves that they can utilize. There's a Goyo being popped. There's a Kiba to be lined up to block that opening that was made. Fnatic really in the thick of it now. They need to dig in deep. They need to try and get this diffuser down. They still have utility. In goes the bees. Is this going to be enough?
Jegs is positioned nicely here on the hatch. You can cut off a lot of the rotates inside of red, but the smoke is going to do a lot of the work here in the final 30. Maestro Call goes out, but immediately dealt with. 1-for-1 trade as Leon starts to now get that plant down. Jegs desperately trying to cover him, but the Yokai drone above is going to deny. Still time enough for Leon to re-attempt here as Jegs has to win this engagement, but gets taken down by P4. Shinka gets a kill with the Toxic Babe. Canister dead shot to finish things off. And Wolves, they lock it away here on Bank. They book their spot with BDS next week in our upper bracket semi-final for the Manchester Major.
Wow, Wolves take the dub. I mean, what a comeback from where they were the first map. They gave Fnatic the early head start, but they come back and they dominate those next two maps. They really do. 7-4, 7-4. Obviously, they make it difficult for themselves, as we see a few times there. They're 6-2 up to let those 2 rounds slip, but they still get it over the edge. But it's those inconsistencies again for Fnatic. It's been the story the whole entire season, and that is what's holding them back from being a top team. That really is. It's just they play so well sometimes, and then they just play poor the other, and they need to just try and play well all the time. That's what they need to try and figure out.
And that's the thing, we're not asking for 7-0s all the time. You can win games, 7-4 like Wolves have done and still come away with the result. It's not about playing lights out all the time. It's just about finding that level of consistency. And for tonight, that was with Wolves. They've done a fantastic job there. We're going to send you over to the desk for one last time this evening to break down what we've just seen.
Thank you very much, Ollie and Demo, and thank you for the 2 best-of-3 casts. That is a lot of work to do, but it was wonderful to listen to you through all of today and yesterday, of course. No two ways around it. We love a bit of Demo and Ollie here on the desk, but it is done, and we love what's happened also with Wolves, our victors in this game. Freshbean, we did not know what to expect going into this game. We even called it a coin toss, and at the end, it's that experience of Wolves that wins it out for them.
So let me build this for you, right? I've called Fnatic yo-yo team this entire stage. I think Wolves were in charge of that yo-yo. They had it in their hand at the top. That was the high point of Fnatic when the game started. They had them in their hand, and then one step by one step, they went further down into that bottom of that yo-yo. But at the same time, I don't know if it's Fnatic playing worse and worse, or if it's Wolves playing better than better. I think Wolves, they didn't deserve to win the second map. The last map, they for sure deserved to win. They looked very, very solid in their attacks, and just the way that they were playing and just the gunfights they were winning, that is screaming of a team with confidence, and they didn't scream of having confidence in map 1 and 2.
I mean, talk about resetting and forgetting map 1. You get 7-0'd on the first map, you forget about it, you stumble through map 2, you make it to 3, and you look like a solid squad, Fresh.
Yeah, that was just us here. We said, I said the eureka moment of the Cav interrogation on Oregon, and it really only ever looked like going one way. Genuinely, it's so much how mental and how confidence can affect gameplay, and fair play to Wolves, because honestly, take that 7-0 away and let's call that an anomaly, because they picked a really low preference map.
Fair.
They got done in on it. Probably will never see it from Wolves for a long time again. Take that away. That is 2 solid games, 2 solid victories to put themselves, into the next game.
The first one on Oregon goes from individual performance reliance to a bit more, and then onto Bank, where
still some individual performance.
I mean, look at what Deadshot did twice in square. One on the open area attack, and once was it based on attack? Was it?
Yeah.
When they tried to retake, those sort of individual plays. But the thing is, why are those individual plays happening? Because the team has enabled him to be in that position, right? Sure, one was a 1 versus 2, so that's not so much the team. But the second one goes down with the retake from Fnatic because Wolves are playing good as a team and going for the execute on site.
And Fabian, you wanted to highlight 2 specific players with full graphic with some numbers with them, so please go ahead.
There are 2 very different reasons why I want to highlight these players. We have Bibu and Deadshot. And Bibu, his stats might not scream, hey, I'm the best player in the world, but what he showed today in terms of leadership to be able to keep this team inside their, like going away from being inside their own head, the leadership potential he has and the experience he has to show that and help his team out, you cannot put that value in any way, shape, or form when you're from the outside of the team. Having worked with him and having just been around the scene for ages, I know the value he brings to his team, and it's crazy how much that is. Deadshot on that last map, I said it before, those 2 plays that he had on square, one in winning a 1 versus 2, and then also shutting down the retake from Fnatic on the basement attack that they were making. Honestly, I don't know, he's just hitting every single shot he could. Incredible aimer, and it's just positioning that is great. He played amazing in the last map.
Thank you very much, Fabian. And honestly, in general, we got great plays on our final map, but I think one that really shined for me was kind of the Rotero drone that could never blow up. Was it like 8 times that was dismantled?
That was ridiculous.
It was a great play and great to keep all of that in mind. But it's now time for us to talk to our victors. Bibu from Wolves joins us. Bibu, hello, Bastien. How are you doing today? Congrats.
I'm good. Didn't start it as we wanted, but at the end we managed to take the victory, and that's the most important. So yeah, very happy on how the team played on the last maps, and also with the mental strength that we showed. It's sending a big message to every team that even if you take a map 0-0 to us, it's never done.
Bibu, so yeah, let's start on a bit of a negative. What the hell happened on Nighthaven?
I don't know, to be honest. I don't know, like on a perspective, we just didn't play our game. Like it's more like I don't know, the feeling, the energy was not there. We were trying to hype up, but nothing clicked, nothing synergized well, and yeah, it's never happened to us with this lineup. As I know that it was an issue that we had like 2 years ago, but we fixed that, and today it happened again. But it's like just one thing, it's like it happened. That's just that, and now we just focus on the next game. We at the enter map, we just said, okay, 7-0, it's done. We cannot do anything about that. Just try to bring energy, play as we need to play. Like just did what we need to do, and just do what we are doing in practice. Nothing more, nothing less. That's all.
So moving through, then obviously you will win. You're going up against your arch nemesis again.
Yeah.
We've spoken about this a little bit. Have you got any big plans for them in terms of BDS?
No specific plan. We just know that they are a really good team. They are on a good path with like the momentum. It's like also insane players. They have like an insane stage. So we'll just do our job, prep the match as we prep every match. Be ready. Not doing like a labs maps, I guess.
Yeah.
It's the most thing that we want to avoid. And after that, just play our game. That's the most important, because when we play our game, like we showed it on the last 2 maps, we were really, really good.
Well, thank you very much for that, Bibu. And of course, you are one more best of 3 win away from qualifying to the Manchester Major. Remind everybody, Wolves, Wolverhampton is in the UK. Is kind of a bit of that pride to bring in some ways, even though it is a mostly French roster here. But anything you'd like to say to all the Wolves fans out there before we close it out?
Yeah, thank you for the support. Sorry for the little bit scared of the first map, but we got the win, guys. So yeah, just thank you. We'll not do that again. And thank you for the interview. Thank you for Wolves too. I didn't forget my org was like insane since 2 years. So thank you to you casters, thank you to analyst desk, Fabian. I'll never forget you. And thank you for the cast Xtrika.
Thank you very much, Bibu, for joining us here. And congratulations on the win. You'll be all watching Bibu and Wolves play next week versus BDS for a shot at the Manchester Major. Until then, my friend, take care. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Bye.
And there it is. Always a pleasure to have Bibu and have a chat about things. And, it's pragmatic, right?
Yeah.
We made some mistakes, but we corrected. We know this is why we put Wolves on such a high pedestal, because we know that they can do better because they know it themselves. That's you expect it from a team at this point.
Yeah, they've got the quality, the ups and downs, but they've got the quality. They've attended literally every major since 2022, so.
It happens. It happens. Well, you know what? Let's recap that bracket with Fabian on the desk. Please walk us through it, my friend.
So, to start off this day, we saw Into the Breach versus G2. G2 clinched out a 7-5 victory on Bank to start off that series, only to lose 7-5 on Chalet and 7-4 on Oregon. Both teams winning each other's map pick, which was very interesting, and then obviously an Oregon game that Into the Breach just managed to look a lot better on. Wolves versus Fnatic, another 2-1 victory here for Wolves. Did it look like it was going to be a 2-1 victory? No, it looked like it's just going to be a quick 2-0 to Fnatic, with starting Nighthaven, 7-0 for Fnatic. And then after that, they did not look good at all. We headed over to Oregon. Wolves clinched that one 7-4, and then we came on to the last map of Bank, where they had the same scoreline.
Do you know what's mental for me, just looking at this bracket? We're sending Team Secret or Into the Breach to phase 2 of the Manchester
That is
Major.
guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
Talk about a glow up.
Yeah. I know.
That's what we love about EUL, especially in this 2024 season, is that there are so many up and comers that finally, after years of trying in Tier 2 and in Nationals, have the opportunity to play at the biggest stage of Europe and qualify for the major in one go. That's incredible. I love that story. We love an underdog story, but this sort of kind of prowess that with proper coaching and proper staff, you can bring these players and turn them from rough diamonds into championship material. That's what we love about EUL and Siege in general. Now, with that said, it's time for us to kind of recap our day and close it all out. What does our next play day look like? Let's put that up on the board, because next play day, well, we're starting a bit early, and we got 3 best of 3s to send you. If you enjoyed today, don't you worry about it. You're going to love it next week. Fnatic and G2, who were eliminated from the running today in the playoffs, they'll be playing against one another for a game that decides seedings for the last chance qualifiers that'll be happening, where teams from the open qualifiers will be joining the rest of the squads in EUL and playing against one another fresh.
Yeah, it decides seeding for LCQ, which is obviously ridiculously important. It also gives 5 SI points as well. Whoever wins, which, go and ask BDS about last year's SI points, could be relevant.
Those 5 can do a big difference in the long term.
They've had an impact on BDS. Let's remember last year going to Invitational. Into the Breach versus Team Secret. The winner of that game, well, they just make it to Manchester. A huge, huge opportunity, but also a French derby to run it out. It's not EU League without going back to the roots of the French teams that dominated in the day. Well, now it's BDS and Wolves that pick up that mantle, and the winner of that matchup automatically qualifies to the major. I will give the caveat, the loser or the 2 teams that lose those last 2 games, they are not eliminated. They'll be playing against one another the next day for one final slot directly to Manchester, Fabian.
That game is just as big as the first one. If you win the first one, you're going to be like, happy we have the spot. You're still going to want to fight for the seed.
Absolutely.
Because you want to be there. And again, it's also 5 SI points there on the line as well. You want every single point for the end of the year.
It seems like things are shaping up well for EU, as of course we talked about it earlier on today, that most regions have been locked in at this point. LCQs are the last pieces that are remaining. So to close out our day, how are we feeling about EUL and the chances of the teams that we could qualify?
I'm very, very happy. I think everyone expected BDS to qualify.
Yep.
I'll come back to it. It's that secret ITP one for me. The fact that it's one of those 2 teams, we've got a big upset in Europe already, because then G2 knocks down to LCQs. Obviously, VP have got to play through the open qualifier playoffs. One of the top 4 SI teams, one of those 2 teams,
won't be at,
potentially 2 of them, won't be at the Manchester Major, which is huge.
That's
incredible. And just looking at this, had you told me a year ago that we would see Into the Region Secret at the Major, I would be laughing at you. But just looking at how good of a region Europe is to take players, build them with the right team around them, and just create something new, it's very good for Europe, because we haven't had that for a very long time.
And it's a good reminder for everybody out there that you can be at the top, but it is significantly more difficult to hold that crown than it is to ever win it in the first place, which is an achievement in itself, but you got to work extra hard to hold on to it. And we have 2 people on here that kind of understand that in their own ways. But with our day done, thank you very much, Fresh, for being here, and thank you for guiding me through this, my first week back on EOL. It's been a pleasure to be with you and our entire production team here at Blast in Copenhagen. But we will see you next week for more EOL. Tomorrow we got Asia League, so you make sure that you watch it early in the morning, at least for us here in Europe. But take care. We love you so very much.